What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, May 13th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours. On today's show, plenty to recap from the NBA and NHL playoffs. Are the Denver Nuggets officially back? Plus, Texas baseball and Texas softball have successful weekends. Yesterday, Texas softball did something for the first time in program history. We'll give the Diamond Sports a little bit of love. We've got the NBA lottery to get into. The opening game for the 2024 NFL season has been announced. We'll talk about that. Steve Sarkisian did a long interview with Josh Pate of 24/7 Sports last week. We've got some sound from that. Plenty to get into in the world of sports and beyond on a Monday morning. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. And good morning to you, Buck.
Good morning, BK. How you doing, man? Everything is good on this end. I can smell rain. I'm about to start sneezing, all kinds of stuff, all in the air. It's not going to be very windy today, but the rain is coming. I can feel the rain. My back can feel the rain. You know, it was a pretty nice weekend. Everything worked out really well for the Mullet Open, but I think the rains are coming this week, and that's fine. We can use the rain.
We've had a lot of rain.
I know it has been that April has been really nice to us. May looks like, May showers. It looks like we're gonna continue to get that. The other day, of course, with what was going on around our area, with some possible tornadoes, lots of hail all around us, but we're going to get rain this week. We may get rain tonight. We may get rain this afternoon. Next couple of days, look out. And by Thursday, it's going to rain on Thursday.
Okay. I was waiting for the day prediction. Okay. You don't get a full week. You can't say, it's going to rain at some time this week. No, we need daily forecast.
One of the days is Thursday that's going to rain. How's that?
Okay. Are you calling?
I'm trying to call this off for today and tomorrow, but it's looking more like tomorrow we're going to get rain also. Okay. And possibility today.
So what would you say? And possibility Wednesday and Friday too? You just want to get every single day out there? Come on.
You know what? There's a possibility of rain every day this week. How's that?
That's not really good. Now you really sound like a weather guesser. Oh, there's a 10% chance every day.
No. It's going to rain on Thursday. It's going to rain on Friday. How's that? Thursday and Friday. There's a possibility of a little something here today, but it's going to rain tomorrow too. Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. How's that sound?
All right. Those 3 days, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And of course, you get your 24-hour grace period. So
wow. So I got all week.
You're getting like 6 days of rain forecast. So if it rains anytime between now and Saturday, you're going to want credit.
Yes. Well, credit where credit is due.
Yeah.
But thanks for your help last week. It was I needed it. There was a lot to be done on Thursday and Friday was what a fabulous day that was. As cool a weather day that I've ever had for the Mullet Open. I mean, I don't play, so I don't know what it's like on that. I mean, I know what it's like on the golf course when the humidity is out and the sun is out. But boy, was it nice on Friday. Low 80s.
Yeah, I got to tip my cap to you, my friend, because that was an incredible Mullet Open on Friday, the 23rd annual Mullet Open. You and I were talking a little bit this weekend and talking a little bit before the show. You thought it may have been the best one yet. Oh, yeah. And it's hard to disagree. I mean, the weather was perfect. You obviously throw an amazing event. The raffle prices were on point. The food was spectacular. It seemed like everyone had a great time. And you said you sold more raffle tickets this year than you've ever sold in the past.
Yeah.
So you raised a ton of money for the Burke Center for Youth. Tip of the cap to you, my friend. I know you put in a ton of work for that tournament every year, and it went damn near flawless on Friday.
Great. It was good to see that there were, the Tito's folks, generally the ladies show up for it. This was Tito dudes who were there. They actually played in it. They saw their product up there and all the sponsors on the banners and up on the board. Tom McKay's 98-inch screen TV. Wow. I don't know. Hopefully that thing is gone, but they couldn't get it out of there from the golf club over at Lost Pines because they didn't have a truck big enough. It wouldn't fit in a regular truck bed. it was too big. And
Yeah.
Tommy Boyette, who won that, had to get a U-Haul the next day on Saturday to bring an enclosed U-Haul to get it into the U-Haul.
Hey, it's worth it. I mean,
Oh,
that's
hell
an
yeah, it is.
expensive TV. So if you've got to pay a couple $100 to rent a U-Haul for
Oh,
the
yeah,
day,
for
then
sure.
it's a no-brainer. That ginormous 98-inch TV from Audio Visual Consultations, one of the grand prizes
And
out
lots of
there.
good stuff. Lots of
Yeah.
good big-time prizes and stuff. And to all the folks who were a part of that, I do appreciate that. That was fantastic. You know, the $10 raffle tickets. You know, it's only $5 and $10 raffle tickets. So we don't have $30 and $50 raffle tickets, and we don't do the extra mulligans either. We don't. You got one mulligan, and we play, and it ended pretty quickly. I think there was a stretch during the course of Friday where may have been some lightning. I know people had to come out of the pool for like 40 minutes. But all I noticed was some big drops of rain for about 3 or 4 minutes, and then it stopped. It never continued. But I heard that they pulled people out of the pool, but they never pulled them off the golf course. So I didn't see the lightning. I heard some thunder, but I did feel the raindrops. It was like quarter-sized raindrops coming down, but it didn't last very long.
5 minutes max.
Yeah.
And it probably felt nice for the golfers
Oh.
on the course. Get a little cool down from the rain. Yeah, it was great weather and just an all-around fantastic event.
How about that food? And I took some of that. I've got some of that chicken in my yes.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, if you drove by Cesar Chavez and Medina yesterday, you know, just east of 35, you saw a large conglomerate of homeless just going to town on some of that Louis Miller barbecue that we had on Friday. Because you gave me giant tubs to take home. There was some brisket, there was some mac and cheese, there were green beans, and I've been gnawing on that all weekend. I gave a bunch away to some friends, and I still had so much left over.
Oh, my goodness.
Like, this food's going to go bad if it sits here. So I packed it all up, took it downtown, and it's hilarious, man. There were probably 3 guys. I saw a group of like 3 homeless guys. I pulled my car up next to them. I'm like, "You guys hungry?" And they're like, "Yes, sir."
So you didn't learn anything from Louisiana. You didn't learn anything from New Orleans, huh?
Yeah, well, here's what we did. After I gave them the food, we all whipped ours out and started peeing on the floor.
Oh, that made you feel at home, huh?
In tradition, in prime Louisiana fashion, and in prime
How
hobo.
many people showed up to the event once you had a little bit of food?
Dude, I mean, by the time I literally dropped off the 3 huge tubs of food. I brought a Ziploc bag full of forks. They weren't using the damn forks. They were going hands on that meat. And by the time I got back to my car, which was like right across the street, there were 15 guys there. I mean, word had spread without anyone opening their mouth that there was food around. I guess everybody could smell it, but it was awesome, man. That's the best feast. This is the best meal I've had in a while. This is the best feast those guys have had in years.
Oh,
they were grateful. They were grateful. So thank you.
Well, it didn't go to waste, man. It didn't go to waste. Wayne makes so much food when he comes, and it didn't go to waste. I got the chicken because I always beg him for chicken. They do such a good job, and I've got stuff for chicken salads and chicken and waffles and chicken, chicken and gravy. I got enough chicken to last me and Yogi and Louie. You know, we can just sit there. I still won't touch it, but it was delicious.
You won't touch it?
Sorry. I porked it up, knifed it up the other day. Delicious. Yeah. Man, boy, can he cook.
Yeah.
Awesome. We were a little worried about it because he got there a little late because traffic was kind of gnarly from what I hear on Friday. And when he wasn't there, because these guys got done quickly this year. Mm-hmm. You know, we're at the beginning, we were probably missing 2 teams. And you'd be surprised at what that does for you in a scramble. That gives you about a half hour if you're losing 2 teams. So I was like, oh no, is he going to be here on time? Because these big dudes are going to come off of this thing very hungry. You know, we only had 2 women that played this year, which is different. We generally have Mother's Day weekend, a lot going on. So, you know, the 2 ladies got some really nice gifts, which I made sure of. So, no, because I am in charge of the raffle, all legit, you know, especially the big raffle.
Yeah, all legit. Nothing to really be in charge of. You just sell the tickets and then you draw the names. It's that simple.
Pull them out, look them up. Look, if I can't read them, I don't say them. That's all. Just put my hand back in there.
And if I don't like them, it goes back in there.
Right there. My son's name got pulled out. I looked at it and I chucked it right back in there.
No, that guy hadn't done enough for you over the years.
No, he's got enough going on right now. He's doing pretty well. He doesn't need, if he wants Tito's, he can go buy it.
Yeah.
He has a Tito's store, damn
I
it.
have to say, he's got a liquor store. He can literally
Yeah.
just walk to his counter and
Yeah.
grab some. It's as
Yeah.
simple as that. So
Yes. Yeah. It was a great day. And thanks to everybody, the sponsors and the folks. And now there's some guys that I saw for 23 years have been there, and
that's
everything
amazing.
worked out, and it was well run, and JNC Darling from Darling Promotions. This was her last one after I think 12 or 13 years, or maybe even more doing it with me. It's she's going to pass the baton, and it's time for her. She has a real business to do every day, so it's doing that kind of affects some of the stuff because she does such a good job. We're going to pass that on to someone else. And I was thinking, wow, how many more years can I do it? And somebody says, well, you're not dead. You got nothing else. What else do you have to do? Really?
I don't know. You got the 2-hour show with me every day, and then it sounds like you got 22 hours to work on the golf tournament.
Yeah, that for them, that's what they say. It seems like you got a lot of hours to work on it to make it better. I'm like, okay, that sounds fine to me. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. And to you and your families, do be safe out there.
Amen. Amen. Well said, as always. All right. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Be sure to download the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app.
Yeah, hopefully you got some subscriptions this weekend.
Absolutely. And if you miss any of the shows, make sure you check out the podcast on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Oh, yeah, we're the best of both worlds. We're live like normal sports radio, but we're also podcasted on Spotify and Apple. So make sure you subscribe over there if you haven't yet. You can get your full TSU fix 24/7, 365. All right, plenty to get into from the world of sports. We'll start with the University of Texas, and more specifically, the Diamond Sports at the University of Texas. How about Texas softball? Bittersweet weekend. They did make it all the way to the Big 12 championship game, but they lost to Oklahoma in the Big 12 tournament title on Saturday. So Texas wins the Big 12 regular season, but Oklahoma wins the Big 12 tournament championship this year. But the good news for Texas, the NCAA tournament bracket was announced yesterday, and for the first time in school history, the University of Texas Longhorns, the number 1 overall seed for the NCAA softball tournament that begins on Friday. Oklahoma, of course, the 2 seed. So if both teams take care of business, then that will be your national championship matchup.
Wow.
It'll be Texas and OU. They've played 4 times this year, 3 in the regular season. Of course, the Longhorns took 2 of 3 from the Sooners in Austin about a month and a half ago. And then they just met in the Big 12 tournament championship, of course, in Oklahoma City on Saturday. OU won that one. So they've split the 4 games that they've played. And if they both make it to the final, that will be a best of 3. But obviously a lot of work to be done for both teams to get there. But congrats to Mike White and this Texas softball team getting rewarded for a sensational season with the number 1 overall seed.
Yeah, that is great for the program, and that's great for Mike White. And he's really, really worked hard over the last 5 or 6 years. And now he's to a spot right now. Well, they are the team to beat. They will have to face OU. Where will they play this? Where will they play all this at? In the state of Oklahoma again?
Of course. Yeah. I mean, the regional will be here and the super regional will be here. So just like with college baseball, right? If you get to host, you get to play at your home park until the College World Series. But yeah, like the Men's College World Series is in Omaha every year. The Women's College World Series is in Oklahoma City every year.
Right.
So, and that's, of course, where the Big 12 tournament is played too. So, yeah, Texas just played in Oklahoma City. They lost to Oklahoma. If these 2 teams do meet in the Women's College World Series final, yeah, it will also take place in Oklahoma City. So it'll be road games for the Longhorns.
Why do I see that change in the next couple of years where everything isn't played in Oklahoma?
Well, it won't be, the conference tournament won't be there because Oklahoma's moving to the SEC.
Correct.
So at least they'll have to deal with that. But the Women's College World Series, I assume, is going to remain in Oklahoma City. So that is not changing anytime soon, which means, yeah, if you want to win the whole effing thing, then you're going to have to more than likely beat Oklahoma basically in true road games. Yeah. It's ridiculous. You give Oklahoma a lot of credit. Patty Gasso's done an amazing job. He's an amazing coach. But I say it if you put the Women's College World Series in Round Rock, then I think Texas would be able to go on the type of run that Oklahoma has gone on these last few years. So they get a major benefit getting to play all the regional games at home, all the super regional games at home, the conference tournament at home, and then, of course, the Women's College World Series. I mean, it's basically like Oklahoma City's within 40 minutes from Norman. So that's a huge benefit.
That's why I said the SEC will have something to do with that before it's all said and done.
Yeah, I mean,
women's softball. Yeah, they're going to go, wait a minute, we're not doing that. You're not having home games. You're not dominating women's softball by playing everything in your home state. You want to be in the SEC? We're going to have to figure that out. Where we're going to find a neutral site, or they're just not going to let that happen for much longer.
I hope not. But Oklahoma, the 3-time defending champs in college softball,
and they're good. They've earned it all.
Oh yeah, and they're the 2 seed. There were a lot of Sooner fans mad at the bracket reveal yesterday, thinking that they should have been the 1 seed, but Texas gets the nod over OU. And it's going to be a fun tournament. It starts on Friday here in Austin at McCombs Field. Texas will play 4-seed Siena in round 1. Northwestern and St. Francis, the other 2 teams, are part of the Austin Regional.
Nice.
St. Francis, is that from Coach Carter?
I think St. Francis is in New York. Siena? Am I right?
Yeah, St. Francis is the rival school in the 2005 Classic. Coach Carter. You ever see that one?
Yeah, I did.
With Samuel L. Jackson as the head coach of that basketball team.
So am I good? Because I know there's a St. Francis in Pennsylvania too, but I think
that's the one. I think it's St. Francis, PA. That's coming down.
Okay.
Yeah. So, by the way, Texas A&M, a 16 seed. So that could be the super regional here in Austin, UT versus A&M. If both teams take care of business in their respective regionals this coming weekend, then the Aggies could be coming to town next weekend for a spot in the Women's College World Series. So something to keep an eye out on.
Nice.
But, congrats to Texas softball. Hell of a year. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the clean sweep of conference championships, but they win the Big 12 regular season title, which is the more important one. They make it all the way to the tournament final, and they get rewarded with the number 1 seed. So Reese Atwood, Katie Stewart, Jolie Mitchell, Mia Scott, the whole team, just a sensational year. And we'll see if they can win a national championship.
How cool would that be?
Summer. Oh, man. Especially if they beat OU, right? Knock them off the throne and do it basically in their home city. That would be as sweet as can be. And, they met in the final a couple of years ago. Oklahoma beat Texas in the Women's College World Series final 2 years ago. Texas looking for a little bit of revenge. And, it'd be very, very cool if they could find a way to get it done. All right, Texas baseball, Buck. Another series win for David Pierce and the Longhorns. They go on the road and take 2 of 3 from UCF. It's the 5th straight series win for Texas baseball. That's the good news, but the bad news, Texas went into the weekend 3 games back of Oklahoma for first place in the conference. The Longhorns needed to win, and they needed some help. Unfortunately, they didn't get any help. OU swept Baylor over the weekend, and by doing so, they win the Big 12's regular season title. Of course, the former Texas pitching coach Skip Johnson still the head man in Norman. So even though it was a pretty successful weekend for the Longhorns taking care of their business, OU did what it needed to do. So no drama going into the final week of the regular season. Oklahoma has won the Big 12 Conference Championship, but the good news for Texas, another series win, and this team, they've seemingly turned a corner, Buck.
Yeah, it's those series are important. I think they're going to go in. They're going to go into play here, BK, with I think not just a little momentum, but with a lot of momentum. I don't know how far they go. I don't know how good they really, really are, but it's on the plus side right now. I would say it's not. It's not now thinking, they'll be, they'll have a couple games and then they'll be done. This team is just they're playing pretty good baseball. Because the thing that matters is you winning these series. And even at the end where you're probably not going to catch OU, you're still playing hard and you're still winning series. That's a good thing over the last couple of weekends.
It is. Yeah. I mean, this team was left for dead by a lot of people after that UT Rio Grande Valley Tuesday night loss, but they've responded in a big way. And they're not sweeping teams, but they are finding ways to battle and win these series. And once again, the motto of this show, we do not complain about series wins.
No.
Those are never bad. So it's 5 straight series wins for Texas. They've only lost 1 Big 12 series all year, and that was at home to BYU in a bit of a stunner. but they've won all of their road series this year. Of course, they took 2 of 3 from Oklahoma, the team that did win the Big 12 this year. So they fared well in this conference, and the resume's solid. Like, Texas isn't going to be able to host this year. That's because they've lost to so many bad teams.
Right.
They've got 12 quadrant 1 wins, which there are only 2 teams in college baseball that have more. Now, there are a number of teams that have 12, but there are only 2 teams in the country, Kentucky and Tennessee, that have more than 12 Q1 wins. So Texas has beaten some good teams this year. The problem is they've lost to so many bad teams.
These Tuesday events.
Yeah, I mean, UTRGV and A&M Corpus Christi and dropping 2 of 3 from Texas State. Like, losses like that have just killed the Longhorns, and it's why the resume doesn't look as good as it probably should. And that's why this team, will have to go on the road once the postseason begins, more than likely. But, about a month ago, we were wondering if this team was going to do enough to even make it to the tournament.
That's right.
At this point, they're safely in. Like, there's still one more regular season series left. Kansas comes to town Thursday to Saturday. It's senior night on Saturday, so go out and support the boys at the Dish for what's probably the final time you'll be able to support them at home this season. But, yeah, they've done enough with this 5-series win streak in conference play to where they are going to make the tournament. But once again, they will likely have to play the postseason on the road. 8 Q4 losses for Texas. That's tied for as many as any top 100 team in the country this year. So those midweek games, they hurt, and they're going to cost Texas the chance to sell a few more tickets at the Dish this season. But this team keeps finding ways to win series, man. And I'll tell you what, I know it's been a roller coaster ride for Longhorn baseball. You do not want to see Texas in your regional.
No. Oh, no.
With the history that this team has, and people dunk on David Pierce, he has still found a way to get to Omaha 3 times in his 7 years in Austin. Like, this team generally finds ways to get things done when we get to the postseason. If you are a top 16 national seed, I think you're hoping Texas is a number 2 seed somewhere else. So don't count them out. A lot of people, including myself, left them for dead. I'm still not picking them to go on some deep run.
Because you're not sure about their pitching still.
No, the pitching is still wildly inconsistent, but they keep winning series, then I guess they will be.
Well, they can score runs. You got to score with them.
You got to score with them. Now, I generally like pitching and defense when we get to the postseason, and the pitching is still iffy for Texas. I'll tell you what, shout out to the big show, Gage Bame. He has turned into a stud in the back end of the Longhorn bullpen. And it's just, he's the stopper, right? If some of the other guys in that pen
last 6 weeks almost.
Yeah, he's been the most reliable arm out of the pen for Texas for sure. And if the other guys are struggling, it almost doesn't matter the situation, right? You could put Gage in for the last 3 outs. And if he needs to get 6 outs, he can get him. If he needs to get 7 or 8 outs, it seems like he could get him as well. That guy has been pretty reliable in the back end of that bullpen. Wish they had a few more of those dudes, but we digress. But, pitching still worries me a little bit, but they keep finding ways to win. And, that offense can score with just about anybody in the country.
I love it. I love what they're doing on the diamond. I love what both teams are doing.
Yeah.
And as I said, I mean, I don't know what you can ask of men's baseball. They're winning the series. They keep winning these series. That's all we've been asking the whole time. Can you win the series? You're not sweeping anybody. But, damn, if you can just stop losing those Tuesday games to – Corpus, the CCs of the world and all that stuff. But they couldn't. They just couldn't find a way to do that. They did it, at the latter part of the season, the last 4 weeks or so. But, man, they lost a lot of ground by losing those games early, which really hurt them, put them in a bad spot.
Yeah, absolutely. No more midweek games, thankfully. No. So only 3 regular season contests left for the Longhorns. Once again, KU coming to town Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And then the postseason will begin.
Yes, sir.
Big 12 tournament next week. And then, of course, the NCAA tournament starts the following week. So the good news is Texas will be a part of both of those. Hasn't always been the case with David Pierce, but it will be the case this year. So
I think coach, depending on how they do from this point on, if they can win a couple of games in this, I think he'll go into next season as the head coach of Texas.
Yeah, I said it last week. Like, I think Texas has to win a championship for David Pierce to be back. Now, that's not what I would do. I would bring him back. I think he's done enough in the past, and also I think he's done enough this year to where he should get at least one season in the SEC. But we know what the expectations are for this program, and we know what some of the big money donors feel about David Pierce, and they're not thrilled with the way things have been going this season. So,
No.
CDC's been getting some calls,
of course,
from some folks about making a change at the top of the Texas baseball program. But I think, look, David Pierce, there's 3 championships. Obviously, there's more he could win, but I think there's one of 3 that he has to win. Now, one of them was the Big 12 regular season title. He can't win that. That one's over. So now he's down to 2. You've got the Big 12 tournament championship next week, and then you've got a regional championship. I know we don't dogpile after those. I know we don't hang banners for those at Texas, but I think if Texas makes it to a super regional or they win the Big 12 tournament title, then I think David Pierce, that combined with everything he's done in the past here in Austin, will be enough
another year, yes,
to get him another season. Now, the pressure will be on next season, and not everybody will be happy that David Pierce is getting that next
right. At least
season.
you get another year.
But I think he will have done enough to earn/deserve another year.
Oh, for sure.
Austin. So that's what I think is at stake for Texas. If the Longhorns don't win the Big 12 tournament and they bow out of a regional, then not so sure. I think there's a good chance he is out. What about you? Would you make the change, or do you think he should be back?
I think he's done enough, with the pitching, or him changing over to be the pitching coach, and there were a lot of people doubting him. I think those series that he won in the latter part of the year, I think you get to stay for another year. But that's it. You get to stay for another year, and you have to do something with that year. You can't be a middle-of-the-pack SEC baseball program if you get another year, because you're on thin ice getting the extra year. I think he's done enough, BK. I mean, he can't bow out in week 1. He's got to win a couple games. But I think once he gets there, even if he doesn't win a championship, I think he still has an opportunity to be the coach next year. I think CDC will give him that one opportunity, one time. That's it.
Wait, you good over there? You keep dropping stuff? What's going on?
Well, I've got stuff dropping out of the front, and I don't want to go all the way around, so I keep digging with my little short legs trying to pull stuff back. I don't want to fall underneath the desk, because if I fall out of my relax the back chair, it's going to take some time to get back up with these wheels. So I'm trying not to fall. I'm just kind of reaching out there with my long legs. But I'm good. I'm good. But I think he deserves a year. I think he deserves another year. Once again, I'm still thinking that he's going to win a few more games. I mean, you still expect him to finish strong this week, the last series, still win 2 or 3. You don't have to win them all, but go into regional play and get a couple games there. I think that buys you another year.
Yeah, I do too. And I think it should by David Pierce another year, but obviously a polarizing topic amongst this fan base. But the Big 12 tournament coming to Arlington again, that is next week. But yeah, the Jayhawks coming to town for 3 games to wrap up the 2024.
Or you can't shit the bed at the end of the regular season. You can't. You have to continue to go. I mean, I know you're going to be in, but you got to have it on that positive trajectory. You just can't go on a downer. You can't lose 3 games to this group coming in town.
No.
Or you can't lose the series to them.
No, you can't. No, you can't. All right. I'm trying something, and we're trying something for the first time today.
Okay.
We are live on Instagram right now. So y'all make sure to follow us over there if you aren't already.
Is it Insta spam?
Insta spam?
Yeah, is that what that is?
No, we're not spamming anybody.
Oh, it's grams?
And we're not selling fake meat to anybody.
Okay.
Instagram is the name of this one.
Okay.
You're not an Instagram guy, Buck?
No, because we're also on Spot a Guy, right?
I know that's what you like to do in your free time. I'm not much of a Spot a Guy fan, but if that's your thing, hey, that's all right. I don't know what your wife thinks about that, but hey, to each his own. You just
got to do your thing.
Where do you go to spot your guys? You go to the gym to spot your guys? Where do you like to be?
I go to the golf course.
You go to the golf course to spot your guys.
Spot a guy, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
So Instagram, this is something very new right here.
Yeah, I mean, we've had an Instagram account for a while, but finally figured out how to get our live stream on IG, as the kids call it. So I think we're live right now. Hopefully we can be live all day. There might be like an hour limit for Instagram, so I don't know if we'll have the full TSU live stream on there every single day, but we'll tinker and see what we can find. But we just want to make this as easy as possible for everyone. We want to give you all as many different ways to consume our content as we possibly.
Let's just keep doing it. You know, we got to get on my clock.
On your what now?
My clock.
Is there an L? You are saying L in there. My clock, correct?
My clock, yeah.
Okay, this is a family program. I don't want to be
TikTok. My clock, is that what it's called? Same thing.
I've heard of TikTok. Are you talking about MySpace?
Oh yeah, MySpace. Yeah, MySpace too. Yeah, we got to get on all those. We need to get on all those sites. What do they call sites? What do they call?
Yeah, they're still calling websites.
They call them websites. Okay, yes.
I don't know if MySpace is still around in 2024. Well, that was a big deal back when I was in middle school. Oh,
middle school, really?
Yeah. The internet was around when I was a kid, Buck. I don't know if you could say the same.
No.
But yeah, there we go. So check us out over there. We'll post some best of clips and tons of other great content on our Instagram account. But we are now live on IG. So once again, another way for y'all to catch this show every morning.
And hope everybody and all the mothers out there had a wonderful Mother's Day yesterday. It was a lovely day to have a good Mother's Day. I got to believe for a lot of folks out there. My wife her daughters took her out to brunch. And as I talked to my sisters yesterday, told them how much I miss my mom. And it is, that's quite a day. That's talk to my daughters. And, I generally don't send stuff like Mother's Day, but I call both my daughters and wish them a happy Mother's Day. That's kind of a first for me because they're they're my daughters. They're not my mother. That's for their kids. They got kids. That's supposed to be that. But I guess grandpa or their dad can wish them a happy Mother's Day, There
you go. It's a nice thing to do.
So I went to doing that for the first time for my own daughters.
What do you think Zach Wilson did yesterday to celebrate Mother's Day?
Banged his mom's friend.
Yeah, he's done that before.
Bang her again.
Yeah, that's good. Like you're showing her love on Mother's Day. That's what you're supposed to do, right? Show the mom some love.
Absolutely.
Simple as that. Now, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. Hopefully you called your mom yesterday. Hey, you can call your mom again today. You don't have to only call her twice a year on Mother's Day and on her birthday to tell her that you love her. You could shoot her a text or call her again sometime this week. My mom's probably hearing this and rolling her eyes because I'm sure I don't call enough in her eyes. But now, happy Mother's Day to all the moms out there. And hopefully you were taken care of by your loved ones because y'all deserve it for everything you do for us.
And Scotty Scheffler's wife just became a mom, and he actually stayed at home.
He did stay at home.
Yep. That dude.
And congrats to Rory McIlroy for winning the Wells Fargo Championship yesterday.
What a back nine. Time?
Yeah, what a back nine for him, right? He and Xander Schauffele were tied at the turn yesterday.
Nobody else was close.
Nobody else was close. Yeah, it was a 2-horse race, and you're thinking, oh, buckle up. This is about to be a great finish. We might have a playoff between two of the best golfers in the world. But Rory eagled 10, and he just went on a run of all runs. And Schauffele just couldn't birdie anything down the stretch. Rory pulls away for the win. Of course, the PGA Championship, the second major of the year, is coming up this weekend at Valhalla, where Rory won in 2014. But like you said, guess who's coming back? The world number one, the hottest golfer in the world, a guy that you like to spot, Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, that dude is coming back. He will have spent a week or so at home. He's out of there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They got family. They got family there now to take care of the baby and mama. He's gone. He's back on the course this week.
Yeah, there's not going to be like a 6 months paternity leave for Scotty Scheffler. He's got 6 days and then he's back to work. We need $3 more million for this kid. All right.
That's right.
We have not won enough this year. We need more money for our child. Okay.
Yeah. Who will go in as the favorite in this golf tournament? I got to believe Roy would be the favorite coming off of that.
Over Scotty?
Yeah. Coming off the win. I mean, Scotty sat out this week.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Dude was changing diapers.
That guy could sit out for a month. That guy could sit out for a year. In the first tournament he'd come back to, he'd be favored. Right?
It's going to be interesting to see how close they are, how close he is to just being the out and out favorite after 2 weeks of baby duty. 2
weeks of daddy duty. So I just pulled up some odds right here, trying to find out where these are. I'm on a CBS article. But Scotty Scheffler plus 300, the favorite. Rory McIlroy in second. He's at plus 600. So Scotty double the favorite over number 2. Then rounding out the top 5, you've got Brooks Koepka plus 1,000, Xander Schauffele plus 1,200, and Ludwig Aberg or Oberg. I think that's how I'm supposed to say it. He's also plus 1,200.
Wow.
Yeah. So no, dude, Scotty, he's. It doesn't matter that he took some time off. The way that guy was playing, that guy's won seemingly every tournament this season.
Yes.
He's going to be favored. Rory should be number 2 because he's coming off a win. And like we said, he won this tournament at this venue 10 years ago.
Yeah, but it is a major, and my expectations are he's not winning this.
No, you can't bet on Rory to win majors anymore. It's been a decade since he's won one of these things. Like he's still really good. You don't count him out.
Top 5.
Yeah, but for some reason, when it gets to these 4 majors, he's usually in contention, but he just can't do enough to get over the hump. So, yeah, Scotty, you feel like you have to throw a little something on Scotty, right? Even though the odds are as bad as they are, it's just that it seems like you're throwing money away if you don't bet on that dude, the role that he's been on.
Yeah, I would not count him out.
And we'll talk obviously more about the PGA Championship as we get closer to Thursday. You give Jordan Spieth any chance?
No.
I don't know. There's an ad playing on my
computer. I don't give him. I've watched him. I watched him this week. No, I don't give him any chance. I give you almost a better chance.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a mistake.
His game is not good right now. His game is poor.
It is poor. I give him a better chance than me, but
Oberg is better. Oberg right now is a better player.
He's at plus 5,000. I'm looking at like the top 20 odds for this weekend, and Jordan Spieth isn't there. He's in the other notable names that will be playing this weekend category with Tiger Woods and Phil Mickelson. That's how bad it is for Jordan Spieth that he's being mentioned with the old guys.
Man. So the old guys are playing. The old dudes are playing again?
Tiger Woods plus 15,000. You taking a flyer?
Not a chance.
Lefty plus 20,000. Taking a flyer there?
Maybe. On a Hyundai. Oh, that sounds like a good move right there.
It's pretty good money right there.
Heck yeah. That's not a bad move right there.
All right. Call up the cousin.
Yeah, that's a great move right there.
Put a crisp Benji on lefty.
On lefty? Why not?
Get you a good ROI right there.
Wow.
I like that.
20,000?
All right. 20,000.
Yeah, that's Tiger. No, Tiger. Wow, lefty could hang in there for a while.
That is what if you put $10 on, you'll win $2,000 on that. If you put $100 on, that means $20,000 coming your way on a golf tournament.
Yeah, that sounds like it's okay to me.
Yeah, all right. I like that. We'll take your thoughts. The Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Who are you picking to win the PGA Championship coming up this weekend? Of course, the YouTube live chat is open as well. We've got the Instagram live feed going this morning, too. You can hit us up anywhere. By the way, we've got a Cabo Bob's gift card to give away. Let's do that today. Only one because, Texas softball, if they would have won the Big 12 tournament championship, we would have given away another Cabo Bob's gift card, but they came up a little bit short. That's fine. Hopefully we give one away next week after they win the Austin Regional. But Texas baseball did win its weekend series over UCF, so we've got a $50 Cabo Bob's gift card to give away today. Let
me just say this. This is not complaining. I'm very happy because I haven't. There's an old friend of mine that I hadn't seen in years who had managed Trudy's for years and years that I knew named Mike. When I was slamming them down at Trudy's like every night. But he works over at Via 313. And he, of course, gave me a couple nice pizza, small pizzas, giveaways so we can give them away. But yesterday I went to buy a pizza at Via 313 because I was all chickened out after eating so much chicken from the Mullet Open. And thank you once again to Wayne Miller and Louis Miller Barbecue. But I decided when my wife was gone for Mother's Day, I needed to have an in-between snack. So I ordered from Via 313. And I was thinking about my wife too, because I don't know. She was, when she goes out for Mother's Day brunch, I'm thinking she's probably going to be hungry around dinner time. So I ordered half mushroom and pepperoni, and the other half vegetarian. Dude, $37. And remember, I thought the hamburger deal that I'd been going through and the hoagie deal was $37 for a pizza. Is that for real? Is that what a large Via 313 pizza costs with a couple different trimmings?
Did that include tax and tip?
Yeah, no, that was without tax and tip. It was $37 without.
You paid too much. Like, I don't think it's that expensive. I eat Via a lot. Love that place.
Well, what's a small pizza cost there?
I usually get the small, which is like anywhere from $13 to $16.
Okay.
But the small, I mean, it's pretty big. It's like 4 giant Detroit-style deep dish squares.
Yeah, well, this was a large one of those.
I think the large is like twice that. It should be like in the $28 to $30 range. But maybe it's because you customized it, right? They've got all of their like traditional flavors or traditional styles, like their preset menu. Third time's a charm. I think that's the one I was looking for. And maybe because you went off the beaten path and just did like your own 2-topping pizza and then something on the other side, like that's probably what got you. So if you just ordered off the menu, I would guess you could get a large for like $28 to $30, but the extra one,
I could get it for a hamburger or a hoagie size deal.
I'm looking at the menu right now, and there are some large pizzas that are like $24 to $26 on here. So yeah,
it was the added attraction I went through with the veggie.
You were being difficult, like you often are. Instead of just ordering off the preset menu, you had to get your own style. And
not really. I could have gone mushroom, pepperoni all day long, large, but I had to think of Mama. It was Mother's Day. She's a vegetarian, sort of.
They've got like vegetarian style pizzas. Like
I don't want that part of it. I want my own too. I want half of that.
You could do half and half with like 2 of their preset items.
Oh, they have preset items, but if you go a little off the beaten path, you're going to pay for that?
I think so. I don't know. I've never done it. I always get something on their preset menu because it's really good. So
yeah, no, this was no trimmings, no drinks, no nothing, just those 2 things.
Man, where are we at in society? You're spending $22 on a sub. You're spending like $23 on a burger, small fries, and a shake.
Yes,
and now you're spending $37 on a pie.
What is this? Where are we? Where am I living in New York City? Am I downtown Manhattan or something?
You can get slices in New York City for $1. At least I hope.
Although my guy did tell me that Via is about to go slices, which I said that's going to be great.
Oh yeah, it's a great bit. Yeah, there's one out in Oak Hill near us.
They go slices?
No, I don't know if any of them do slices yet.
This may be a first thing coming up here shortly.
I like that. Yeah, it's fantastic pizza.
Yeah, I can do 2. I'm a 2-slice guy. I can't eat like 3 or 4 slices of pizza like you. I can't do it.
Well, those are big slices. I mean, a regular pizza, like if I'm going to Domino's, I could house a whole pie, no problem. Sure. But yeah, Via, those are bigger, those are thicker. You can cause some problems, cause some pain taking something down that big and that thick, you know?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Let's give some love to some of our sponsors. We've got some NBA playoffs to get into, some Stanley Cup playoffs to get into, some Steve Sarkisian audio as well before we wrap things up at 10 o'clock. But before any of that, let's give some sponsor shout-outs.
Our good friends over at Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks and 290 South and Pond Springs Road up north. Of course, all you need for a healthier and beautiful landscape, folks. Leaf Landscaping Supplies, trees, flowers, vegetables, you name it, they have it. And if you want to do it yourself, if you want to be the home guy and bring in all the different types of flowers and shrubs and trees, please talk to the folks at Leaf Landscape Supply Services, please. Don't do that on your own. Figure out what's going to work in your area of Central Texas, if that's what you want to do. If you want to put certain things on the north side, find out from Leaf if that's going to work for you. And if you want to fertilize, whether it's your lawn or your gardens, talk to the experts at Leaf. You can do it yourself, or believe me, they have contractors right there for you. They can make a phone call. You'll have contractors out there giving you a beautiful landscape that you really, really want to have. And I'm telling you, the rain's coming in. Good time to plant some things right now because the heat is not here. We don't have that 95-degree days. Really, you can still put some stuff in the ground and get it growing over the next couple of weeks because the heat will be here.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to start coming. But, folks, the good thing about it is we're getting lots of rain these days that really will help your landscape, will help your lawn. But talk to the folks at Leaf at both locations, Monterey Oaks 290, and of course Pond Springs Road up north. Leaf Landscaping and Supply Services, absolutely the very best. Over 25 years for me going to Leaf.
Yep, absolutely. Make sure you mention Texas Sports Unfiltered when you go over there, and they might hook you up with a little bit of a discount.
Yes, indeed.
Leaf Landscape Supply. Look at what I got this morning.
Olipop. It's a classic.
Oh, yeah.
It's a classic root beer.
We're going root beer this morning. There's a nice crack.
That'll get you going right there.
Oh, yeah. Hold on.
Tastes like root beer? Soda? Yeah.
Tastes just like root beer. Love the Olipop. My fridge is always stocked with Olipop, and yours should be too. It's great tasting soda. This says classic root beer. It tastes just like a root beer, but it's way healthier than root beer. This stuff is actually good for me, and it will be good for you as well. Inside of every can, 9 grams of fiber, hardly any calories, 0 fat, only 2 grams of sugar in this root beer flavor. And of course, all the ingredients that help support good digestive health. It's all the good stuff of the soda, the taste, but without all the bad stuff, the crap that you find in the actual name brand sodas. Olipop has completely changed the game. Support your digestive health, but also support your taste buds as well with Olipop. You can get some wherever you buy your groceries, H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Costco, Whole Foods, wherever you go to get your groceries, you can find the greatness that is Olipop.
And thanks to the folks, my son and Ricky and Scott over at 34 Wine and Spirits, we did have the wheelbarrow of booze at the Mullet Open. And man, and that thing, the same guy won again. How about back-to-back years? Dude goes, really? I got the wheelbarrow of booze. So they did make a switch. There was a switch made for some camping gear over the wheelbarrow of booze. Man, that wheelbarrow was packed with all kinds of different types. Big Hat was in there. There was, there was all kinds of liquors in there.
Yeah.
Wines. Thank you to 34 Wine and Spirits. Appreciate AJ and the gang hooking us up with the wheelbarrow. By the way, the wheelbarrow had to go too. Thank you. That's Tractor Supply in Dripping Springs. You don't just get the booze. Wheelbarrow has to go too.
Oh, yeah.
They were trying to box it up, and I go, oh, no. You're not leaving us that wheelbarrow. Just roll that down to your car, open up the back seat, and pour all that stuff into your back seat. People
still use wheelbarrows these days?
I do. Yeah, I'm still a wheelbarrow guy.
It's all gardening stuff.
I've got 2 wheelbarrows. I do a lot of, I go get 620. I go over there and bring the dirt in the old brown doo-doo truck. And so then I unload it and put it in wheelbarrows and go all over the place.
There's got to be something better. There's got to be something better than the wheelbarrow.
Well, yeah, there's a little John Deere if you can put it in there and drive it right to the spot and dump it. The wheelbarrow is still the work, you know what I'm saying? Still the pushing, giving you the exercise that everybody could use, I guess. Although that wheelbarrow gets a little heavy, man. That thing, you don't know how many wheelbarrows I've tilted over where the dirt ends up on the road somewhere, not where I expected it to turn. So
yeah, that's the problem with the wheelbarrow. That's why I feel like there's a more efficient way to get stuff around. But
it's about a $15,000 John Deere little machine that you can get, and you can load it up with that, get to the spot and dump the whole bag.
If your balance is a little off, it's game over.
Yeah. And my balance is always a little off. But then again, I enjoy pushing that wheelbarrow around. I think it's great exercise and it's good for balance. So I still do the wheel. I have 2 of those.
Okay. I like that.
You know how I am, BK? And if I get a flat, I go buy another wheelbarrow. I'm awful with that. I just go to Tractor Supply and buy another wheelbarrow. Oh, the tire, it was out here in the cold. So why don't you just blow it up? No, I need a new wheelbarrow. Something's wrong with that wheelbarrow.
Okay, so shout out to Lynn. Like this is what the 4-wheeler wheelbarrow.
Oh, yeah, I got one. I have one of those.
I didn't know that was a thing. Like that makes sense to me, right? The issue with the wheelbarrow is that there's just not enough wheels. But if you have like basically a wagon style wheelbarrow, you don't have to balance it. You can just roll your shit wherever you need to roll it.
I'll say it's a bit heavier, the 4-wheeled wheelbarrow.
To me, it's worth it, dude, because the wheelbarrow is going down, and then I'm going down with it, and that's a problem. So give me the 4-wheeler right there. I like that. Thank you, Lynn. I didn't know that existed. We had it one year. We had a 4-wheeler that was, an automated deal that worked. You know what I'm saying? You just grabbed a hold of it and you could direct it where you wanted to go. Yeah.
It had a battery to it. It was great. And my band Black Scotty won that one. But that dude ain't doing any wheelbarrow work. I think he traded it in immediately.
How's Black Scotty doing these days?
Scotty is doing fabulous.
Why do you call him Black Scotty again?
Because he's black.
Right. Do you call me White BK?
Everybody knows that.
Everybody knows I'm white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not everybody knows Black Scotty, so now they do.
That is fair. All right, let's get into some of the NBA playoffs from the weekend. Buck.
Oh, yeah, baby.
A couple of game 3s on Saturday, a couple of game 4s yesterday. I guess we'll start with yesterday's action. A blowout during the day. The Indiana Pacers all over the New York Knicks. I mean, this game was over after the first quarter. The Knicks trailed by as many as 23 points in the first quarter yesterday. And this game was never interesting. Pacers take game 4 by 32. They routed the Knicks from the opening tip, and that series is tied at 2 apiece. The home team has held serve, winning all 4 games. The series shifts back to MSG, game 5 tomorrow night at the Garden. But hell of a response by the Pacers after a couple of heartbreakers in New York. They take game 3 in a close one, and then just an absolute mauling yesterday in Indianapolis. We've got ourselves a series out east.
I guess Indiana hasn't lost a game at home in the playoffs. I think they're undefeated at home. They must play. They had a lot of energy yesterday. I mean, you could see that. And Knicks looked a little tired yesterday. Brunson's ankle or foot or whatever is bothering him. Guy gave him one of those little short steps again when he was up in the air, kind of slid underneath him and hurt the other foot yesterday. And they just didn't have that zip with them. But it's 2-2. They're still, they still have the advantage. They're going back home again. They need a good rest because they looked tired yesterday. Brunson wasn't on. He was off early in the game. They were all off with the Knicks. There are not very many highlights for the Knicks in that game.
No.
But
they got crushed. They shot 33%. Yeah. They had a bunch of turnovers. They were 18% from 3, and they couldn't get stops.
No.
Like you said. I mean, DiVincenzo was horrible. Brunson didn't do much, and everybody on Indiana was eating yesterday. I mean,
I would think the Knicks will be just fine back at home.
That's the good news for the Knicks is that they have home court advantage, right? This is now a best-of-3 series, but 2 of those 3 games will be in New York. And the Garden is a tough place to win. And once again, the home team has won every game in this series to this point. So even if they can't find a win in Indianapolis, as long as they take care of their business at home, then they will move on to the conference final. But, that was a lackluster performance. And then you wonder, you and I were talking before the show, Buck, the Knicks looked a little tired yesterday.
Yes.
And this is a thing with Tom Thibodeau teams in the playoffs. It's why his teams, generally bow out a little bit earlier in postseasons than people expect. He just demands so much from his players, and he's such a defensive-minded guy to where there are a lot of teams that just kind of get by on offense and whatever. But Tom Thibodeau, not just in the playoffs, in the regular season, like if you want to play for him, you've got to be locked in on both ends of the floor. And people have wondered forever if his teams just tire out early, and that's why they can't make these deep playoff runs. And that sure as hell looked like a tired Knicks team.
Well, they didn't defend anybody yesterday. Everybody, like you said, everybody was eating yesterday for Indy. So they looked tired. They didn't look. They were looking like can't wait to get back home. We need some rest here. They had a tough ball game the other night that they just barely. Well, Indiana barely won the other night.
Yep.
But this one was just a slaughter. New York, as I said, New York just looked very, very tired, BK. They can use a day off until they play again.
Yeah, the starting 5 for the Knicks, 8 points, 4 points, 2 points, 7 points. Jalen Brunson had 18, but he was 0 of 5 from 3, just 6 of 17 shooting from the floor.
He had no lift to his jumper. He was getting nowhere off the ground. Like I said, the one guy slid up underneath him, got a foot under there and hurt his good foot. So
I got to give some love to TJ McConnell, man. I'm usually not praising too many white guys, especially American white guys this time of year in the NBA, but TJ McConnell has been a pest for Jalen Brunson defensively, and he's added a little bit to the Pacers offensively as well. 15 points, 10 assists in just 21 minutes. Played some great defense on Brunson too. He's been an X factor in this series to this point, and if the Pacers are going to find a way to win 2 of these next 3 games, I think TJ McConnell coming off the bench is going to have a lot to do with it. So it's a fun Pacers team, man. And like you said, that place is a madhouse. They care so much about basketball. Like that's the sport up there, right? Like football is obviously the sport down here, football is the sport in most states in this country. Basketball will always be the sport in Indiana.
No
They're
doubt.
crazy about the Pacers. Obviously, the Hoosiers, look at Purdue as well, like college basketball, high school basketball. It's a huge deal up there.
Yes, it is.
Pacers are good like they are right now. That place is very, very tough to win, and it's a whole scene. It's a mob scene in downtown Indianapolis. So, fun one there. Pacers even that up at 2 games apiece, and we all made a mistake, Buck. I think 95% of the country left the Nuggets for dead after game 2. Right? Minnesota went into Denver and really blew out the Nuggets in the first 2 games of that series out west. Everyone's like, oh, Minnesota's the team to beat now. Not only are they going to beat the Nuggets, but they're going to win the Western Conference, and they might win this whole damn thing. We underestimated the heart of a champion. They tell you not to do that, and I think 95% of the country did.
Well, I did. I was one of them.
Yeah, I didn't think they'd get swept, but I thought, all right, Denver will take game 3. They're not going to get swept. They'll take game 3, but then Minnesota's going to win game 4. The T-Wolves will be up 3-1. They'll have 3 chances to win 1, and they'll do that, and they'll move on to the next round. Well, Denver, really back-to-back blowouts in Minnesota. They returned the favor. They win 115-107. Now, they retake home court advantage, which might be a bad thing considering the way this series has gone. But Denver seemingly back in the driver's seat, Buck. And if that's not the most Minnesota sports story of all time, I'm not sure what is.
Yeah, where's Jamal Murray been until yesterday? That guy is now back. And I mean, he put it on him yesterday. He and Gordon put it on. Jokic is going to do what he does. He's the best player in the world. So he's not going to have 4 or 5 straight games where he is just not good. He's too good of a player to be that way. He's going to find a way that he's going to dominate 3 games in the series somehow. That started yesterday. Actually started the game before. He's back to being himself. But Murray's now back. So look out, Minnesota.
Yeah.
You there's a lot of talking going on.
A lot of talking going on.
We'll see. Jamal Murray, that's the guy that you want. He's the guy you really don't want to take off because he plays with a chip on his shoulders. He really does. He likes that. He likes that kind of battle. Boy, that 3-pointer he hit yesterday was ridiculous.
Well, how about the end of the first half,
oh my
right?
Goodness.
It was 56-49 with 30 seconds left in the first half. KCP hits a 3, makes it a 10-point game. A turnover. Michael Porter Jr. has a dunk with like 1 second left before halftime. So there's a quick 5 points for the Nuggets. And even then, it's like, oh, man, like that's brutal for Minnesota. They were right there, and then they give up a quick little 5-0 spurt going into the locker room, and that's going to be a little costly. But then, they throw away the inbounds pass. Jamal Murray scoops it up near half court and then pulls up from 55 feet and buries it at the buzzer. Nothing but net. Like just
that
like
hurt,
that.
That hurt big right there.
Oh my God. It goes from a 7-point game to a 15-point game in the blink of an eye. Like just like that. And Denver didn't look back. They were in control really for the entire game. But that moment right there was just a microcosm for what Minnesota sports has been in the playoffs forever.
No doubt.
And an incredible run by Denver. And the Nuggets are back. And they've got to be favored in this series now. I know they haven't won a game at home. They're going to have to find a way to win a game at home in this series if they want to move on. It's like the opposite of the Pacers-Knicks series.
That place will be rocking, man.
Keep winning. But, is anyone picking Minnesota right now?
No.
I think you'd be crazy to pick Minnesota right now.
No.
So,
after what you saw those first 2 games, you were thinking this thing could end in a hurry. And now it's going to be a dogfight. It looks like it could be 7 games, maybe 6 games.
What a difference 4 days can make.
No kidding.
People left the Nuggets for dead. And looking at the early Game 5 line, Game 5 tomorrow night back in the Mile High City, the Nuggets 4.5-point favorites in that one. And I feel like they should be favored in that game and for the rest of the series too.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of these NBA. early I was jumping on some of these and winning with some big margins. And then I thought it would start to get close. But now some of them are, teams like the Knicks who are tired as hell are getting boat raced again. And the numbers are big. The winning, margins are big now again. So I'm not going to be afraid of 4.
Okay.
I'm going to get the people some money here this week.
All right. Yeah. Tomorrow, Game 5 for the Pacers and Knicks. The Knicks an early 2.5-point favorite.
Oh.
So Indiana getting some love out there in the desert.
Wow.
It's a close line right there. So those are the two games that happened yesterday. We won't super deep dive into the games from Saturday, but we'll mention the scores and then we'll preview game 4s tonight. About the Mavs, 105-101 over Oklahoma City. The Thunder started these playoffs 5-0. They swept the Pels in round 1. They took game 1 against Dallas here in round 2, but the Mavs evened the score in game 2 in OKC, and they take care of business at home on Saturday. PJ Washington has been amazing for the Mavs. What a trade deadline pickup he was for Dallas. Luka Doncic, 22, Kyrie Irving, 22, and the Mavs take their first lead of this series, Buck. Game 4 tonight in Dallas. The Mavs a 1.5-point favorite. Your thoughts on this series and your thoughts on that game tonight?
I will take the Mavs tonight. I'll play 5,000 units on the Mavs. Yeah,
Really?
That's right. They go up 3-1.
All right.
They'll go up 3-1. That line is, if you told me that line was going to be 5, then I would rethink that. But you said 2.5?
1.5.
1.5? Oh, I'll take the Mavs tonight.
Okay. I think I saw Oklahoma City opened as a favorite in this game 4, so the money's been coming in on Dallas.
What's Luka doing? Still playing great defense? Not great defense, but getting in the way at least?
Yeah, I mean, he's banged up. He's clearly hurt right now.
Yep.
But he's still finding a way. I mean, he was great in game 2 in Oklahoma City, 22 and 15 in game 3. Didn't have to do everything on Saturday because PJ Washington and Kyrie Irving picked up a lot of the slack. But he's playing well, but he's not 100%. There's no doubt about it. So you're going 5,000 on the Mavs tonight.
Yes.
Minus 1.5. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I would pick Oklahoma City in this game tonight. Obviously, hope I'm wrong being a Mavs fan, but I think we're headed for 7 in this one. And if Dallas wins tonight, I don't think it's over, but I just feel like these two teams are too evenly matched, and Oklahoma City's too good to go down 3-1. I wouldn't pick either team to go down multiple games in this series. So I think the Thunder even up the score tonight and make this a best of 3. But, man, Luka's been a great story. PJ Washington, can't say enough about him. And hopefully Shai Gilgeous-Alexander doesn't live at the free throw line like he's been seemingly doing.
Or does that guy go to the hole? You have to foul him. He's going to make everything when he goes to the hoop.
Yeah, he's got that James Harden in him. I mean, he's a hell of a player. There's no doubt about it. But he knows how to get the calls. He knows how to get to the free throw line. And even when he doesn't shoot well, he finds a way to put up a lot of points. But we'll see. Game 4 tonight in Dallas. And then game 4, Celtics-Cavs. Big bounce back by Boston, right? Cleveland surprised a lot of folks by winning game 2 in Beantown last week. Boston responds, blowout victory, 106-93 on Saturday. Game 4 in Cleveland tonight. Boston, an 8.5-point favorite on the road. Buck.
Yeah, I'll take the Cavs there for 5,000 units.
You going Cavs money line, or you just think they keep it within 8.5?
I think they keep it within 8.5 at home.
Okay. So Cavs plus 8.5 at home. And Mavs minus 1.5. Your 2 plays tonight.
Yeah, I'll get the people some money. They need a good start.
Okay, they do need a good start to the week. You're down 7,000 units for these playoffs.
I'll be back after tonight.
Your last day of picks, you had 2 5,000 unit plays and you split them. So
yeah, this is an easy one.
Okay, you want to make any hockey picks tonight?
Struggling with the hockey.
Yeah, I've been struggling with the hockey.
Stars at home tonight.
Stars in Denver tonight. The Stars did win in Denver on Saturday.
We're not going to go back-to-back wins there, so I'll take 5,000 units on Denver.
Okay, on Colorado, on the Avalanche?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the Avs are favorite tonight. You know, the Stars have not trailed in this series. Like, they lost game 1, but Colorado scored in overtime. That was the only lead that they had. So, technically, they didn't lead for a single second in that game. They didn't lead for a single second in game 2. They didn't lead for a single second in game 3. So this has either been tied or Dallas has led in every actual second of clock in this series through 3 games so far.
What's the Rangers doing? Are they home?
Yep, that's your other NHL game tonight. The Rangers trying to close out the Raising Canes of Carolina.
Yeah, and they will. There's another 5,000 units. 5,000. Yeah. I'll take the Rangers at home ending this.
Rangers were up 3-0. Carolina did get a game. On Saturday to avoid elimination, but now back to New York. You say the Rangers close them out tonight?
Yes.
Well, even money. Both teams minus 110 in this.
How's that?
All right, so 4 5,000 unit plays for the Buck today.
We'll all be well tomorrow morning.
Okay. If you get these right, you'll be up 20,000 units tonight, which will mean you're up 13,000 units for these playoffs.
Then I will strongly push those Mavs then.
If you lose all of them, you might have to close your book.
It's going to have to close it up, huh?
Yeah, someone's coming for your kneecaps with all the money that you'll be losing for the people today.
Hey, by the way, the over the weekend, I checked some of my lottery tickets. You know how I help the education system out in the state of Texas with me playing the lottery?
Yes.
That was my largest lottery win, not track win, but I won $200 on the Powerball.
Scratch off? Not a scratch off?
No, just for the Powerball. And I don't know what the date was, but as I checked it, I was like one number away from going like 150,000 or 200,000 with the Powerball. I may have got 4 or something like that, you know.
How did you find out? Were you watching the drawing?
No, I just stuck it in the machine and bang, and then I asked, and they said, "Oh yeah, you were one off from about $150,000-$200,000."
Oh.
I don't need that. That just pissed me off.
I was going to say, why would they? Did you ask them, or did they just tell you that unprompted?
No. I asked I said, what was the ticket from that? Was the number? He said, "Yeah, you're just one off. All you needed is one more number, and you'd have had about $200,000." And I'm like, nah, that would have just pissed me off if it was the winner was over like 150 million, and that's all I would have got out of it. I'd have been so mad.
Oh, you wouldn't have been mad if you won $200K. What are you talking about?
I would have been pissed.
What?
Yes.
How much did you spend on tickets?
Oh, $12.
Okay, and you would have been mad getting 150 to 200K off of $12?
Yes. I've been helping the system out for a long time since I've come here.
You would have gotten paid back and then some. There's no way you've spent that much on lottery tickets.
No, I have not. No, you're right.
Yeah, that would have been a great win there. But hey, $200. What'd you buy? What are you spending?
I didn't do anything. I haven't even turned it in. I'm holding on to it till after this week. I'm going to hold on to it.
Grow? You think you're going to get interest if you hold on to the ticket?
No, I'm going to put it with other tickets so the other tickets understand what a winner's all about.
Okay.
That's my deal. Just putting the other tickets right beside it.
I don't think that's how it works. You think that the winning ticket is going to rub off on the losing tickets?
Yes.
Turn those into winners?
It's going to turn them into winners. I want winners.
That's the most lottery thing I've ever heard in my entire life.
That is a lottery thing, isn't there?
There's so many people who do that, right? Like they won they probably won $5 on a scratch off. They held on to it, and now before they scratch off their new ones, they like rub the new ticket against the winning ticket.
God, that is so ignorant and lottery of me to do this.
It really is.
Go get your 200 before you lose the ticket. That's what it should be.
That's what it should be. That's awesome. Well, congrats to you. Don't spend it all in one place.
No.
I don't know if I can ask you the hypothetical. Oh, if you won the lottery, what would you do with it when you only win $200?
You go buy more tickets.
Sounds like you can buy like 3 pizzas.
Oh, yeah, 3 pieces. That's all I can get. And be at 313. Wow. What a hit I took.
Amazing. All right. Before we
By the way, I don't need a large pizza myself. I can use one of those little boxes that you have where it gives you like 3 or 4 slices and still have some left over.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm a two-slice guy.
A small pizza, like you could turn that into 2 meals.
Yeah.
And it depends on how hungry I am. I could down that in one sitting, but if I'm being smart, I'll have 2 slices for dinner and then 2 slices for lunch the next day.
There you go. I'm a 2-slice guy.
Pop that bad boy in the air fryer. Are you an air fryer guy?
No. I just zap it in the microwave.
You got to go air fryer with pizza, man. It'll change your life.
Really?
Oh yeah. Yeah. If you're not eating it cold, which if you eat it cold, that's fine. I respect that. But if you're trying to reheat the pie, got to go with the air fryer. It's a game changer.
Yeah. I don't reheat stuff except for chicken. That's it.
Reheat chicken?
I reheat chicken, because I then will make out of the chicken, I'll put it in pasta or something else. But I don't like eat the chicken like a chicken breast. I don't like reheating stuff. I don't like reheating pizza, only lasagna. But that lasagna has to come out of the freezer for my wife's lasagna.
Eat leftover. What do you get, like Chinese food and you have leftovers? You'll just take it out of the fridge and go to town?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Really?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm okay with Chinese food. But there are people that will eat like a steak that they had, like 2 nights before. They'll reheat a steak. I'm like, there's no chance I'll reheat a steak and eat it.
I don't think I've ever reheated a steak because I don't think I've ever not finished a steak.
Yeah. Now pork chop, I'll make a pork chop sandwich.
Okay.
I'll reheat that bad boy and put it between a couple slices of bread and go to town on it. But that's it. But not a lot of stuff. Pizza. I was never the pizza the next day guy. It was sitting on the counter and I throw it in the microwave. In college, I just never taste the same. You know.
Yeah. That's weird, man. I mean, pizza the next day, if you leave it on a counter, that's fine. But if it's been in the fridge for a day or two, then you got to nuke that bad boy. Put it in the air fryer. Do something. Do something. All right, I got to show you this because we played this on Friday, but you were off getting things set up for the Mullet Open. So Tom McKay and the kid got to see and hear this, but I don't think you've seen or heard this yet. This is from Luka Doncic's post-game press conference after Game 2. Okay. This was after the Mavs even the series in Oklahoma City last Thursday night. Of course, Game 3 was on Saturday. But this was the very start of Luka's press conference, and there's a very interesting noise going on in the background, and I want to get your thoughts on what you think was happening here. Check it out.
Just our sharing the ball and our energy was great.
What do you think? Okay. Okay, moving on.
I hope that's not live.
Who is getting it on in the back or in the next room behind the curtain? Somebody getting it on?
What do you think? That's what we think. Do you think this was live?
Over in the next room, somebody met somebody at the press conference and decided, hey, let's just knock off one real quick here.
Yeah. Hilarious response from Luka. Like, I hope that's not live.
You got to put a sock in there or something.
There's no way that's what was happening, right? It was someone watching porn on their computer, right? And they just had the sound on and they didn't realize they had the sound on? No,
somebody behind the curtain. Sometimes you do it in the setting there, they'll have a curtain. And behind that curtain, somebody met somebody, Harry met Sally, and they decided that Harry said, hey, let's go, Sally. We can do this really quickly.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to understand what Luka's saying anyway, so let's just get one off.
He speaks English, dude.
Okay, well.
It's pretty good English. You can understand Luka.
I got him, but I understand that sound.
You think it was like a Mavs beat writer and a Thunder reporter? They just hit it off and had to get one off real quick.
It's one of like Caitlin Clark or whatever. As that dude trying to find somebody.
Yeah, that guy would. Yeah, I don't even want to make that comment. One more time, just the beginning.
Just our sharing the ball and our energy was great.
What do you think? Okay.
Is that a guy or a girl moan there?
Girl moan. It's a girl moan.
Yeah, it's not a very attractive one.
Or maybe she just got her first sip of grape Olipop.
She's moaning. It's so good that she's moaning from the taste of Olipop.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thought never crossed my mind.
Could have been an Olipop. Maybe she's changed over. She's had the cream Olipop.
Oh, she's getting cream for sure.
Something's going on there.
Yeah. I mean, I think that was a video, right? I think someone just opened up their computer. Maybe they thought they were connected to like some Bluetooth headphones or something, and they weren't. And that thing just started playing, and boom, there it is.
That's embarrassing.
I don't know, or like a Bluetooth speaker, right? Someone was hooked up to a speaker in the other room.
No.
They just thought they were good. They just opened something up on their phone, and then all of a sudden, everybody in that room got to hear it.
That was a surprise. Luka was like, wow.
Yeah, and that's what a way to start off a press conference right there.
Yeah, I had to end that thing real quick.
Anyway, I mean, that's, hey, good job if that was live. Good job to whoever was responsible for causing that moan, because he was, or she was doing a good job, it sounds like, because it almost sounded like pain in that moan, too.
That was loud, man.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there. So there you go. Figured you'd get a kick out of
that's great.
The weirder press conference moments we've had.
That's live. That's live, like Memorex. That was live.
I think that was
behind the curtain. Yeah, that was somebody was in a corner somewhere behind the curtain, or the coat closet or something.
Just pinned up against the wall in there.
No doubt, man.
Just a quick one.
Oh yeah, we can end
They
this
stopped
thing
pretty quick. They must have like.
That's what I'm saying. It was a quickie.
Very quickie. I mean, that was like 3 seconds quickie.
No, the whole other time she was tired. She was getting to she was reaching the crescendo. That's what that happened.
Yeah.
She couldn't help it after that, you know?
It was silent, and then it just got real loud, and then that was the end of that, huh?
That was the end of that.
Or they just realized that, oh, shoot, somebody might be hearing this right now.
Oh.
And by somebody, we mean the entire world might be hearing this because they televise these things.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. All right. A few more sponsor shout outs here before we get into some Steve Sarkisian audio from late last week, Buck.
My good friends over at Sue Patrick. We were there last week. It was an awful lot of fun being there at Sue Patrick, right there on Burnett Road. Since 1975, they got an incredible selection of Texas Longhorn apparel, collectibles, accessories. They've got tons of Texas themed items for sure. Wide variety of men's and women's clothing. You saw some of those polos at the Mullet Open that we packed in there. And thank you to Jay and Sue Patrick for giving me a great amount of stuff. That golf bag, people were excited to see that golf bag out there. We gave away one of those. They offer free shipping on online orders over $49 and free curbside pickup, of course. But folks, you can go by and drop by and say hello to Sue and Jay at 5222 Burnett Road, or you can go to SuePatrick.com for more information. What a wonderful place and a wonderful staff over there at Sue Patrick off of Burnett Road. Plenty of parking now.
Plenty of parking, plenty of free parking.
Yes, absolutely free.
Sue Patrick, you can do your shopping online as well at SuePatrick.com. That was my Mother's Day gift for Mom. A little gift card to Sue Patrick.
Very nice.
She can do some shopping for herself.
Go online and get her stuff.
Just like that.
Just like that, man.
Yep.
Wow.
Perfect gift for Mom, perfect gift for anybody.
Getting closer to July 1st, when Texas will officially be in the SEC. And believe me, Jay will have some new SEC gear out there immediately.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's ready to go. He already has the stuff ready. He doesn't sell it yet.
Can't just pull it out yet. That's all.
The best selection of SEC gear will be at Sue Patrick when the move officially goes down. I'm rocking a Covert hat today. Shout out to Covert BK. Love this lid. Love Covert BK, the best car dealership in all of Central Texas. Of course, it's part of the Covert Auto Group. They've been around the Austin area since 1909. Covert BK, their newest set of dealerships off of 71, 3 dealerships on one lot featuring 7 different brands. They've got a ridiculous selection of new and pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs. So if you're in the market for a new car for yourself, for mama, for kiddo, for whoever, you got to go see our friends at Covert BK. Fantastic people. The service is second to none. What do they say about those Covert prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
You'll be out there this week, too.
I'll be out there this week grabbing a Covert car. It's time.
There it is.
Time for me to make that move, get into a used car, which I'm looking forward to after driving the Subaru for 2 years. It's time. Because I've
Subaru
miles on a car because I am a truck driving man.
How many miles do you have on that Subaru?
There's over 200,000.
And how long did you have it?
Oh, for probably about 2 years or so. It had mileage on it. You know, It had about 100,000 miles. I put close to 50 a year on the car.
Dude, that is incredible. And you don't even take road trips.
No, I don't. I rent a car instead of using the car, or I get one from the Covert family when we go on trips. But it's just that all day, every day, I'm in that car and I'm putting mileage on it, going places. And for the golf tournament, I spend 6 months a year, so I'm going places. Whether it's out to Horseshoe Bay. I mean, I got it when I play golf. I play all over the place too, Central Texas. So I got to drive out to these places. So, and then pick up golf and see people and shake hands and do stuff. And I don't mind driving. Driving is not a big deal to me. My wife hates driving. She hates driving in this whole area. There are people that just don't like to drive. I don't know if it's whether they don't want to spend the gas or mileage or whatever. She doesn't like driving.
I don't blame her.
The
drivers in the city suck, so I don't blame her for not wanting to get behind the wheel and getting involved with these hooligans out here.
Living in Illinois and doing stuff in Chicago and living in Boston and driving through Philly and places like that. This doesn't bother me. That whole drive through Oak Hill back in the day, now that they're about to redo the whole Oak Hill area, but still that thing doesn't bother me. Even when it's jammed up, it's going to take you 20 minutes. I'm thinking 20 minutes is nothing on a jammed up day. I mean, I've been in places to get home from work and stuff, and you go home at whether it's 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the city, it's going to take you an hour and 15 minutes to get back to your place. I mean, that's getting jammed up. This doesn't bottleneck to me that much. Then again, I don't drive I-35. I don't play that game. I don't know what people do. I don't know how they do it there. I think I'd want to go in. I would go insane on that, especially because you go home at a certain time every day there. There's no way to escape that unless you stay at work till 8 o'clock at night,
35 sucks. 35 sucks at 8 o'clock at night. I mean, there's never a time where it's fun to drive on that highway, especially near downtown. Oh man.
I do everything I can to prevent that. I do everything I can to prevent that. Even going down to the coast, I go the back way, the back routes.
Yeah.
Get down. I don't even like to go through San Antonio. I go all the way around that sucker to get off I-35.
Smart move right there. That's incredible. You put 50,000 miles a year on a car without ever leaving Central Texas. That is absurd that you do something like that. But yeah, just goes to show how much you are spending time behind the wheel.
Yep.
Shout out to Covert. Also, shout out to Altstadt Beer. Had a few Altstats this weekend. And
they were there.
Oh, yeah, they were there. Yeah, they gave away a ton of beer at the Mullet Open on Friday. So some lucky folks walked away with some cases of Altstadt. You can be lucky if you just go to HEB or 34 Wine and Spirits, wherever you get your beer, to pick up Altstadt beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, something for every beer drinker out there. It's all brewed in Fredericksburg. It's all easy to find, available across the state, right? Not just here in Austin. You can get it in the Metroplex. You can get it in Houston. You can get it in San Antonio. Doesn't matter where you are. The greatness of Altstadt is not far. Pick you up a six-pack, maybe a couple of six-packs. If you got a case of the Mondays, you got playoffs to watch, whatever you got going on, there's never a bad time for an ice cold Altstadt beer. No impurities, no regrets.
And folks, of course, our good friends at Relax the Back, and I'm sitting in my Relax the Back chair and being on my feet on Friday all day long and all day long on Thursday. My back needed some support, and of course, the folks over at Relax the Back, they believe in a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and their motto is live wellness. Relax the Back can help you transform your routine each and every day to something that's very, very special for your back. They've got chairs. They've got zero gravity recliners. They got it all for you. They've got pillows that you need to, Tempur-Pedic pillows and mattresses just for you with their two great locations. And BK's at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin, North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck and Relax the Back. Yes, I'm feeling good sitting in my chair. Man, oh man.
Where's my roadie?
Roadie's in the garage. You'll have that. It'll be in the new car that I'll have today. It'll fit in the back, so you'll have the roadie now because you'll use the roadie and get out of the beach chair.
I don't even believe the roadie exists. So you tell me you have a chair for me. I'm not even sure what I'm going to get.
It exists. It does exist, man. I love these chairs. This chair is unbelievable.
I think it's sturdy.
It is a sturdy sucker.
It is indeed. All right. Quick text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. Someone says, hey, three-way BK. That's a nickname I don't hate.
Wow.
People start calling me three-way BK.
Very nice.
How does that guy know my past?
Got a nice little ring to it.
Does have a nice ring to it. Dallas, Austin, or Houston drivers, which are worse? I guess I'm three-way BK because I've lived in all three of those cities.
I'm going to have to say Dallas. I don't even know. I don't know what you're going to say, but I didn't like the aggressive play by those. Remember I complained about when we were up in Arlington and everything, how they tried to get all aggressive with me.
Yeah.
Like, oh no, you can't come into that spot.
Well, that was Rasheed Rice driving around there. I think.
Wow.
That's the guy you got stuck behind.
I'm going to say Dallas, Fort Worth area drivers worse than Houston. Houston people just move, don't they? They just, if you're too slow, you can't be in that place, right?
I think I've been most scared on the road in Houston.
Okay.
And it is the fast and furious in Houston. Yeah. And they've got those 8-lane highways down there where you've got guys just, they're changing lanes like it's nothing, right? Like the left lane's there, good luck, but there's always that idiot who's driving the speed limit in the left lane. And all the fast drivers who are like, nuh-uh, they don't slow down. They're cutting off anybody and everybody to get where they need to get. So I'm going Houston. That's my least favorite of the three cities to drive in. It's the worst traffic city. Not to say Austin and Dallas don't have horrible traffic because they both do. But I think Houston's traffic is the worst. And I also think road rage in Houston is the worst. But saying that doesn't mean I'm praising what we have here and praising what's up there in the Metroplex. I just think of the three, Houston is the worst.
Yeah, Metroplex people don't give you a break. I mean, if you're trying to move into you got a blinker on and you want to move into something, somebody can slow down and let you in. They don't. They keep up a pace where they just go, screw you. If you can't figure it out, then you're screwed. In Houston, you're just going at that pace. I know that from being in Boston. You just go at a pace that, you know what I'm saying? You don't need to use a blinker. Everybody just understands that's where you're going.
Yeah.
And they actually do pay attention to the road. There's nobody just daydreaming and just drifting out and looking at the hill country while they drive. You know what I mean? That's what I kind of get here in Austin. People are so busy looking around. Like, dude, quit looking around.
People in Austin drive too slow.
Yes.
Especially when it rains. Oh my God. Like, we get a light drizzle and everyone's going 10 under the speed limit. It's like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, your brakes will work. You'll be just fine.
But yeah, Dallas and Houston are both they're fast and furious at times on their highways and byways.
I don't know anything about LA traffic. I always hear about LA traffic, but I've never really been in it. I've been there a couple of times. It must be. All I know is in LA, they lean on their horns a lot.
Yeah.
Like New York City, they just lean on the horn. If the light hits green and you haven't anticipated the light like 5 seconds before it turns green, they're on the horn behind you.
Oh man, everyone in New York is in such a hurry.
Oh,
even the walkers too. Like before the light even turns red, they're already like halfway in the street, starting to cross. It's like, Jesus, man, just wait a second. You're about to get hit by a car here.
Yeah, because the cars are trying to take it to the very end too. I mean, I've not been a part of the LA scene, but I've been a part of the damn Boston scene. And they've got a lot of these little rotary round things, and people they don't know how to go through them here. They just wait, and then you wait, and you go. And people there just kind of melt into the whole situation in Boston. They're used to, and they let you into lanes. If you got a blinker on, somebody doesn't have a problem about letting you in. Here, it's like, no, you're not getting in there. I'm like, oh my God, what's the big deal? Let them in, and everything will flow the right way. The more you say, no, you're not getting in here, you hold up everything. Yeah. What's the big deal? What's 2 seconds of your time?
People are friendly in this state, but not on the roads.
Oh, no, they're not.
Yeah, you get out of a car and people will welcome you. They'll offer you a meal. They'll say hello. They'll give you a hug, whatever. But on the roads, behind the wheel, sorry about that. We got places to be. We got babies to shake and hands to kiss, or whatever they say. All right. You brought up Illinois a couple of moments ago. Quick update on a Texas football transfer portal departure. Terrence Brooks, who entered the portal a couple of weeks ago, committed to Illinois yesterday.
Good luck there in Champaign.
So there you go. There's an update there. We knew Terrence Brooks was leaving. We didn't know where he was going. Now we know he is going to the Illini. He's got 2 years of eligibility left. He'll be in the Big Ten. So we wish Terrence Brooks the best of luck up there. He actually had planned to visit a couple of other schools, but took a visit to Illinois and decided that was the place for him.
He wanted to smell all that sheep shit there in the summertime, I guess.
Is that the biggest draw to Champaign-Urbana?
Wow.
Sheep shit?
There's not a lot to draw from that place. I'll just say no, there's not a lot. There's not a lot there.
Is that like the Lubbock of the Midwest?
It's very, very similar.
Yeah.
Really, very similar.
You know who's the coach up there at Illinois?
Hell, I have no clue who's coaching there now.
He's a guy who used to be a thorn in the side of Texas.
He's fat.
There's a hint for you.
Oh yeah. The guy that was at Minnesota? Wisconsin. Sorry.
Yes, and Arkansas.
Yes.
Yeah, Brett Bielema still the head coach at Illinois. So I don't know if I'd go to a place where I'm worried my coach is going to eat me if I mess up. But hey,
POS, man. He's a POS. That's all.
He is kind of a piece of shit. I agree.
No. No, he's a person of size.
Oh, sorry. You're right. We talked about that last week, how airlines call fat people persons of size.
They're not fat. They're just people of size. That's all. Right.
The airlines call pieces of shit POSs, persons of size.
Yes, that's the correct way to do it.
That's how it works right there. So there's your Texas football update for Terrence Brooks. How about some audio from Steve Sarkisian, Buck? You ready for this?
Sure.
So Steve Sarkisian had a 45-minute one-on-one sit-down with Josh Pate of CBS and 24/7 Sports. And they talked all sorts of topics from, Sark's personal life to his story, coming from Alabama here to the University of Texas and talking about his playing career. And it was a really fun conversation. I'm sure it's somewhere out there on the internet if y'all want to go catch the whole interview. But we cut up a few different things that we thought were relevant to the Texas football program. So we'll start with this one from Steve Sarkisian. He was basically asked about his team's biggest questions after spring ball. So once again, this interview happened last week, so spring football was in the books. Right now, a little bit of a slower time for Sark and Texas football. But Josh Pate asked Sark, what are your biggest question marks? And what are some of the biggest things that are going to impact your team's success when we get to the fall? Here's what Sark had to say.
Well, I think, the biggest one is when you lose those two defensive linemen in the interior of your front with Byron Murphy and T'Vondre Sweat, how do you replace? And I think one thing that we've come out of is saying, okay, we've got a couple high-level players, but we don't have to replace them with just two players. Right. That I think our depth is really important. And so that was something that we tried to attack in the portal, just to solidify the depth of playing more people and not having to rely on just those two. But I think we've got some players that are ready to develop. Neither of those two guys had ever started a game until last season either. And so the fact that we've got some young players in our program that are growing up, I love where Alfred Collins is at, Vernon Broughton, what they can do, and some of the growth of our other players. So that was one area. And then on the offensive side of the ball, we lost 3 NFL receivers, right, and an NFL tight end. And so getting that continuity back for Quinn, whether, again, it was in the transfer portal with Isaiah Bond, Silas Bolden, Matthew Golden, whether it's with the 3 young players that we had that were the only returning scholarship receivers in Jonte Cook, Ryan Niblett, DeAndre Moore, or the high school ranked kids and Ryan Wingo, guys of that nature. So we've got to get that continuity at an all-time high because that's what's going to be needed in those big games that's going to come down to. The precision has got to be critical in the passing game, and you've got to be able to create those explosive plays. And I think that was part of the reason why we beat Alabama, but I think that was also part of the reason we lost to Washington. Washington hit those big plays against us. We didn't hit enough of them against them.
Very interesting. He says that, but he doesn't mention that secondary.
Yeah, that's a big part of why Texas gave up as many plays, plays to Washington last year. You credit Michael Penix, you credit those talented receivers, but also you should probably do a little discrediting to the Texas secondary.
He doesn't want to do that. He knows that we know. He knows. Everybody know. You know it. I know it. The American people know it. So he doesn't have to talk about them. He knows that's such a weakness of his football team. I understand what he's trying to say about the defensive line, and that's pretty smart of a guy that there's no doubt about losing 2 quality players like he does on the defensive line. That's hard to replace. It's not going to take 1 or 2 guys. It's going to take a bunch of them to replace those 2 cats, unless you find out something. As you said, those guys weren't starters before they became starters, so let's just see how the other guys do. But he understands that part of it, and he's probably thinking, if I can get pressure on the guys, maybe that secondary, we won't have to talk about it. No, Coach, you're always going to have to talk about that secondary the entire year. You're not going to get enough pressure from the guys that you have. I don't care where you got them from. That secondary, I don't care if you got the NFL guys on your defensive line. Those guys in the secondary are not it right now, whether you want to throw them under the bus or not, and it's understandable because that's not what he does, but they're not good. But he doesn't have to pinpoint that to anybody, BK, because we all know. He did that. He did that in the spring game. He showed you in the spring game how bad they were.
Well, we got to keep bringing up the fact that Jahdae Barron didn't play in that spring game, and Andrew McCuba barely played in the spring game, and they've added an extra transfer corner since that spring game, and some of the guys who were getting torched are no longer a part of the program. So, yeah, Texas, even though Sark didn't mention that there, he clearly realized Texas had some issues in the secondary, and that's why he attacked the portal as hard as he did both before spring ball and after spring ball. So I'm sure if he gave a third thing he would like to improve, he would have said the secondary. So, yeah, I think most Texas fans are most worried about the secondary, but I think everyone's a little nervous about what the defensive line is going to look like without T'Vondre Sweat.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I'm worried about the secondary, which I will kind of always be worried about until I see games. I mean, upon games, I am worried about that defensive line. I am worried about that front with the two guys that they're missing. It's hard to replace trophy winners and first and second round. It's just hard to replace those guys. You can say you have guys that are, but we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it in those other guys, but we'll get every opportunity to see it now. And he's picked up enough of those type of players, to try to fit in there. So it's not like he doesn't have more than one or two that are available to help out.
Excuse me, Buck. Yeah, Sark's been very open about that since the end of spring, right? His post-spring game press conference, he literally said, we need more size. Like, we do not have enough defensive linemen. And he went out and added a couple more. He's added 3 total defensive tackles in the portal this offseason. One of them, Tia Savea, was at the start of spring. And then you had Bill Norton and Jermaine Lolay, who, of course, committed last week, the flip from Oklahoma. Those 2 guys have been added there, too. So there's a lot of depth on that D-line. And that's the good thing for Texas. Like, no one's going to be as good as T'Vondre Sweat.
No
one is going to be as good as Byron Murphy. Like, if you're expecting anybody in that Texas D-tackle room to replicate the production that either one of those guys had in 2023, then you're going to have a bad time. I'm sorry. It's just not happening. But the good news is you've got, Collins and Broughton probably your starters. Then maybe you have Norton and Savea as your number 2 guys. Those 2 guys already played next to one another at Arizona last year.
Right.
They've got some familiarity. Also, they've got a coach, their defensive coordinator from a season ago is now on this Texas staff. So you've got that familiarity there too. And then boom, you've got Jermaine Lolay coming in. You've got Sadir Mitchell. You've got Jere Bledsoe. You've got a number of names that you could throw in there to where you feel
and
like,
I think you have better guys from the outside to push on the outside to help those inside guys too.
Yeah, I think it's a combination, right? Your edge, this should be one of the best edge rooms in the country next year. I truly believe that. And then, okay, you're not going to have to rely on just 2 guys. Like, the benefit that Texas has with all that depth on the inside is they can rotate dudes for all 4 quarters to where, okay, yeah, like individually, no one's going to put up the type of production that those guys had last year, but collectively, there shouldn't be a big drop off because you're going to be able to keep those guys fresh. And in the fourth quarter, you're not going to have your defensive tackles already having played 40, 50 snaps. Like, those guys, you're going to be able to keep them fresh. And hopefully there's not a big drop-off between any of those guys to where whoever Texas throws out there is going to do a good job of stopping the run, most importantly, but also being able to add some sort of pressure on the interior in the passing game as well. So
yeah, like I said, I expect those outside guys to be much better this year, to put more pressure and start bringing the guys inward to those inside guys that may not be as good as what we saw last year. So outside will be better than inside. They just should be. There's some quality guys on the outside that have a year under their belt. There's some guys coming out of the transfer portal that should help this group. So you don't have to be as good. You still got to stop the run, but everything could be funneled towards the middle a little bit, which will be great for the Longhorns. But once again, the head coach he's not going to identify that secondary. Now in meetings and stuff, he knows, the secondary coaches know what that guy is thinking. That guy's an offensive mind. He knows he can attack them. Once again, I said he did it in the spring game. You were thinking they were going to run a little bit. He said, screw that. I'm going to score points. And I know how to score points against my own team. That's to throw the ball on my own team.
Yeah.
So he understands where they're weak. He's not going to say anything. But believe me, every meeting that they get in, every practice they get into, and they look at film together, they're looking at individuals back there. He's looking at coaches back there saying they're not getting what you're saying to them. If you're teaching these schemes, they're not getting it, and you're not coaching it right, and I don't know if they're good enough.
What did we see in the spring game that we liked so much, right? All those explosive plays. Now, obviously, like you said, it's a little scary for the secondary, a little scary for the defense, and I've got way more questions about the defense than I do the offense right now.
Sure.
But that's been the biggest complaint, I think, for Texas fans about Quinn Ewers through his first 2 years in Austin. Now, there were a lot of complaints in year 1. Year 2 was obviously a lot better. That's a big part of why the team was a lot better. But the deep ball accuracy, Sark talked about it there. Like the Alabama game, Texas hit on a few deep touchdowns, one to Worthy and one to Mitchell, and those were game-changing plays and a huge part of why Texas won that game by double digits in Tuscaloosa. They need to hit on more of those. Like, they hit on more in 2023 than they did in 2022, but still that deep ball accuracy from Quinn Ewers and the chemistry between quarterback and receiver was not what it could be. Still a great offense, but man, if they could take that to the next level, because the short and intermediate stuff is good. And I think this run game is going to be good even without Jonathan Brooks. But, man, with all the talent that they have on the outside in that wide receiver room, Buck, if Quinn Ewers can just be a little bit more accurate with those deep balls, then this is going to be one of the toughest offenses in the country to stop.
Going to have to play a lot of catchy catch this summer.
A lot of catchy catch, but not just like, what you see on the sideline where you're just throwing it back and forth. Like,
right. Oh, yeah.
You got to run routes. You got to run nines. Just go, 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 and see. Obviously, it's different with the defense there. It's very different with the defense there. But, man, just doing whatever you can to make sure that the long ball accuracy.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see who is that long ball guy because, they had two of the fastest in NFL history out there at wide receiver last year. Just the fastest guys. One for his size and one for his flat out speed. They had two of the fastest ever. Do they have those kind of players now? Well, that's, as you said, you got to just throw that ball out there. Let's go.
I think they do, man. Like Isaiah Bond is definitely that guy. But what we saw from Wingo in the spring game, what we know about Jonte Cook, like you have some home run hitters on the outside. The biggest question to me is the quarterback. Can the quarterback and look at deep shot accuracy in the NFL, right? No one's 100% on those deep targets. So you're not going to see every time Quinn Ewers throws it deep, it's going to be a 50-yard catch or a 60-yard touchdown like that. That's just not how the sport works. But if you could just be a little bit better.
Well, if the guys are getting open, are they open when you throw the ball? Are you missing them that guys are open, or are you throwing balls that guys can't catch up to anyway? Are they overthrown balls? Are they underthrown ball? Are the guys open? When it's your opportunity to take a shot, is that guy open? You have to make that play. Are they getting behind guys? That'll be interesting for me to see. I know Cook's we know he's got that kind of speed. We just haven't seen him do a lot of them. We've seen him catch like two passes that are long passes. We don't see him on a consistent base. But, Bond, as you said, he's pretty good. Kid from Houston is pretty doggone good too. But do they have the same type of speed that the two guys that just left? Those guys would get a step on you. And if the ball wasn't thrown, it was hard to overthrow those dudes.
Yeah, it really was. It really was. Yeah, deep completion percentage. I'm looking at some NFL numbers. This is from 2022. The deep ball completion percentage leader that year, 47.1%. So those are a little easier to convert in college than they are in the NFL because the secondary players just aren't as good. And Texas is going to be more talented than most of the teams they play against, even in the SEC. But yeah, if you can just get a little better there, because I do think you've got the receivers who will get open down the field. It's just Quinn's got to find a way to get it there and get it there accurately. And that spring game, Arch looked pretty good doing that, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He didn't hesitate when he was open. There was no hesitation for him to throw it long.
Yeah. Not here to stir the pot and try to create some controversy.
No, but that kid will throw it. He's looking for the long ball. He doesn't hesitate when it's there.
Yeah, you're right. So I
like that.
Because
if anything, he'll overthrow it. He won't underthrow it where it goes the other way,
Mm-hmm. Agreed. All right, one more from Sark. We're speaking of the quarterbacks. We'll play some more of this tomorrow because there's some good stuff from Steve Sarkisian in his one-on-one interview with Josh Pate. But how about Sark talking about his quarterback room, little Quinn, little Arch, and even some love for Trey Owens as well.
The most difficult and the most important position in sports for a reason. You just think about the great teams. Very few great teams have won championships, NFL, college, high school. We've been covering this sport forever, that didn't have a really good quarterback. And he may not always be the most talented, but he was the leader, or he was the toughest, or he was the guy that everyone could count on. Like that position encompasses so much that we recruit it that way. We recruit it as if it's the most important position, and it's not always about the talent. It's not, playing quarterback and being a great quarterback is not about how far you throw it or how well you throw a slant route. That's a piece to the puzzle. What type of leader are you? What type of work ethic do you have? How do you relate to everybody in that locker room? How do you relate to your community? Do you instill belief in every person in our building when we go take the field that we are going to win this game? That's what the greatest quarterbacks have. And that's what we try to look for in recruiting, and then that's what we try to develop when we get them here. And we've had a decent amount of success over the years, and I think this is another great room. I mean, having Quinn back for his third year is huge. Watching his growth and maturation over 3 years has been incredible. Just looking at Arch from year 1 to year 2 and to see how far he's come. And then we've got a young player in Trey Owens who we think is going to be a really good player as well. So we like the room. You knock on wood. You hope you don't have to go to all those guys that on the depth chart. But a year ago we did, and we were able to find a way to win a couple games with a backup quarterback starting.
Yeah, I mean he's right, because the fact that when he's talking about the development of that room. He's a developer. I mean, there's no doubt of what we've seen over the last 2 years with Quinn and Arch, that he can develop quarterbacks. Even the young guy as a freshman who came in and threw it all over the place in the spring game, he knows how to develop quarterbacks. He understands what he wants out of his quarterback. As I said, they don't have to be the most talented arm, but people have to have a lot of belief in those quarterbacks. He found ways to win games last year because he's that guy, because the head coach is that guy. They didn't have the most talented backup quarterback, but they found ways to win football games. The 2 games that they needed to win, they won it, or they wouldn't have been where they were if the head coach wasn't a developer or had people that would believe in who he put underneath the center. So I think he'll continue to do that. I think there are positions that have a bunch of developers. The running back, obviously the running back room has a developer in there as the running back coach. The wide receiver room has that. But, there's still some spots that he himself can get better at, and I think he knows that too, in order to make a team that's going to be a contender every year.
Yeah, I love having an offensive guy as the head coach, and I love having a guy who's as good at developing quarterbacks as the head coach. Like Steve Sarkisian played the position at a very high level and has a proven track record, right? I mean, he's being honest about what he's done in the past. He was being a little modest there too, saying, we've done a pretty good job of doing that in the past. They have done a great job everywhere they've been. So, they evaluate, they recruit, they develop incredibly well, and that's a good thing. And I feel
a lot of that goes along with the offensive line coach. I mean, those guys, they're in sync. The offensive coordinator and the offensive line coach are in sync to what they can do. What are we capable of doing? We have this wide receiver, we have this quarterback, but what are we capable of doing? How long can we hold out to do certain things down the field with this particular quarterback and wide receiver? Can your guys do this? Are they able to do that? Or do you have enough confidence in who's that guard that the center's not always having to help him out? The center may have to, kick out all the way out to the outside to the right tackle this year a little bit. So, I mean, it's a developmental thing with the offensive line coach too. And he's a fantastic coach, obviously, because I think he's let them know what they can do and what they can't do.
Yeah. I think Texas, like you go position by position, and we'll actually get into this later this week because On3 has ranked the top 10 position groups in college football for every offensive position. I assume they're going to do the defense this week, and we'll talk about that as well. But we'll get into their actual rankings. But I think you can make a case that Texas has the best quarterback room in the country right now. Like, I don't think Quinn Ewers is the best quarterback in the country, but he's in that discussion. And then you throw Arch Manning as his backup. And then, I don't think anyone else has a better 1-2 punch than Texas does, the most important position on the field. The running back room, even without Jonathan Brooks, I still think is loaded with talent. And you brought up the coach. Like, everybody trusts Tashard Choice to develop. I think this run game's good. I think these wide receivers, I think this is a top 5 wide receiver room in the nation as well, despite losing a first-round pick, a second-round pick, and a sixth-round pick. I still feel like this wide receiver room is going to be one of the best in college football. And then the O-line, like tight end, not so much. You got questions there. But you look at the other 4 groups, like this should be one of the best offensive lines in the nation, right?
I think so. Going into year 3 together, yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're losing Christian Jones, and he won't be easy to replace because he was a very good player, especially last year. But, the other 4 guys are coming back. You've got a couple of potential first-rounders on that O-line. You've got a guaranteed first-rounder at left tackle. Like, there's experience, there's talent. That should be one of the best. I don't think we're drinking Texas Kool-Aid, and we'll get to these rankings later this week. And I can tell you, we're not drinking the burnt orange. Well, we are, but other people, I should say, are also drinking the burnt orange Kool-Aid. We're not the only ones. Like, this offense has a chance to be elite. I don't like saying that word unless I mean it, but this really should be an elite offense in 2024. And starts with the quarterbacks, but it really trickles down to just about everywhere.
Yeah, it does. I mean, we'll see what the tight ends are all about, or they not use as many tight ends as they have in the past. I mean, they got enough wide receivers to put somebody else out there, to do it. They got big bodies. The freshman's got a big body. I mean, I'm not saying move him into tight end, but you can move him, just off the tight end edge there and do some things with him and put him in great situations one-on-one with guys that can't cover him, because he's a catch and run guy. He's a beast of a big dude. So I think they have that. It's just, once again, we'll have to start looking at that defensive line and that secondary and see where they rank up in there. That's going to be very interesting to see what people really, really think of them.
Agreed, 100%.
I think they should think even more of how good this offensive line could be in year 3. And the run game should be as good or better than it was last year. I mean, there are talented runners that will just be still babies that played as freshmen that are going to be getting a lot of playing time, getting a lot of carries this year behind a really talented offensive line. So you may be able to control some games with your run game. You may not have to fling it down the field like you think, And Sark, like I said, he can scheme up some first down throws and stuff. Maybe that ball doesn't go down as much as we think it'll go down. Maybe there'll be some intermediate throws that are going to keep this team going, and it's just going to be hard to stop them from running the ball down your throat,
Yeah, should be a balanced offense, right?
Yes.
They should be one of the best running offenses in the country. They should be one of the best passing offenses.
I would agree.
Well, all right. Before we shift gears here, I got a picture of an item that you can buy on Amazon that I want to show you before we wrap things up this morning and hand it off to Chaos Theory with Wags and Double R in about 10 minutes. But before that, how about some more love to a few more sponsors?
How about our good friends over at 7-Eleven? This is Monday. That means I got to get a hard copy in from last week, because that's what it'll be from. It won't be from Saturday's event. It'll be from probably Thursday or Friday events, but I'll get my hard copy. They've got Olipop there. They've got Clean Cause drinks there. You saw the Clean Cause drinks at the Mullet Open too. Mm-hmm. And, of course, they've got my Little Debbie's today. Yes, that's right. I've been eating pizza, so now I need a little sweet to go along with that. Little Debbie's Double Decker sounds like a winner for me on a Monday morning. Absolutely. They've got it all. If you're a smoker, they got it. If you're rolling your own, they got it. They have everything at 7-Eleven.
Everything that you could ever want, everything that you could ever need is right there at 7-Eleven.
Absolutely.
Fuel for you and fuel for your car as well. There you go. Make sure you download that 7-Eleven app and get great rewards with that 7 Rewards program. Also, shout out to centextickets.com. Hey, 3 more Texas baseball home games. If you want to be at the Dish this weekend to watch the Longhorns take on the Kansas Jayhawks, you can get your tickets over at centextickets.com. Any sporting event, playoff tickets. If you want to be in the building in Dallas tonight, Game 4, Mavs Thunder, they've got you covered right there at centextickets.com. Sports, concerts, Broadway shows, F1 in October. The musical lineup has already been announced.
Wow.
They've got them there, centextickets.com.
Yeah, and if you need to get your tickets out at Circuit of the Americas, better start getting those, because Eminem and Sting, that thing's going to sell out in a hurry if it's not sold out already. You're not going to have to go through Shelby. If you're going through, circuitoftheamericas.com, you better do it in a hurry, or that thing, like Bobby Epstein said, if you don't want the tickets, please give them back to us, because they'll be gone.
Yeah, someone will buy them.
Absolutely.
Simple as that. All right. One word from our man, Tom McKay. Gave away a 98-inch TV at the Mullet Open on Friday. Now we'll let you hear from Tom McKay of AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic and experienced sales geeks or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. You have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Very nice.
Yes, indeed. Love AV Consultation. Shout out to all of our great sponsors here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. They are the reason we can bring y'all these shows each and every day. So go support them the same way y'all support us. All right. I'm going to ask you a slightly personal question, Buck.
Okay. I'm a very personal guy. You can.
Yeah, you are. This will be nothing for you. And this is a conversation that dudes have with dudes.
Dudes just being dudes.
Yeah, this is just guys being dudes, right?
Okay,
Like,
yeah.
This is a very popular topic of conversation amongst men throughout the course of history, right? Are you a boxers guy or are you a briefs guy, Buck?
I'm a me undies guy. That means I need to have my stuff all packed. I need my package packed. I need my stuff gathered together. I can't have stuff hanging loosely.
What? Whoa.
Low tees, my low tees, these nuts will hang very low. You know what I'm saying?
Is it boxers or is it briefs?
It's
I know the brand is Me Undies, but they sell briefs and they sell.
They're briefs.
You're a briefs guy.
Yeah, I need stuff pulled up. You know what I'm saying?
The whitey tighties, but they're not
Yeah.
white that you wear.
No, they're different. They have little animals on them, like gar animals and things.
What are you, 5?
Well, I still have the MeUndies does little animal things like giraffes and things like that.
You have giraffes on your underwear?
Yeah, I have some underwear. I'll show you tomorrow. I'll bring some underwear.
No, please don't. I don't need to see it.
What am I wearing today? Oh no, I'm just wearing the gray briefs right now.
You got like Star Wars characters on there today?
No, we only do animals. We do like animals and spaceships and things like that.
Spaceships?
Yes, my MeUndies have those kind of things on there.
Power Rangers?
No, I don't think Power Rangers. No, they would cost too much. Yes.
All right.
I used to do that for my kid. I used to do Power Rangers undies for him and things like that. But then I got into this MeUndie deal. But I know I don't do boxers. Loose fitting stuff down there is not good for me.
Yeah.
It's just not. I've had a nut tucked before, so I got them tucked up there, but I got to keep them up in there. You know what I'm saying?
You got a nut tuck before.
Yeah, like people get facial tucks. I get a nut tuck to get them in there nice and tight.
You got a procedure to do that?
Sure you do. They don't just shrivel up by themselves in cold water.
Huh. The nut tuck.
All right, that's it. That's way too personal now. You can stop.
You talking about a vasectomy here?
No, they get them so they're in there tight. As you get older, sometimes these nuts start to go in their own way and drop. They can drop down. So
right.
Yes, low T's. That's what low T's.
That's what causes that.
Yeah, low T. But I don't have that anymore. I bring them up. Like I said, I do briefs.
All right.
What are you? You're a boxer. What are you, a boxer guy?
I'm a boxer brief guy, like the combo. It's kind of the best of both worlds, right? You get the protection and the support that you need, but also they're not like riding up against you like briefs do. So I'm a fan of the boxer briefs. That's my go-to these days. Well,
but I've never been just a straight up. I've never worn just plain boxer. I've never as a kid, because I was always a Fruit of the Loons guy. My mom, everybody got Fruit of the Loons. I mean, that's just the way it was, and they were always little briefs.
Fruit of the Loom.
Yeah, Fruit of the Loom. That's it. Yeah.
There it is. Yeah. I think like every kid go from like diapers to briefs, and then for me, like middle school, high school, it was boxers, and then like once stuff started to grow, it's like, all right, I need some help down here.
Yeah, I need a little help here. Yes.
So I either go assless chaps or I go boxer briefs.
Now you're talking. You got to have those.
Well, here's a pair of boxers that you can buy on Amazon right now for $18.
Like a pizza?
That feels like a lot. Well, I feel like your MeUndies are pretty expensive, right?
They can be. There's a certain time of the year where you get a special, yes.
I generally go with the Hanes. I just get like a pack of boxer briefs. It's like 4 for, I don't know, $15, something like that, whatever. That's usually what I go with. But we've got a brand called Jock Mail that is selling these boxers, and I'll do a little screen share so you can see what they look like. This is their new model of boxers here. And you notice something weird about these?
I wish I had an ass like that. I know that.
Well, that's not the guy's ass because there's no guy in there. That's just what the boxers themselves look like.
Oh, you mean they got padding back there?
These are padded underwear.
No, I don't like false advertisements.
Cotton padded
men or women.
underwear.
No thanks. Men or women. That seems like it'd be too hot on my cheeks.
They're removable. So if you don't want to wear, the extra padding, if you don't want to do the catfishing / false advertising, then you can take these out. But why would you ever, why would a guy ever need these?
They don't, because, eventually you're going to have to come out of the closet. You're going to have to not false advertise. And when that girl sees that flat ass of yours, she's going to go, what in the hell? That's not the way you looked. No,
right.
that's not good.
Well, it makes sense.
You are what you are,
It makes sense that you used coming out of the closet because maybe that's, you're trying to attract your own gender with these.
I don't know. Girls like a guy with a nice ass, I guess. Like guys like girls with nice asses.
They do. Yeah. No, girls look out for that stuff too. But man, I'm not a fan of the fake for the girls either. No, I am. It looks good, but obviously you don't want to get catfished. You're in the bedroom, you're taking stuff off, then all of a sudden you see like pads flying everywhere, and it's like, I'm good on that. Either way with pads.
No, I don't need that. I don't need that in the back door. No.
$18 for these padded boxers.
No,
man, I'm not trying to draw that much attention to my back door.
No, me either. No, not at all.
How about this comment? Wags needs these for pickleball.
Yeah, he needs it. Yes, he does.
So we bring the guys on screen right now.
Oh my!
I would actually use them for snowboarding, though.
There you go.
Okay,
but they I feel like they already make the shorts that kind of look like a new age football girdle that have like had the pads already in there. I feel like Under Armour or Nike Elite already makes those kinds of shorts. But pickleball. Ass pants for pickleball. Yeah, who knows? Maybe Pix is going to get on this. You never know.
Yeah, but you just need that for when your cheeks hit the ground. That's okay.
My cheeks don't need anything for when I hit the ground.
Yeah, I agree, Wags. I'm the one skin and bones over here. When I hit the ground for my fall school, that's what I need right there. But I don't need that. And then all of a sudden I get in the bedroom and I drop trout, and then she goes, "That washboard ass of yours. What have you been advertising out here? Come on now."
She's like, "I've been squeezing that all night."
Yeah,
silicone.
They come like that. Like, are the cheeks supposed to fit inside of that? Like,
no, the cheeks are on top of the pads right there, so you got even more cheek.
Yeah, that's just extra.
Yeah. Removable cotton pads, Wags.
No, I'm all right.
Yeah, I'm all right with that too. Now, I'd rather go buy that $37 pizza than those undies.
Something from Victor's Secret.
Yeah, that's great.
Like if you're a guy, maybe you want to go third leg Greg and you want to put something in the front, but you need to be putting something in the back like this.
No, you don't need that.
Hey, man, these are weird. These are weird times. I'm gonna tell my kid that this was the end of the days. That's what I'm gonna tell my kid.
Yeah.
That has since passed. It's not just right now. But you know what? When I indoor cycle, I wear something similar, but it's for the nuts. It kind of holds everything in because you have to sit on that kind of banana
and the coccyx, right? In like the tailbone.
Hold all that shit in there. You know what I'm saying? It's like because you don't want
shit while you're riding a bike.
I have before, dude. I have before.
Wait a second. Have you really? I thought that was impossible.
Oh no! The thing is, you can fart and squirt. I promise you, that can happen. Just like everyday life, everyday life, boys.
I thought that was the physical action.
Thank you for coming, hanging out, man, and being on board on Friday. It was a great day. You guys made it. Made it a huge success. We did.
You outdid yourself again, Buck.
It was fun. It was an awful lot of fun. Thanks to you guys, and it went real smoothly. And as I said, I'm gonna miss Jancy, who has made it her final year after about 12 or 13 years of it. So, but you know what? I did have Brock say he would love to take over if I decided to.
For Jancy?
That he would take over for me when I decided.
That's one hell of a responsibility. Okay.
What do you think of that as a
All right, Bucky. Bucky, if Brock is taking over, it's been a great 23-year run. You're done.
Yeah, whatever year is Brock's first year will be the last year of the Mullet Open.
Yeah, the 24th annual will be the final one.
You think so? That'll be it. I can guarantee. Is that a guarantee to go one more? That's it.
He couldn't pick up the right coffee.
Oh,
are you kidding me?
Oh, God, that's true. That was amazing. Dude, I had to pay.
71. Yeah.
I paid over $200 for coffee when I'd already paid for one. He went to the wrong store and took somebody else's coffee. How about the intern who was supposed to pick up the coffee for the company that day?
They didn't get that coffee right either.
Oh, man.
They can blame that one on Brock.
Oh, somebody was pissed. They're sitting there at the office waiting for the coffee to come, and whoever showed up and said, somebody took our coffee. They don't care. They're like, you were supposed to bring the coffee. You screwed that up. Instead, we got double the dose of coffee, which we didn't need.
Hey, You know what? Y'all beat up on Brock all you want, man, but he's one of the better ones that I've ever fucking seen. He does a great job. There was an intern that I came in with. Buck, you might remember. I know BK remembers this dude. Rodney, I don't think you ever had the liberty of meeting this dude. I had an intern that came in with me that worked for Coke when I was at the Horn.
Wait, worked for Coke?
Remember this guy's name.
He worked for Coke? I want that job.
All he did was sit down on not even sit. He would go back and we would come in at 5 in the morning or whatnot. The guy would go right into the Coke studio and go to sleep. And then all I'm trying to do is learn how to do Adobe Audition and cut audio and everything. And
was that Bob Cole?
No, it was Bob Cole's intern. This guy's coming over here. He goes, hey, man, do you think you can go get the tacos today? I'm really tired. Bro, go get your ass. Go get the tacos. You got one job. You got one job. Go get the tacos.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Bucky, good job on
that kid's name. Oh my God.
No.
Good job on the Smoky Mo's tacos,
dude. Right?
You like the Smoky Mo's? You get those?
He didn't do anything. He just slept and got tacos.
I never job on the donuts. Nice though. Those Krispy Kreme. Let me tell you something. I ate about 5 donuts that morning.
I saw you tearing
donuts. I couldn't believe it.
That's what I wanted to talk about. I never eat breakfast. And I go out there. There's all these tacos over there. And I think Wags probably saw me doing this. I think I ate 4 of those sumbitches before we ever went on the air.
Wow.
And I'm like, I come home. I had work to do. And hell, I think I took a nap about 2 o'clock, for about an hour. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, Mitch did a good job at Smoky Mo's. Mm-hmm. Wags brought 7 dozen. And oh my goodness, I can't believe it. It's like I never had a donut before. They look so good.
I had myself about 3 of them.
Is that the randomizer? Oh, something's shaking.
Randomizer's starting to move.
Randomizer.
TexasSportsUnfiltered.com, Ron. We're about to officially launch a merch store, but there's already some items on there that you can
trying to get my hat.
So if you're looking for a TSU hat, you could find it. But hold on. We do have the randomizer.
Randomizer, yes. Got to give it away.
$50 Cabo Bob's gift card to give away to the people. Today's winner is on the Coda text line. 254 area code.
Very nice.
That's up in Killeen, out that way.
The Alien Mall. Is that what we call them?
The Alien Mall's out that way. Just be careful how you say the word aliens.
Oh, sorry.
I just had an alien strand of weed.
Hey, Rodney, and listen, Wags, I paid $37 for a pizza yesterday. You know how I've been telling you about the hamburger and the sub sandwiches? They over the top. Well, I got 2 toppings on a pizza from Via 313.
313?
$37 yesterday.
Which, are you serious?
Yeah, what is wrong with me? Why are people picking on me?
That's fantastic pizza. I was actually just driving by the place. They got one right up here in Round Rock too, and I was just like, man, Detroit style pizza. Let's go. 37 for 1 pie?
Well, I had some added. What did I do, BK? I went off the list.
Yeah, you went rogue. You didn't order the preset menu. You got your own toppings and made your own pie, and I think that's where you got with the pie.
I got a vegetarian one for my wife. I got half that.
Oh, that's why.
But all I did was then get pepperoni and mushrooms on the other side, the other little 4 slices, $37. I mean, you're talking about a hit.
1 pizza?
Yeah, 1 large.
That's
you give Vaseline with that?
See, what is this? What is the world coming to?
That's
that's
outrageous.
A hamburger, $22 for a hamburger.
Did they deliver? That was with delivery, right?
No, I picked it up.
Crazy.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Is it $37 too much?
Jeez.
It's a
One
lot.
word: Dominoes.
Oh,
yeah. All right, boys.
Right.
Have a great day. Later.
Shutting it down. We're going home. There he goes. Shut it down. Shut it down. Let's go home. Let's go home. All right, Dirk, let's get it. Welcome to Chaos Theory on this wonderful Monday here on this May 13th. Hopefully everybody had a great Mother's Day. I paid for Mother's Day flowers to be delivered not only for my wife and for my mother. I delivered them for them to be on Mother's Day, and neither order that I placed showed up on Mother's Day. So I'm still waiting for the flowers. I basically knocked almost everything out of the park. We woke up yesterday, one hell of a breakfast. My kid and I knocked it out of the park. And then we, basically dedicate the entire day to my wife. Whatever she wants to do, we basically go get it for her. We cater to her. She gets in her mom aura, as she likes to say, and then the rest of the rest of her court just plays to the queen or placates to the queen. But yeah, it's her day. It should be her day. You know what I mean? She does fantastic stuff. I'm sure you're the same way with Tracy. But yeah, like it is the entire, from sun up to sundown, it's dedicated to my wife. And we end up going to get her favorite food at the end of the night too, which she hits me with hey, let's go get some Rudy's. And I'm like, are you serious? Of all things, you want to go get Rudy's? Let's go get Rudy's. So went out and captured the Rudy's for last night for the dinner. Went out there and killed my meat, killed my dinner. No, I didn't. I just picked it up. Anyways, it was a fun time. Great weekend, man. Hopefully everybody else had a great weekend too.
Yeah, no, same here. I was, so I typically, we're pretty easy with Mother's Day. I check in. There's usually about 4 or 5 people that I need to touch base with on the Mother's Day. One being, my mom, and one being, my aunt that was a mom, and just some other folks. So, and it was, I feel bad like this weekend, Wags. So I was working in Houston on Saturday night with racing. By the way, you know what?
What time did you leave? Did you leave the mullet open?
Yeah,
and go right down there.
Open. I left the mullet open. Had to come back to Round Rock, and then I left Saturday morning to go to Houston. Okay. So, speaking of Houston, I got to tell you this, man. So on Saturday night at the Houston racetrack, Houston Motorsports Park, 3/8 mile high banked oval, we did spectator races. Bring your family driver out, and you get 3 laps on the track, 1-on-1 against somebody else. You need to come to the next race, and you can race. You need to race your car, and you can get on the track. You get on the track.
How much does that cost?
It's free. It's free. You just sign up.
To me, that sounds like you got to pay like $10, maybe $15, or maybe even up to $100 to get into.
No, it's free. You come on in, get out there and race, and then hang out and watch the races. But so for me, it's Mother's Day, doing all that. Here's the shitty part. So this year, I'm like, I ordered my wife's card from Amazon. It didn't show up on time. It showed up on Saturday when I was gone, so she had to get it, from the doorstep and all that. So kind of along the lines of what you're saying right there. It's like I asked one thing. I need this shit on time on Friday evening so I can write stuff down.
Extra for it. You know what I mean? Like,
oh man,
what the hell?
I tell you, man. That's
they'll show up today. Watch. My mom will call me here in a couple minutes. Oh, I got my flowers. Great thing. Mom, I paid extra for a Mother's Day delivery and it didn't happen. Now, of course, I procrastinated and waited till Friday to order the flowers, but still, nonetheless, if you pay the extra fee for the delivery date and it's guaranteeing you, my wife said, did you see if there was any small fine print or anywhere around? Because it probably says that they can't guarantee that it actually shows up on that day. It's probably just like a little small fine print thing that excludes, an accident or an anomaly if it gets outside of the Mother's Day window or whatnot. Yeah. I hit the fine print on both of them, Rodney. That's what happened.
Well, the thing is, you would think, I don't know, but you would think that if you're going to pay for extra freight or extra shipping or extra whatever the hell it is, depending on what product you're buying, that those should kind of take precedence over everything else.
I would think so. Yes.
That's going to be the shit that's going to get there first.
I would think so.
Hey, look who's checking in. Cakes rock. How about that?
Christy.
We don't want to be slamming anybody, but
Christy's usually up there mulling in.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems like we're getting everything on the YouTube chat line is about all the shit that's overpriced, which is most things these days. So I don't know. I do have to tell you a good story on Friday night. So we were doing the Taco Bell thing. You know, we talk about Taco Bell with BK all the time. So I go in.
Wait. You were doing a challenge?
No. The wife and I were just, long day. So we're like, let's just have some Taco Bell. So I go, we have our order. I go.
I love that. Just where you have a long day, let's settle down with some Taco Bell.
yeah, it's just like Taco Bell. She's going to be late at work. I'm over here doing different things. Got to get ready for Saturday. So I go over there and they forget half the order. They forget half of what we bought. And so I drive back and they're like, you know what? We're going to give you some extras for your inconvenience. Wound up with 2 extra bean burritos, an extra crispy taco. That shit's in the fridge. That's lunch, man.
They didn't tell you that they were doing that. That's just
Taco
an
Bell
extra
round
treat, right?
They told me.
Say, hey, Rodney, you're such a swell dude. Tracy, you're just great.
They don't know who the hell we are. They just said, we're putting some extra in there for your inconvenience. We hope you enjoy it. And I'm like, I damn sure will. I didn't know what it was. I thought it might be them cinnamon crispy things, but no, it was like,
yeah. What is the number one item what's the one item at Taco Bell that you could just get rid of that doesn't need to be on the item? One, I would argue that the cinnamon twists are one of those items. They can go.
Yeah, I've never understood that. I mean, I know a lot of people, and that's the funny thing about it. I mean, I think it's just the world today. A lot of people always bitched about the Mexican pizza. They take it off the menu, and everybody's like, where the fuck is a Mexican pizza? I'm like, wait a minute.
One of the best things on the menu, probably my wife probably got that one of the most. That and the quesadilla, of course. But also the grilled stuffed burrito. You replaced it with the grilled cheese burrito, which is fine. It's decent, but nothing beats that grilled stuffed burrito. It was the sauce. The sauce that went inside that burrito was fantastic as well.
Yeah, that's the whole thing right there. And LB, I agree, for $19 for a double burger, onion rings, and shake. That's
where's that at? What's that? Where's that at? That's ridiculous.
Yeah, where's that at, Longhorn? I don't.
$19 for one meal.
Yeah, that's just for like his 3 things: the burger, fries, and shake. That's a lot. That's a lot.
$20. $20 for one meal. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's a lot. The double decker. Yeah, well,
five guys. That's at Five Guys. Mm-hmm. There's no Mighty Fine. I guess Five Guys. If I had to pick one, I'd probably go to Mighty Fine. Honestly,
me too.
I don't know, like Five Guys. I think Five Guys fries is fantastic, but I'm not paying. $19 for Jenna Jameson? I'm just not.
No. See, that's why I go to my man Perry over at Goodstock, and I get those butcher burgers. I mean, hell of a lot less than what you're going to pay right there. I come home, cook that shit myself. Money saved, gut full, happy man. Happy.
We got to take a poll on the best burger joint in Austin. I would argue that it's Hayes City, but is Hayes City Austin proper? Like you can give it like Austin, the Austin area, but Hayes City's like Kyle and Buda, right? Mm-hmm. You got to travel one hell of a bit to get, and it's worth every minute of that journey to go get a bacon jam burger from Travis and Hayes City store. But if I'm not traveling all the way down there, where is the best damn burger? Is it Dan's? Dan's. You really can't miss with Dan's. Like I feel like if you pull up on Dan's and you get a double bacon cheeseburger, you're gonna be satisfied. You're a winner. It's gonna be fantastic. It's one of the best burgers. What else? Highland Lanes just shut down. They had one hell of a burger. The Walter was fantastic.
You go to Dirty's. I mean, Dirty's is still hanging around. I mean, Dirty Martin's. I've
never been to Dirty Martin's. Oh, and I was on the drag for a while, man. I was went to school and graduated from UT, so I was down there quite a bit.
Yeah.
Freddy's Burgers. That we got a Freddy's Burgers up here, right on the
steak burger,
right on the interstate. The junction here, 180. What is it? No, it's 35 and 620. We got a Freddy's right there.
I think if I want to go chase a good burger, I'm not going to go chain. I know Freddy's is chain. Folks are going to say
I've eaten Hop Dotties. I'm Hop Dotties and Shake Shack, Rodney. I'm not really on Hop Dotties and Shake Shack either.
No, I agree. I mean, Kirby Lane. I mean, those kind of places that you can find that stuff. What was the one right there behind Capitol, or right on the way to Capitol Plaza? God bless America. Now I can't
Capitol
think of it.
Plaza.
Yeah, it's somebody's going to have to tell me it. Yeah, Top Notch. Thank you. Top Notch is no that's not the one I'm thinking about. But Top Notch, dude, that is.
Now we got a Top Notch when we first got here. One of the first weeks that we got here, and I always forget about it. For some reason, I always forget about Top Notch, but it's one of the best damn tasting burgers I've had. I see there's so few and far between now. I think they got one right by Round Rock High School. I think that's the last Top Notch.
Oh, that's Shortstop. That's Shortstop. Dude, Shortstop. That their chili dogs too are really good. Yeah, that Shortstop is like right here by my crib, and it's like every now and then kind of the guilty pleasure right there. Now with 620 all fancy and kind of sneak in and go get it.
See, I ain't been there since they did. I ain't been there since they did the whole rework of the overpass and whatnot.
It's a lot. The good thing is now you got a smooth entry into Bush's Chicken as well, which was all jacked up, but that's fried chicken discussion. Coda text line 254. Who won the gift card? The 254. Yes, that's you. Send us your name right there, and we will get that to you. So the 254 asking who won, that is you, I believe. Yeah, that is you. That is you.
Speaking of dinner, I mean, we're getting on the burger comment or getting on the food comment. What did you guys do for dinner? Mother's Day dinner? Anything crazy?
No, dinner was easy. They were the guys were having the pizza discussion, so everything was low key. So we actually hit another little spot right there by the Shortstop, Nikki's Pizza and whatever it's called. A couple of large slices of thin pepperoni pizza, little pasta, all this stuff. That's what we did. Just keeping it real nice and calm. So where did you guys go? I know that
you guys got some pasta neck last night.
Got some pasta, got some pizza. So where'd you guys go? I know that you said
I went and picked up food from Rudy's and brought it.
That's right. You said Rudy. That's right.
And then of course we made breakfast yesterday too. And then we went, took the dog and went on a walk. We had a really awesome day. Which Top Notch was the Varsity Blues filmed at?
Probably that one on North Lamar. Not only that, I think at Top Notch, it was one of the, I don't know if it was no, there was another movie also that was filmed right there at Top Notch. And it's like one of the
CB, it's all fallen off since you left, bud. It really has.
Yeah.
It's all fallen off. Where was it, Rodney? Sorry, I got carried away.
I think it's the one on North Lamar. What other movie? What's the one with McConaughey?
Mahogany.
Dazed and Confused. Dazed and Confused was also filmed right there at. Thank you, Scott. You got it as well. Yeah, Dazed and Confused. One of the great scenes in there was right there on the North Lamar location at Top Notch.
I always wonder where they did the filming from everything, man. Of course, I can't remember who created Dazed and Confused, man. Begins with an L. I'm pretty sure it begins with an L. Dude's from Austin. I just can't remember the last name. Anyways, yeah, I gotta go check out all these damn burger stands, man. I would say, but anyways, getting back to the original discussion to close this burger conversation off, I would say that I'll probably go with Dan's. Outside of Hay City Store, Dan's is probably the number one solidified burger joint for me. I'd love to see all your other all your other candidates and all the other best, burger joints. Please put them in the YouTube chat here so I can have, notes and great places to go for more food. So thank you.
I got to tell you what, one of the ones, and again, this sounds kind of cheesy, and of course you can always add cheese to your burgers. One that kind of flies under the radar to me, and again, I just said that I don't prefer the chains, but if you can find a Chili's, go get you one of those old timers. And with fries and some chips and salsa, dude, that's good shit. That's good shit.
Chili's baby back. I want my baby back. Baby back. Nah, man. You know what? I've never been to a Chili's. I've never been to a Chili's before in my life. Ever.
Yeah. It's all right. They've kind of fallen off the map a little bit right there as others have taken over. I think like here in Austin, folks are all into P. Terry's and the Five Guys and all of that. But still, man, go find you a local spot. The Waterloo. If you can find you a Waterloo, I think there's one there on the way to the old radio station off of 360. I think there's still one there. Go get you a Waterloo Ice House burger with tater gems. Good shit, man. Good shit.
You watching the UFL at all?
Every now and then. Dude, I flipped it on yesterday before the NASCAR race. I had to do a couple of NASCAR interviews before I got back. And I turned one game on, and some dude got hit solidly in the helmet. And the quarterback falls over, and they go to the booth or whatever, and it's like after further review, the play stands as called. I'm like, damn, these guys really are playing football for real. Not that we're saying
it
that.
It hasn't been that bad a play.
It hasn't been that bad, dude.
Quarterback plays down, of course. It's not, and I would argue, of course, anybody would argue, you basically, the league goes as fast as the play of the quarterback, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or the league is only as good as the play of the quarterback. But I would argue that it's not just such down quarterback play; it's some pretty decent defense. Look, I think what Birmingham, besides Birmingham, Birmingham's the only undefeated team that's in here. But I saw the Michigan Panthers as well, man, and they got a pretty damn good defense too, dude. So I don't know if people have been watching a little bit of the UFL, but it's not as, it's football, man.
It's not bad.
Football. So I got a chance to watch a little bit of it. I watched it. I watched it in the week 2 and week 3, and then kind of let it go wayside there. I had some other stuff come up, and then of course playoffs and for hockey and basketball start. But I tuned into a little bit. I got to catch a little bit of it this weekend. It's football, guys. It's football. It's not bad football, but it's football. That's the only way I can pretty much describe. It's slow. You can definitely tell there's just a slower pace.
Yeah.
Like the plays develop a lot slower, but it's still it's fun to watch some of the some of the names that you forgot about in college, and oh, that's where this guy ended up. Okay, I thought he was in the CFL. No, he's in the UFL. So
yeah. I think it would be a bigger rage, honestly, Wags, if we didn't have all the hockey playoffs and NBA and all of that. And like yesterday,
but where are you going to fit it in? That's the thing. Like, you can't put this thing during the regular season, right?
Yeah, and you can't do it during the week. I mean, because the whole thing is all that shit's going on during the week also. So there's not really a place for it to fall into place. So, but I mean, and the thing is, we've got a Dallas team, we got a team in San Antonio. I think the Brahmas are actually pretty good. So playing in the Alamo Dome. So I don't know if it's more. I'm sure it's a hell of a lot more.
San Antonio's tied for second in their division.
Yeah, San Antonio is really good, and again, with San Antonio, they have the Spurs. That's a Spurs town, and we can sit here and talk about the different conspiracies where San Antonio will never allow Major League Baseball or NFL, or the Spurs won't. But those UFLs and all that shit.
I don't know why that is.
Of
course, I'm not from here. Is that something that goes back a long way, or
I think it's
one that I'm unaware of.
It's one of those situations like we talk about here in Austin, where even though we have some pro franchises in here, we don't have NFL, MLB, NBA, any of that. And a lot of folks will say, well, that's because it's a Longhorn controlled market. And that's kind of the thing there with the Spurs, where it's like the Spurs have controlled that market for so long. Yeah, the missions and whatever you have there with minor league baseball. But I mean, I seriously thought in 2009, when the Saints needed a place to play, with Katrina, when they came to San Antonio, the San Antonio Saints would have been a home fucking run. But, it goes back to where Jerry Jones and all of that, they're not going to allow that. But they embrace that stuff. I mean, the San Antonio folks really embrace those spring leagues and so forth. Right quick, Gabe, yes, fried chicken and Lockhart never, ever going to be the same after Mr. Dobbs. Mr. and Mrs. Dobbs, the best chicken, those fries, going into that little small spot in there, you walked out and you smell like chicken all day. Dobbs, shit was so good. So good. Fried chicken talk.
The one thing that kind of, lit my eye up and I kind of forgot all about the dude was AJ McCarron. Like, do you remember? Like, I feel like the UFL will be a really good place for product of the system quarterbacks, not Heisman ready quarterbacks, but like quarterbacks that kind of rode the coattails of a strong program, of a really strong program, like a McCarron, right? Like, didn't really carve it up or dominate it in the collegiate level, but had all the pieces around them to shine and be able to be a quarterback on the top team.
Mm-hmm.
They get their chance to, I guess, basically lead a league in a watered down professional football type setting, right? Like in a league where you don't think AJ McCarron's going to actually shine. This is a league where a quarterback like AJ McCarron can get to. When I first saw that AJ McCarron was one of the best quarterbacks or when I was reminded that AJ McCarron is one of the best quarterbacks in the UFL here, it reminded me of the status of one Carson Beck, or the potential of one Carson Beck.
Yeah.
I don't think Carson Beck does that much to wow my eyes in terms of quarterback play at the collegiate level. I feel like he's in a program of Kirby Smart, right? Like, basically, I feel like all he has to do is just turn the ball around and hand the ball off. Now, I don't have Beck's stats from 2023, but I'm sure that he found Bowers quite a few times before Bowers went down, and they were able to get things rekindled when Bowers got healthy. And I'm sure there was more of a passing attack from Georgia. It's just not, coming to surface of my mind at the moment. But still, I feel like Carson Beck is another quarterback that you could end up seeing in the UFL in a few years or whatever. Maybe he's not a NFL ready quarterback. And also, which brings me to point, I feel like there was a few quarterbacks that got drafted this year that are probably going to wind up in the UFL.
Yeah. And I think if anything, it's a good landing spot to let you continue in the game. And
100%, man. 100%, man. Extend your career. Absolutely.
Yeah. AJ McCarron's brother, Rusty, is a buddy of mine. They're heavily involved in stock car racing down in the Mobile, Pensacola, all the Southeast corridor right there. So Rusty and I actually communicate a lot, doing different stuff with their racing team. And I've asked him repeatedly, Wags, about AJ, and he's like, man, AJ, he's like, he enjoys the game again. He gets to spend time with his family.
To CB's point right there, Rodney. To CB's point, he didn't want to be a backup. He wanted to actually go play ball. He wanted to go spin it, man. And he's one of the best in the league.
Yep. And that's one of the things that Rusty's talked about is like, AJ, he's not locked into an 18 game season and he's not having to do all this. It's a very short season.
Yeah. What is it like? Is it 10 weeks?
Like 8 to 10 weeks, I think. And then he's into the playoffs. And it's like, it's not the magnitude of the NFL. And he's got a great nest egg with the company, the family company that they have. And at the same time, he gets to supplement and gets to enjoy the game that he fucking loves. So it's like, boom. I mean, that's great. Nobody's going to complain about that. And like you said, I think for the fans, the game is good. The game is good. It's not the NFL, but it's watchworthy.
So Rob, here's the thing, like that'd be a fantastic idea too, right? But how many snaps are you taking away from, the rest of the quarterbacks that's in this league, that's in the UFL. Now, if you want to use this as kind of like a transit league or a taxi league, like I'm all about that, right? Like if you want to keep this as kind of like what the what soccer does. This is a weird, wild ass analogy, and forgive me. Try and keep up with my mind here. But what if you use this as kind of like a relegation system? Of course, you're not relegating teams to go down into the UFL. That's not what I'm saying. But
right.
Instead of quarterbacks that are out of the game or touring, so to speak, if they're not up for it, if they're not playing in decent NFL quarterback caliber, put them down here. You know what I mean? Let them develop their skills or make this more like the G League. I feel like that's kind of what this was prototyped to be anyways, was the NFL trying to find their minor league system that actually works here in America instead of going and playing NFL Europe with the Ryan Gallant or with the Ryan Fire and who the Cologne the Cologne Centurions. I can't remember the old school names. I think it was the Centurions for Cologne. I'm pretty sure, man, but my memory's failing. But yeah, man. I'm with Rob. I think that's a great idea. I just don't know how that would work out fiscally and financially.
Yeah,
it's a good idea.
And I do agree that I know a lot of folks will argue that college football is kind of the feeder system. Well, it is to supply players, but like you're talking about in the sense when you get there and you're not living
how do you
up
maintain?
Right. And that's where, we can take a situation like with the UFL to where, I mean, look on the baseball side, like with Jose Abreu, what the Astros just did. They sent his ass down and they're like, go get better. If you could figure out something for football, because and football is so, I mean, the intensity, that just everything that happens right there. And it is a culture shock because there's no in between. Like with baseball, you'll go into AA, you go into AAA, you learn the professional game. Not with this. You get drafted and boom, go. And if you fall on your face, it's like, well, now what? And what's that do to your mind? Wags, we talk about the mind all the time. When you don't hit your expectations.
Sports psychology is for real, man. It truly is.
Absolutely. It looks like Des Brooks from Leander is the winner there of the $50 Cabo Bob's gift certificate. So we've got the info right there. So we will get that hooked up to you. Also on that Coda text line 222-9328, which you guys on the app can check in, or if you're watching and want to do it that way as well. A mention there for Gill's Fried Chicken in San Marcos. It's been a lot of time.
I've never had it.
Well.
I've never.
It's gone.
I'm sorry. I
it's
apologize.
gone.
Don't drag me under the table here. I haven't had Gus's either.
Oh yeah.
I haven't had Gus's chicken either.
Yeah,
there's Craig used to get on me about that all the time. You've never had Gus's chicken? I'm like, no, never had that either. There's so much good food around here. I'm glad we actually had that conversation because now I'm starving. I'm probably gonna order. Actually, I'm gonna call Ike up. I'm gonna call my guy Ike up.
Not that I got this. I actually got this. Like I pulled up a while ago. This is from my in-laws for my birthday, and they loaded this thing up, and they're like, "Here, use this. Be happy. Thank you."
If you're gonna spew into this. Remember that shit?
Yeah.
Wayne's World, man. Hey, we had
if you're gonna be a fat ass, do it on us.
What you got?
I said they pretty much told me if you're gonna be a fat ass, let us help you.
Well, I'm gonna call Ike up so I can see if I can get myself a pasta bowl here from Domino's. Hey, we had some basketball, we had some hockey, we had some great playoff sports over the weekend. What was some of your most impressive things you took from this weekend? Rodney, I missed my futures bet by one.
Yeah,
I hit my Mavs game and I missed on the series. The Birds failed to take the matinee game, the Sunday game. They lost 9-2. To the Snakes, but hell, they look pretty damn good out of 2 of the 3 in Camden Yards, and Birds are one of the best in business. We'll get to baseball in a little bit here, but yeah, what was your takeaway from this weekend, Rodney?
Pretty much what I knew what was going to happen. We had not only we, or I don't know if we actually did
the royal we.
Yeah, it was like Katie bar the door. The Nuggies are done. No,
what'd you just say? Could you just say Katie bar the door?
Katie bar the door. You like that? Katie bar the door.
Where did I can't remember where I heard that thing. Might have been a video game.
That may have been either like on wrestling or something. I don't exactly know where that may have come from. It's like in racing, it's like every now and then I'm calling a race and I'm like, we got a Donnybrook. And they're like, what is that? I'm like, it's a fucking good race is what it is. By the way, another great NASCAR finish yesterday.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You can talk about that for a minute if you want. I don't care.
Yeah, we'll get to that later.
Part of your
Nuggets are not done. Here come the Nuggets, man. Now we got
roaring back,
emphatically roaring back. The Nuggets looking like they should look, and I don't know, man. I'm finally glad now. It looks like as we sit here on Monday, May the 13th, that these series are where we expected them to be. And the good thing is, what I like about that is that they were kind of giving us hope that we were going to be wrong about what we thought these series were going to be, Wags. But shit. Ain't a bad well, maybe Cleveland and Boston, even though Boston is back. But let me ask you about Jason Tatum. I know the other day after Boston got steamrolled,
can we talk about the other matchups before we get into Tatum?
First? Oh yeah.
We go ahead. Ask me about Tatum. Go ahead.
No, about Tatum. So after Boston gets beat, a lot of folks are like, Jason Tatum doesn't seem to have the heart. Jason Tatum, because he's like, yeah,
I think that's just his character, right? Just kind of laissez-faire. don't stress out too much about it. I mean, that's just kind of, he's just really not a high strung type of dude. I feel like he's always kind of been a low key, a low vibe type of dude, right? He's not really high strung. I feel like when you're talking about the emotional vocal leader of that group, I think it's Brown. Like Brown's the vocal dude of that trio, or at least that's how I feel from it. And honestly, like I don't really. When you look at the core of Boston, and it's kind of unique to their identity. I think they're all kind of quiet. Like there's not really a vocal, scene stealer or somebody that's going to be, striking out all the tabloids or all the headlines or whatnot. They don't say anything wrong. Like they do their job. They show up, they do their job, or they underperform. They don't go out there and talk and chop, run their chopsticks all the time. And they go out there and they either hit you in the mouth or they try and right the ship. That's one thing I do love about Boston is they don't really talk that much, man. They show up and play ball. Yeah, and of course, like regardless of how you feel about Tatum, if he's been underperforming in postseason play or whatnot, at least the guy's not out there just running his suck like most people do. So that's one thing I'll never get down on Boston for is the fact that they don't have all the talkers that were on the team are gone. I feel like they don't run their mouth; they just play ball.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things with Tatum to where it's kind of the whole just what we've talked about, Wags, with Boston, where it's like they can be they are so good, but then when they come down to earth, they like come way down to earth, and I think it's one of those things, the tendencies of that team. I think that maybe he just hasn't had that moment yet where he does something, which I understand it because either they're blowing somebody out or getting destroyed. He hasn't had that game-winning moment, or he hadn't had that aggressive moment or anything. And he's just like way laid back. He doesn't bitch about anything. He's just a basketball player. I mean, I see the comments there about being overrated and so forth, but I think
I don't think Tatum's like
him. Yeah.
I don't think he's over. I think his offense is on point. I think his offense is there. I think he meets the criteria. I think the thing with Boston is they just take plays off when we've talked about this from time to time, right? Like they just go in spurts to where they can't fill it up or they can't get a basket. Maybe 3 to 4 minute stretches where they can't get a basket, which you can't be doing it. Like if you're considering yourself the number one team in your conference, right? You can't be going on scoring droughts for like 5 minutes. You just can't, especially in the playoffs when now maybe you might be able to get away with it a little bit in the East. You might. But when you go up, we talked about the situation, the hypothetical situation when you get to a grinder team like New York, right? They'll take advantage of that vulnerability, man. But yeah, I saw Rob. I can't see the comment now, but Rob made a comment about Boston going on cruise control. They absolutely do. Like they find themselves going in cruise control from time to time, and that's when they start going on these laws, right? If you're asking me if Tatum can take over, if you give him the ball and he's ball dominant and you want him to have the last shot, do I think he's got that potential? 100%, absolutely. I think he's a phenomenal player. I just don't think he rises to the moment when he needs to. Like, if he wants to be a legitimate superstar, he needs to say, hey, look, all eyes on me. You don't need to talk your talk, but, I mean, go out there and hell, when it's time for the last shot, get the ball in your possession, make the last shot.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, I don't know the identity between who the superstar is because it feels like Brown and Tatum kind of share the load. And then all of a sudden, like when they're quiet, White just comes on the scene and starts lighting it up. Like Boston's crazy talented. They're absolutely crazy. And then you want to talk about their defense too. You got Drew Holiday on their defense. Like, what are you gonna do? This team's loaded. It's absolutely loaded.
And I think a lot of that kind of to your point right there is what's adding, like stoking this whole conversation was after the loss the other night where he said, we're not a super team. We didn't have the coach of the year. We didn't have the player of the year. He's talking about the kind of the snub with the all-stars and all that. So
yeah, but you got a solid core nucleus of superstars and all-stars, I would say. Maybe not all-stars, but you got some talented pieces, man. You got Al Horford is one of your veteran tough players. Or I wouldn't say he's a tough guy, but I mean the dude's a bucket.
Yeah,
like the dude he can hit from the perimeter. He's not. I wouldn't say that his 3-point shooting's as well as as good as it. Excuse me, hiccups. I wouldn't say that the 3-point shooting is as good as it has been in the past here, but still, he's able to step outside on the perimeter and hit a knockdown bucket if he needs to.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. And we're with the comments there from him after that loss, they're using that as fire. I would think. I mean, you put that chip on your shoulder. We're not a super team, whatever, all stars, all this other shit. But it still goes back to what you just mentioned. It Wags is like. Dude, they just the ebb and flow of this team, and it's like when they're off, my God, I mean that's concerning. And like you talk about, now that we have kind of going to the other series, now that we've got Indiana and the Knicks, I mean now that's a series again. And are the Knicks wearing out? I mean, they're just so battle tested and beat up. I said MASH unit the other day, and here come the Pacers. So I don't know, man. So is Do you
Boston
still think
Boston
the best team in the league?
Out of all the teams in the NBA, Boston still has the best differential with 11.4.
That's right. Yeah.
And I mean, hell, the next best team underneath of them is Oklahoma, and that's 7.4. So again, like you can't deny how good of a team Boston is. Now, look, man. Again, I go to scoring differential a good amount of times, but still, you know. Basketball's a game of stars. Like you can have all the scoring differential and you play solid core team defense. But at the end of the night, the stars are going to rise up. It's going to come down to your 3 stars. It just really will, man. The nucleus is fantastic, but the stars will prevail. It's basketball. It always happens. It always happens.
That's the way it works. That's exactly the way it works. That's how when we talk about these teams, it's like who's the third? You know, with some of these teams like Phoenix and all this with they've got a big 3, but what the hell are they doing with that? But they're not in the playoffs. Who cares about that?
I mean, dude, but I mean, we went into this weekend not knowing if Denver would be able to right the ship or not and get things back square. Denver goes on the road just when everybody counted them out. Oh my, Minnesota's just so damn deep. Yours truly here. You know, I wasn't given the knee jerk overreaction of sweep like I usually do, right?
Yeah.
It felt like true potential that it could happen, but you just felt like Denver would find something to exploit and make Minnesota feel vulnerable at, right? That exploit was just Nikola Jokic. Like he is going up against 3 stalwarts in Minnesota and still prevailing. Now, it's not all Joker because it's fantastic team play with Denver as well. Denver goes out on the road. We thought that they would be written off, and they come back after this weekend, tie this bad boy up, and now we got a brand new series. It's 2-2.
Got a brand new series. They go on the road to Minnesota and take care of business right there. And that, you know, I think I said it on Friday to where hopefully coming out of the weekend that we were going to see where Joker, you know, let's not get in the MVP thing, but I think I did say that to where it's like, okay, regular season MVP, your MVP time right here. And it seems like that's what we got. In all of the series, I mean, with Knicks Pacers, I mean, with the Mavericks, I mean, the Mavericks, dude, this is shit's about to get really real. And we get to do it again tonight, man. It's a good weekend of basketball, and I'm not surprised that this happened. I'm not surprised that this happened.
No, I'm not. I mean,
stunned you with this?
What's that?
Was there anything that through the weekend in the NBA with all of these becoming
probably Aaron Gordon having the game that he did last night? That was kind of shocking. Like usually when you think of the 2 dudes that are going to go off for Denver, it's Murray and it's Jokic. Gordon, you know, showing he's no spring chicken anymore either, man. He's got some veteran miles on those legs, but you know, the night that he had last night, you know, contributing 27, and wasn't just the fact that he had 27 points. I mean, he was busy getting the team active too. 8 assists as well. I mean, the guy 6 assists and 7 boards. So Gordon, I thought Gordon, you know, anybody that watched the damn game last night showed up that or knew that Gordon just seemed like he was feeling it and had him almost every sequence down the floor. It felt like he had a mismatch. Yeah, if Gordon can play like this and you get more complimentary play, this is the complimentary play that you're supposed to get from Aaron Gordon. He's not supposed to be headlining and doing what Jamal Murray does, right? But if you're getting this type of play out of that, and then Murray, contributes almost 20 points too, that's the formula, man. That's how you're going to beat Minnesota, dude. I didn't know how they were going to be able to beat Minnesota, because I thought Minnesota had just already figured it out and unlocked, Denver Pandora's box. Is that even a thing? Denver's Pandora box. God, I don't even know if I'm saying it right. But anyways, they just weren't able to get it. They weren't able to figure it out when they had them at home, and hell, Denver was able to right the ship. This is probably my NBA finals here. I know I just sat there and said that Boston's one of the best teams. Boston's got the best scoring differential, but we kind of sleep on Boston because they're in the East. I don't know how that is going to pan out when it gets to the finals, because if all this, comes to fruition, Rodney, and we're sitting here talking about how easy of a path Boston has to get to the finals, there's a damn good chance that they could be the dominant team when they get to the finals, because of all this battle-hardened and torn down teams from the West. So
from the West,
that's right. What I think is going to happen.
Yeah, these guys are at battle, each and every time they head to the court. And talking about role players, I mean, look at Dallas. I mean,
look at that. Yeah, I was gonna say, look at what's going on with Dallas, man.
Yeah, with PJ Washington, we were talking about Timmy Hardaway on Friday out at Lost Pines, and it's like, I mean, Dallas is utilizing those role players to fit in, with Luka and Kyrie. And now they're in control of the series. You get
a little bit of play like that. You don't need Washington to be going off and headlining, right?
Exactly.
And shooting, 30 points a game. You don't need that every night, but you need like 15 to 20 from Wash.
Contribute.
Yeah, you need a little bit of contribution, right? You need 15 to 20 from Wash, and then hell, if Timmy can show up like that again, he don't need to dominate the third and go off and run off with 10 straight points. But if Timmy can contribute, be somewhat of lockdown on defense, work the perimeter, work the opposition, make SGA just, or hell, it'll be Dort. Make a few of these guys just feel a little bit crowded and get their shots off, get them out of rhythm. There's a damn good chance that Dallas not only beats Oklahoma, but also goes on to get to the finals. I think they have a chance to get past either Minnesota or Denver. Dallas looks pretty damn good, man. Again, I don't think they're the strongest team in the West, but they're playing together pretty damn well.
Well, and that's exactly the point right there. No, they're not the best, no, but they are. I mean, you watch them with what they're doing. Yeah,
Jake, we're trying to be good. We're trying to be nice to Tim, man.
Yeah,
it's been, and just like, and I'm not trying to beat up on Tim too bad, but I mean, I can't even really think the last time he actually had a productive offensive game.
I think he said
it wasn't this month. It had to be like last month.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I saw Timmy go on a run like that, or be that much of a contributor, man. But yeah, if that happens, my goodness, man.
You can't
Kyrie
sleep on
playing
Dallas.
off-ball defense and getting steals off ball like that. Yeah, this is a fun team to watch.
Yeah, this is a fun team to watch, and this is going to be a fun series to watch right here, because this is going 7. Because I don't see anybody really taking the drastic lead in this series. It's gonna this is grinded out basketball right here. What we got with Dallas and OKC. Wags, right quick before we go any further, got to tell you about our great friends at Covert BK. Maybe you went and got your yeah, I know, really damn quick. It was that food segment we did at the beginning.
Yeah, we must have spent like 15 minutes talking about food.
Yeah, something like that. How about a word from our friends at Covert BK?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Yeah, they are. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Yeah, Rob wants the Pacers and Knicks to go to 7. That series is knotted back up at 2-2. Yeah, I don't know how the Pacers are still able to do it. Because when you think about the Pacers, you really don't think that Halliburton can kind of put his team on the back and kind of carve down Thibodeau's defense. again, like this is. I thought that they would be done against Milwaukee, but Milwaukee with the injuries that they sustained, Pacers being able to keep it alive, and who knows, man? Maybe the Pacers can push this to 7. I do think the Knicks emerge victorious out of this series. I thought, me sitting here, when before this thing actually started kicking off, the second round started kicking off, I'm sitting here calling a gentleman's sweep by the Knicks, and sure enough, now we have a 2-2 game, or a 2-2 series. If this does happen to where they go 7, look for the Celtics, like Rob is actually pieing for here and lobbying for here. If this actually does go to 7 for Pacers and Knicks, there's a damn good chance that Boston could steamroll. Again, I'm getting the cart ahead of the horse right now, but if you're kind of playing the futures thing, if you're looking for futures bets and you're seeing how all this is shaping up, if they push to 7, there's a good chance that Celtics only need 5 to get through it, just because of how dead the legs are. I talk about dead legs in hockey. Dead legs still happen in basketball too.
Yeah, I think that's the whole thing, and I think where the Pacers.
Yes, I mean, he's like Luka goes down the floor every damn time and gets hit. Like he is getting hit. Dort is making him know that he's there. It's an annoying basketball method. That's all it is. Like he's not even really trying to like foul or stop Luka. He's just trying to get in the psyche of Luka right now. He's doing a pretty damn good job. Oh, Luka's still Luka.
Sure, but I think where the Pacers are fortunate is like I mentioned a while ago. I mean, New York is beat up. I mean, these guys are hanging on right here, and that's kind of that's why I thought that this series would even up at some point, because it was going to be something. Brunson now with Brunson, beat up as well. It was going to be something there to where they were eventually going to wear these guys down.
Who's the more grittier team, Rodney? Is it Indiana or is it New York?
I think it's New York, to be honest with you. I know watching what the Pacers are doing right here, but you got to look at that. I'll say it again. It's a mash unit with the Knicks. I mean, you've got guys that are missing. Was that Robbins? He's out. I mean, they're missing so many parts and pieces, and yet they started out. But I think right now, dude, it's like a rubber band. You stretch that thing out and stretch and stretch and stretch, and eventually it shrivels up. I think that's what's happening to the Knicks, and I do agree with you that Indiana, we can say they're gritty. But, man, if they get into the Eastern Conference Finals against Boston, it's going to be – Boston will have that one game like they had against Cleveland. But, Boston is on a really good path right now.
All right, we got some action tonight as well, my guy. Oh, we also had some hockey. I mean, you want to talk about some hockey?
Hit hockey, Wags, because we're shit, man.
We had some hockey. Boston finds themselves in, I would say, panic mode. Well, hell, let's ask Rob. Like, Rob, are you guys in panic mode? Down 3-1 here. You could argue that you guys have been underperforming the past couple of years in the playoffs. No Marchand. Is this this is as daunting as it gets for Boston, right? I mean, Jesus. Nah, come on, man. Don't sell yourself. It's panic mode, but hell, you only need one, right? Look, but the problem is you're going up against one of the best net miners in hockey too. Bobrovsky's pretty damn solid. I don't know what it's going to take for your boys for the Bees to get past Florida here, but look, when you're in the hole like 3-1 here, man, it's going to be tough sledding, that's for sure. But if there's a team that can do it, it's Boston.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What do you think, Wags? Rangers blue shirts finish this shit off tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Carolina able to finally, get on the stat book in terms of getting special team, finally scoring on special teams. Thankfully, right? I mean, it just felt like that was one hell of a daunting task for those bunch of jerks down there at Carolina. I still think it's too little too late. There's something wrong with Anderson. Like Anderson's not tracking the puck right. Like he's been off this entire series, which is weird because he's one of the best goalies in the NHL, or he was one of the best goalies in the NHL. Aho, again, it's they're just not being able to put the puck in the back of the net on special teams too, which is it's kind of daunting. They struggled last year too. I think they got Carolina got swept last year, if I'm not mistaken. I'm pretty sure.
I think so. Yeah.
Can't remember who they played, but I'm pretty sure that they were swept last season.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, so And I can't really figure it out to why they're playing such bad. I mean, they're playing really close. I mean, hell, anybody that's watching, it's gone to overtime a few games now here. They're just not being able to get the loose or somehow in inopportune times the puck skating over their or flying over their stick. It's just really unlucky hockey at the moment, or unfortunate hockey at the moment. And the blue shirts are capitalizing on anything that they can get. They've gotten shorthanded goals in the series too. And again, when you're not going to score on special teams, the opposition is usually going to win. So that's if you're not scoring when you got the man advantage, there's a lot of times where you're not going to come out, the victors of that night. It's not
that's a whole thing. When you get into that man advantage, if you're not able to take
Panther
advantage
swept
of
them.
it,
Thank you, Jake. Appreciate you.
if you can't take advantage of that, I mean, that's no. Dallas, I mean, here's the Stars. I mean, they're tonight, against the Avalanche. So I'll tell you, man, the Dallas, again, a great night to be a sports fan in Dallas, as your teams have become resurgent and sitting in really, really good spots. So let's check the Stars tonight. Again, the goaltender play that we're watching from Dallas has just been again, that's a playoff goalie right there. That dude seems to rise when it's time. But
come on, Ott, you got him, Ott.
That's the man right there, Ottinger. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see how that all shakes out tonight. Busy night.
Puck drops on ESPN at 8:30. Make sure you're supporting your Stars as they are on the road to take on McKinnon and Company in Colorado. Hey, before we get out of here, make sure you guys hit up audiovisual consultations if you're watching hockey or baseball or basketball, man. It's all dead. If you want to get the UFL in as well, man, you got to get it done with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. Been setting the standard in audiovisual automation for the past 35 years. You guys know this. They're in the Austin, Central Texas area, but they do work all over Texas. Just give them a call. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Hey, Wags, Wednesday, the NFL schedule drops, and I think we found out this morning that it's going to be Ravens at Chiefs to start it off on Thursday, September 5th.
How about Xavier Worthy going up against the Ravens his first game out of the season, huh? First game of your career, and you're going up against the Baltimore Ravens defense. What's that do for you, Rodney?
Prime time for him right there. It's a big time to step up and shine, and odds are
who's got Xavier Worthy in both of their dynasty seasons?
And he's going to be the dude, because I don't know if Rashee Rice is going to be playing that day, dude. I mean, I'm not laughing at
I don't think Rashee Rice is going to be playing for the first part of the
not going to be playing
season. He might not even play. He might not even, when it's all said and done with, he might not even play this season.
That's the whole thing right there. But yes, CB, there is going to be a game in Brazil. I'm actually doing some work now with Brazil.
Hey, all you pickleball players, you guys saw those shorts that BK and Bucky brought up, right? That's not the attire that you need from Pick Sports Gear. What you need to do is go to their website right now. If you're ready to gear up with all the design gear that's right here in Austin, look no further than Pick Sports Gear. Their equipment's crafted with precision by professionals with passion, right here in the heart of the city, known for its love and innovation. Right here in Austin, Central Texas. From top-of-the-line paddles to premium accessories, you can't go wrong with Pick Sports Gear. You look on their website for the demo days that are happening right around the corner. If you need to get out there, get out and about on this beautiful weather. The weather's turning, man, and it's getting great in Austin. Get out there and socialize. Come find me. Hell, maybe I'll have a betting scenario for you, or if I fall on my ass, I'll wear those damn those padded shorts or whatever. But nothing's as good as the stuff that you get from Pick Sports Gear. That's PIXSportsGear.com. PickSportsGear.com.
Absolutely. Hey, right quick, Jake called it. That's right. Eagles and Packers, I think, is that game that we're talking about in Brazil. They may go missing. Fine, bye. Both of them. I like Eagles. Yes.
You know what? I'm all right with the Packers, but if the Eagles franchise were to just kind of fall off the wayside,
I'm good with the Packers.
Somewhere, I'm fine with that. I don't mind the all right. I'll subscribe to that.
They all right. They all right. Check out.
What else you got going on today, Double R? What's up?
Oh man, today's catch-up day, man. By the way, I see that on the Coda text line, somebody is reaching out about the Yo Mama joke on Friday. That was the winner. I think it was Yo Mama is so dumb she thought a quarterback was a refund.
All right,
that's pretty good.
All right. Let's get off of Mama's because I just got off of yours.
Right there. Let me get you a good
that's from White Man Can't Jump, brother.
Yeah,
I take all my shit. I get all my shit from the movies, dude.
Jordan, where the hell
Let's
you
get
at
off
now?
of mom's because I just get off of yours. And then Wesley Snipes goes, she's out. She's out. What time you want me to bring the bitch back?
You sound like Jerry Reed. You sound like the snowman on Smokey and the Bandit, the way you're reading those out.
I don't know what I sound like. I just know that that's some of the best Your Mama jokes I've ever found was the original White Man Can't Jump. Not the one with Jack Harlow, the one with, Wesley Snipes and Woody Harrelson, man. And what's her name? God, what's her name? Oh,
the one that
God.
says Billy.
I want to school.
Rosie Perez.
What's her name?
Rosie Perez.
Rosie Perez. Thank you very much. Billy, I want to screw. Come back.
Mommy. All right.
Oh my God, Jordan, what's up, brother? How are we?
Sensitivity training here, right quick.
What are you going on, dude? What are you on the road? You're actually working double duty. What's going on here?
Trying to. No,
you can't really work when you're hearing us do Rosie Perez impressions, right?
Yeah.
You know what we're talking about. You ever seen the original? Have you seen the original White Man Can't Jump?
I have not, and I haven't seen the new one either. I'm not going to watch the new one.
Don't do yourself a treat and take the rest of the day off and go watch White Man Can't Jump.
Can't do that because I got to drive to Ruston after the show. So, yeah, can't do that. So, today was Monday, so Stampede, obviously. Woke up early in the morning to write that, and then, I think it's fine to say his name. There's a kid who was a 2023 receiver out of Rockwall who some might remember. Texas never offered him; they never recruited him. But his name is Noble Johnson. He ended up signing with Clemson as a 3-star receiver by us. I believe some outlets had him as a 4-star, but me and him, we got tight his sophomore year of high school. And I did a lot of photography and videography work with him, and he was just in town for the week, and I'm about to be out of town on the road for a week, so we went and got breakfast. And now I'm in the parking lot for Waffle House and IHOP in Rockwall. So that's where we're doing the show
You're
from.
in a tough situation. Waffle House and an IHOP.
Yeah, you want to guess where we ate? Yeah. Come on, blue collar bitch. I'm going Waffle House. Waffle House much better.
I knew you were a well-educated dude. I knew you were.
Yeah. Also, man, where I'm from in Austin, we don't really have them, right? As y'all know. So, the only time I really ate Waffle House is on the road. So I kind of every time I'm on the road, I gotta hit at least once,
Yeah.
But, you get any good nuggets from your interview, from your conversation?
No, not interviews. Really, just catching up and seeing how he's doing and all that. Really interesting. So there's a couple kids across college football, at different programs that I kind of have a similar relationship with or whatnot. But Clemson is just in a different world compared to the rest of college football. The things I hear out of him about what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's just
what Dabo's doing, or
yeah, just because it's obviously everything that happens in Austin, I'm hearing about either at the time it happens or later on. In Clemson, it's I don't, I'm not blowing Noble up all the time. We'll talk on the phone every now and then, but so just hearing the stories, it's wow.
There's some 2010s over there.
I'm very curious to what Dabo's or I guess what he's still trying to stand up there at Clemson. If does he have a hold? Does he have a grasp of shit? Do you know that?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay.
I think so. I mean, I was just for him, he couldn't really give a response to this because it's all he's ever known.
Sure.
But Clemson is in the 70s or 60s right now with their scholarship count. They had 13 or 14 guys leave. And the scholarship count is 85.
They had 13.
Yeah.
They got 13 out the door.
Yes, in the portal, 13 or 14 of them. I'm pretty sure it was over a dozen.
And they didn't add a portal either, right? Dabo doesn't get hot on the portal.
He's added, I think, 2 guys in his whole career out of the portal. Yeah. but none this year. So, yeah. And also, like, he didn't go through spring ball because he actually got in a car accident in January and had to get a surgery or whatnot. But he'll be back for fall camp. But yeah, the Klubnik's up there. They got a really interesting group of Texas kids.
Do you talk to Klubnik at all?
No, I haven't talked to him in a long time. In high school we were tight, but like he kind of was always
I just want to know what's going on up in Clemson. Like the mentality of all the players, what the hell Dabo's got them prescribed to or subscribed to rather.
Past history.
Yeah.
Past history. I think it's what they're subscribed to.
It can't all be peaches and cream there for Clemson. And I feel like their window of opportunity is gradual. I mean, just reducing at the day, so to speak.
Oh yeah, and I mean they signed for what Clemson kind of is, and with the way they recruit, they signed a pretty good 2024 class. But the thing is, like, Clemson can't pay these dudes; they just can't. Like they'll sign about at least 1 5-star a year, it feels like. And like I know in 2023 they signed a cat who they started, I think, at like 300 something a year. There's like, I don't know the number for every single guy in Texas's 2024 class, but there are probably at least 6 guys making that in that class alone. And Clemson will maybe have like one of those guys every other year. What do you say?
What's Dabo's selling point now? Like, what's he using to entice players to come to Clemson?
Past history.
Yeah.
That's it.
I'll tell you, this is what it is. I will never be fired. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not taking any other jobs. Our coaches don't really get fired. When they do, they deserve it. No one really leaves either. Right? Yeah. God, and some more God. And a big part of recruiting is winning the parents over.
Yeah, that's it.
That angle plays incredibly well. So there are 3 things. I don't.
And the Bible. One more time, the Bible.
God, and some more extra God. Yeah. But no. They also like. Am I wrong? Clemson's like a half decent school at least, right?
No, you're not wrong. You're absolutely. And they also play I would argue they play in a watered down ACC. So.
Yeah.
And I think it's tough for them because what's there? Because we look at but I mean College Station has money, so I think that's the difference there. But like when you look at Clemson, it's like so what? Austin, there's shit to entice people, but it's like
I mean, I feel like Clemson, you got a pretty good South Carolina vibe, right? But I don't know, like where do you cut off like the city life, the metropolitan life, and the beach life? Like I feel like there's not even how far away is the beach from Clemson?
Shit, I couldn't tell you. You gave me a map of South Carolina and told me to pick. If you gave me a map of South Carolina and told me to if you told me to locate a single city outside of Myrtle Beach, I couldn't even get close. In Myrtle Beach, I'm just putting it somewhere on the coastline.
I'll tell you where Paris Island's at. Yeah. I can find Paris Island in my damn sleep.
Yeah, so. I was in Myrtle Beach last month and I loved it. But I'm fucking old, and I don't want people bothering me.
Hilton Head, South Carolina is the spot, my guys.
Got a big golf tournament coming up there, by the way, this month. Anyway, Jordan, I got to tell you, speaking of the Waffle House right quick. So there's a brand new one in Round Rock, or newer, right off of A.W. Grimes. And so a couple of weeks ago, the wife and I go to a movie in Pflugerville. We come back. I'm like,
hey, gents, I got to get out of here, guys. I got to fly. I got a big meeting coming up.
All right, dude.
Yeah, you're all good. I don't know what's going on with Jeff, by the way. So
yeah, no, it's all good.
I have to spitball a little.
I said, let's hit the Waffle House. So the wife and I go rolling up there 11 p.m., dude. 11 p.m. on a Friday night. It was closed. And there was an employee standing out there. I said, what the fuck? And she said, oh, we close at 11. I said, you close at 11? I said, then you're not a Waffle House. Take the house off your waffle because you don't close. You don't close. Brand new. Get with the
What'd she do? She spit on you?
I mean,
that's what she should have.
I ran to the car. I ran to the car. I'm like, babe, start the car. This is not good. But So thoughts. I know we talked the other day, Jordan. So anybody emerging as a name in with Central Texas schools, with whether it be Round Rock, Leander, the Hayes County part, even AISD. Far-fetched idea there, but anybody there that you've got your eye on that could emerge as somebody that whether it be Texas or whoever is really going to have an eye on as we kind of get closer towards 7-on-7 and all that shit.
Yeah. So I'm really excited about how the 2027 class has come along so far for Central Texas. There's 2 kids already where I look at them and I'm like, this is a Power 5 receiver. One of them's at Weiss, Trey Moore. I've talked about him. I talked about him a lot last week. Yep. Ty Johnson out of Lampasas. He's another 6'3", 190-pound freshman receiver. Ty Johnson had about 600 receiving yards and has a full season of varsity tape at the 4A level already out of Lampasas. So he might Trey Moore has better offers than him right now, but man, once Ty Johnson shows up to a camp, he's gonna blow up. So like those 2 a lot. There's also, and I think both of those kids will or can end up being talented enough to actually get recruited and earn an offer from Texas. There's another receiver in Austin in 2027 named Marquise Murray that's at LBJ. He was at Westwood his freshman year and had
I remember that dude had a great freshman year. Sorry to interrupt you. That dude was great.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're all good. You're all good. He was great. But he had 550 as a freshman in 11 games for Westwood. Mm-hmm. Not shabby at all. And then transferred into LBJ, and he's going to go both ways for him. But those 3 cats, I'm really excited about them. And then if we're staying in Centex, Colleen High has a humongous 2027 freshman. It's 6'4", 280. And then Shoemaker, hold up, I have this somewhere. Shoemaker has a 6'3", 330-pound kid and a 6'2", 320-pound kid. Both at Shoemaker. There's a running back at Midway that's going to play Power 5 ball at Waco Midway. And then there's a kid at Hendrickson named Darius Hines who's 6'5" and 290. And his offensive tackle, freshman as well. He's going to play Power 5 ball too. And I don't think he has a single offer. And then this one's pretty well known just because he had a ton of production as a freshman. But Lampasas has another 2027 that should play at least FBS. It's just I need to look at him in person, but he's a 6'2", 207-pound running back named Jet Walker, who's white. So I'm not going to lie, it's going to be a lot harder for him to get recruited than other guys as a white running back. That's just how it is. Yep. I need to see him in person before I have a better opinion on him. That's kind of how I treat all running backs, to be honest. Just because, I don't know. I feel like it can be so deceiving with film sometimes on those guys. Track, Ty Washington, who's the receiver at Lampasas, he runs track. I don't think there's any open times, though, but I'm almost positive he was on a couple of their relay teams. And then I've talked about him a lot. But best defensive back in Austin plays at LBJ. His name is Yaheem Riley, goes by Miami. Only has 2 offers right now, but I'm telling you, he's gonna play Power 5 ball one day. So keep an eye on him. I like him a lot. I think he has a very legitimate case to be in the conversation for best safety in his class in Texas with Markel Ford out of Mesquite Horn and Isaiah Williams out of Fort Bend Marshall. But sometimes it takes other people to see what I see a little longer. So
yeah,
well. Okay, he's getting on now, is what Jeff said.
No. Jordan, right quick, let me ask you this. So especially you with everything that you work and everything that you cover with LBJ. I mean, I've got a lot of tie-in and stuff to LBJ. What is the perception with LBJ? I mean, talking about some of the guys right there, the fact that with AISD and the struggles and everything, inner city schools and all that, what kind of is the thought of LBJ around the state and even outside the country with those athletes? I mean, is it sometimes, because so many are athletes, I mean, we could talk about the positions, but is it one of those things to where they're kind of the small fish in a big pond because of their enrollment and because of their schedule and because of all of that, because we've seen them get knocked out in the playoffs, when they get to the high quality. What's kind of the mindset of LBJ outside of Austin with that talent?
That's honestly it's a great question. For the last few years, the only inner city programs in the state, they really, I guess, have consistently received love is SOC. And I mean, not that they don't deserve it. They went to state 3 years in a row and won 2 of them back to back. Like that will forever last in history, that team and that dynasty they have, and they're still on that run.
Yeah.
But I will say, and I've said this since everyone hopped on the SOC bandwagon in 2021.
Yeah.
What everyone thinks and look towards SOC as is actually what LBJ is. Because I'm not trying to take nothing away from SOC. A lot of those kids are not supposed to be there. You cannot go say that about LBJ. All those kids are supposed to be at LBJ. Another thing, LBJ is now 4A again. We're 5A for a little. Obviously, SOC played in 582 for a long time, or they still are. And that's what LBJ was playing in whenever they were. Or wait.
No, they were that was 4A.
They were D1?
Yeah, 4A D1.
Yeah. And SOC, I don't want to say SOC's path to the playoffs is easy because it definitely wasn't, but the first 3 rounds that LBJ would have to face would usually be stronger competition for them than what SOC would face in the first 3 rounds, and then they'd run into an Alito or someone else in round 4 or 5. But yeah, and like with SOC, like the school isn't located in a great part of town. LBJ is an even worse part of town, right? And like, man, there isn't a single school I've ever been to that has worse like practice fields and all that than LBJ.
Dude,
I've been to probably over 120 high schools in the last however many years in the state. So like they really get out the mud over there. And another thing too, like, man, you call LBJ games. How many people they got on the sideline? It's not more than 30. Shit, it's probably not even more than 25 some nights,
I know.
SOC can have 50 guys, and it's because they get kids who come out and try out. LBJ doesn't have that. They have a lot less kids, and also just like, as shitty as DISD is across the board, they are so much better with their athletics throughout the district than Austin ISD is. And also, like, SOC just gets more help from DISD than OBJ does from AISD. And, from a platform perspective, I think Jamal Fenner should have gotten a lot more flowers than he really got, to be honest. And, I think that's why you kind of saw the reaction you did out of the Texas High School Coaches Association once Texas made that hire and brought him onto the staff. Because although it wasn't when it wasn't the reaction Chris Gilbert had, but Chris Gilbert had been coaching in South Dallas for 30, 40 years. But it was the same type of respect you see, because everyone knows how hard it was to get OBJ where Fenner got them.
Oh man,
yeah.
Jamal worked his ass off. I mean, I would have conversations with him, coaches interviews, whatever. And it's like, man, he's like, I'm going down the hallway trying to find people to get into the program. He's like, man, there's just nothing here. And Anthony Wood always said, has told me many times, we don't recruit. I can't get people to come here, whatever the case. But like for Jamal, it's always so hard, and he's undervalued with what he did right there, I think.
Oh yeah, and like, man, with LBJ too, it's truly remarkable the success they've had, because they have no size or skill in the trenches at all. They've been all skill forever. Obviously, they had John Bragg, who ended up at Louisiana Lafayette in the 2023 class, and he actually had a couple Power 5 offers. But you watched him play his senior year, like, was 1,000% a developmental upside guy. So yeah, they've struggled. Like, it was kind of like once LBJ would get to the 4th round, it's all right. Seth Alexander's getting the ball. There's 2 defenders right here. He's 3 yards behind the line. He has to figure out how to get a gain.
Easy to scout. Way easy to scout. Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. Good stuff. Welcome in, Jeff Jordan. I got to run. Dude, we've got to do some high school shit. This is like,
Yeah,
okay,
we will.
This is what it's all about. All right, guys, y'all have a good show. Jeff, hope Mother's Day was good for you guys.
Yeah, busy, but it's good. Thank you, Rodney. I
Right
owe
on.
you, sir. Appreciate you.
No problem.
We'll see you, Rod.
It's only probably a little more than a half hour for me today. Just one of those days, Jordan. Just stuff happens. So my apologies, everybody, for not being on time today. A lot of high school stuff going on, a lot of recruiting. Where are you at today?
I'm in the parking lot of a Waffle House and an IHOP. You want to guess which one I had breakfast at?
You had breakfast. You had breakfast at IHOP.
Damn. Rod and Wags really know me better than Jeff. That's crazy. That's crazy. Nah, Waffle House, man. Come on now.
I was hoping you made the right decision, but
Come on now. Man, hold up. Do y'all remember when IHOP rebranded to IHOB for like a solid 3 months? I completely just forgot about that.
Yeah. There's an IHOP joke in there somewhere. So back during the Steve Patterson regime at Texas, there was an attempted massive overhaul in the media relations staff, and
attempted.
Dude, it's a long.
Were people just refusing to get fired? Like, how does that work?
No. Because technically, how long would that have been? I think John Bianco was fired for about 8 months, maybe 6-8 months. And there's a couple other people in the media relations office that were there that left. And like I said, it was an attempted job turnover in the media relations department. But they had brought in the guy that they had apparently that they were going to bring in. I don't know if the guy ever officially was hired by Texas, but the guy that they had brought in to replace John Bianco was like the head of communications for the parent company that owned IHOP and Applebee's. And we're like, you're going from IHOP and Applebee's to, handling the football media relations at Texas. All right. And someone who shall not be named, they're no longer at Texas, but they were at Texas at the time, called the guy Flapjack. So Flapjack was code word for the new guy. There really never was the new guy. So I don't know, man. It was one of those times during the Steve Patterson days where stuff was just all over the place.
Sounds about right.
Par for the course, man. Right. Par for the course for the Steve Patterson regime.
Oh yeah. You get to see any of the NBA playoffs over the weekend?
Yeah, so I watched quite a bit of it. I haven't had a chance to talk to my brother yet, who's I lean on for all my NBA stuff. But so much for that gentleman's sweep in the Knicks Pacers series. Dude, I don't know what happened to the Knicks yesterday. I don't know if they just looked tired. They just looked out of it. But dude, the Pacers just stomped a mud hole in the Knicks and walked it dry, man. That was about as thorough of an ass kicking as you could get. And then that Knicks Timberwolves series, I don't know when people are going to learn their lesson. Like everybody had just buried the Nuggets. Like, oh man, and Anthony Edwards is good, and the Timberwolves are good. But it's like, oh man, what's wrong with the Nuggets? I'm like, at this point, this is probably going 7 games. I'm like, Denver's going to go to Minneapolis and get them a couple games, and then they'll go back to Denver, and it'll be a nice back and forth the rest of the way.
Man, I was so pissed that Denver really did that shit, or Minnesota. And what is the point of winning in Denver back to back if you're just gonna get boat raced at home?
Dude, you're talking to a Mavericks fan that's seen pages out of that playbook many times over the years. The fun part of that series though is the nice little back and forth we've got now between Anthony Edwards and Jamal Murray. So
yeah.
Anthony Edwards is growing on me fast. Like, I don't know if you saw the post game yesterday, but so a reporter asked him what Jamal Murray said, and before the reporter finished the question, Anthony Edwards was like, "Oh yeah, his ass was out there saying all kinds of stuff." I was like, "Man, dude, this is like Anthony Edwards has no filter." So I'm digging Anthony Edwards the more and more I hear him talk.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again. He deserves a lot of credit for getting me to watch a basketball team that has Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns on it.
You're not a big.
I mean, shit, bro. His ass had 40, and they still lost by double digits. Like, come on.
Yeah.
And I think it's hilarious though with Gobert. The NBA every year they do like different polls and stuff on like how to get the NBA better, and they'll also just have like random questions on there. And one of them is, who do you think the most overrated player in the league is? And it's a free choice. There's no multiple choice. It's just fill it in yourself.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert got 60% of the votes.
See the guys. So
you know how crazy that is?
Rudy Gobert is kind of in that and I guess Ben Wallace got more respect because of the way people thought about those Pistons teams, and they actually won something, actually won a championship. But Ben Wallace kind of got some of that a little bit because Ben Wallace was a great defensive player, multi-time defensive player of the year. But like Ben Wallace was an offensive liability, like couldn't shoot free throws. I don't know if you remember Ben Wallace back in the day with if you've gone back and watched YouTube with some of those old Pistons teams. Ben Wallace was a black hole, like offensively, just was a complete liability, but defensively was the heart and soul of those Pistons teams. So a little bit different, but people could say the same thing about Ben Wallace. But I'm trying to think back then when we talk about overrated players. If I remember right, somebody in the chat can correct me. I seem to remember like probably 20 years ago. So when I was again kind of towards the end of my prime years NBA watching, I seem to remember Vince Carter getting named a lot in those overrated player polls.
Vince Carter just played too long. His ass is too old out there.
Man,
it's like he literally made a meme of I got one more in me when he announced he's coming back.
Vince Carter, man, I don't know if y'all heard that thunder. I don't know if my mic picked that up, but that's something fierce. The elite athleticism of Vince Carter you had to appreciate, but really you look back at him, man, and like Vince Carter really only had, there was like maybe a 2, maybe 3 year run where he was like an elite player, and the rest is just kind of like you said, it's really like, okay, Vince Carter's got these numbers because he just played for forever. Like it's a very brief time where he was like, Vince Carter was like a legit superstar in the league.
Yeah, but I mean, he didn't win jack. Like, you go and look at his career, he was just running around jumping and dunking for like 20 years.
Yeah, never. I think if I remember right,
David Lee. I forgot David Lee even existed. Jeez.
I don't think Vince Carter ever got to a conference finals. I know he got, as far as he took Toronto, they got to the conference semis and man, there's so much stuff that happened in the late 90s and early 2000s, even in the mid 2000s. I mean, man, if this stuff happened in the social media era, like if those late 90s, if the 90s Bulls, like if Twitter was around, like it would have been a complete and utter circus, even more so than it was. But like
I think about that all the time. Like, can you imagine if Twitter was a thing when Chris Webber called that timeout?
Yeah.
Like oh my God. I would love those memes.
Where kind of it was on the early, kind of the very, very front of the Scream at People shows, as I call them, the debate shows on TV. PTI, I think, had just gotten up and running. And one of the big things that I remember that was a huge deal then, Vince Carter. So they had a really good. It was 2001. It was the year Philly went to the finals, and Allen Iverson's MVP year. And before Game 7, Vince Carter had gone back to Chapel Hill to walk at graduation because he had graduated. He had promised his mom that he was going to get his degree, and he had gone to walk at graduation and then went back to playing Game 7. And at that point, people were all over him. Like, oh man, how could you not be that locked into a playoff series? You don't have to go back and walk. You can get your degree. And I'm like, man, if that happened in the social media era, Vince Carter would be like maybe the biggest villain that ever lived. Like there would be weeks upon weeks of content about did Vince Carter make a mistake by going back to Chapel Hill and graduating?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of like some other great moments that just like would have gone nuclear on social media.
I wish. And
I
we
cannot.
kinda,
Could you imagine Twitter's reaction to Michael Jordan retiring from basketball and going into baseball?
Dude, that was crazy.
Like,
I mean, you had man, like your weeknight PM news shows, like ABC World News Tonight or CBS Evening News. They were leading like multiple days in a row with Michael Jordan's retirement and then the shift to baseball. Like this is like, we're not talking about relations in the Middle East. We're not talking about, Eastern European conflict. No, you're leading with Michael Jordan retiring and then you're leading with Michael Jordan going to play baseball. Like it was maybe, I guess, until the following year, about 8 months later, when the OJ thing became everybody's front page news. Like it was maybe the biggest story in the world.
That's maybe the biggest story in the world until OJ killed someone.
I'm telling you, that's the one. That's the one that I'm like, man, if Twitter was doing play-by-plays, if Twitter or Instagram was around for memes and people and there was Facebook dialogue and people were doing play-by-plays of the OJ trial, dude, the thing might have blown up, man. It wasn't ready. It wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, so back in the day, I didn't get cable satellite. We got DirecTV on Christmas Day of '95, right?
Okay.
So I went through the entire OJ trial, the actual murder, the arrest, the trial, the verdict, the whole thing. I only got we had an old school antenna and we only got like the major channels, ABC, NBC, Fox, you got PBS, and maybe like a couple, not even the CW's, like the old Warner Brothers network. Dude, every single channel had the OJ trial every day. So you weren't watching anything else. There was nothing on so there was one summer, that summer I was home. You might as well have just gone outside and play unless you want to stay at home and watch the OJ trial. Because that's all that was on TV.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't even imagine because obviously, like, the world I grew up in is a lot different. But, like, I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I don't know, like, I'm just trying to think of how that would even be back then.
CB
like, recruiting news, like, doesn't even matter.
You were getting your recruiting news back in the day.
You'd have to call a number or something, right?
Yeah. I remember people would talk about calling. Though there was two ways to get it. One, the Statesman had a 900 number that charged you I don't know. Somebody back in the day, if anybody in the chat, code a text on if you use that old Statesman phone number, but it would charge you 99 cents a minute, and you call in and get your recruiting news. Or Jerry Scarborough had True Orange, and there was a couple other news services that had like a fax service. I think the old edition, the Robert Hurt edition of Inside Texas, I think they did this too. They would send you a fax every morning with like the previous day's recruiting updates and stuff. So that's how you were getting recruiting news back in the day. Yeah, CB Suzanne Halliburton ran the recruiting. It was just like you'd call the 900 number, and it was basically Suzanne Halliburton just giving you a rundown of everything that had gone on that day in recruiting.
Yeah. I had a buddy of mine whose dad is kind of, I guess, older than most guys who are my age, his fathers. And he had brought up last spring, I told him I was getting this job, and he had brought up, he's like, Jerry Scarborough? And I was like, I've never even heard of that. And he explained the True Orange to me and how he'd call and all that. And he'd pay for it. And that was kind of, he's like, so that, I guess you just are like the new updated version of that. And I was like, Yeah, that is a great point. So, yeah, and Seth, the Dallas Morning News, obviously the type of coverage is a lot different now because, we have smartphones and such, but they still do a really good job of the local stuff up there. And I guess Antoine answered this real quick before he forget. Michael Fasusi, I'm expecting him to end up in Texas's 2025 class. Same with the Coleman brothers, not necessarily twins since they are technically triplets. Tyler Thomas is either going to be A&M, Texas, or LSU. Jackson Christian's going to be Texas or A&M. Actually, I'm going to see Jackson Christian tomorrow at his school, and I'm doing that from 9:30 to 11. So I'm going to be a little late getting on the show tomorrow, but I'll probably be in the P&G parking lot. And it'll be like right after I talk to Jackson Christian. But the Fasusi, Coleman brothers, really like the chances of Texas getting it done with John Mills out of San Francisco, the Bay Area. So that would be 4 takes. And then Jackson Christian, we like the chances of him ending up at Texas. It's going to be close between UT and A&M. Earlier this spring, it was 50-50. Right now, there are some people who I trust that say it's still close to 50-50, but that they're leaning Texas. So I'm going to roll with my people. I got sources in the 409 who have taken care of me a lot in the past. So, I'm going to be good to them, continue to trust them, and, we'll see what Jackson himself has to say tomorrow. But, that's pretty much it for O-line. Tyler Thomas is a name they liked a lot early on. But I think, once the cycle kind of continued to grow and mature, more guys emerged on the board. And, while he is on the board, he is a guy they're recruiting. He is a guy that's going to come in on an official visit. His spot at Texas is probably decided based off the other names I talked about, how they end up, making their decision. So should be able to kind of figure out what I'm trying to tell you. But yeah, I guess that's it for the O-line haul.
Hey, I want to get back to the morning news bit in a second, but for if you haven't been to Horns 24/7, get over there because the Stampede got posted this morning. So it's always a good way to start your week with recruiting intel from the road. DB official visitor outlook, that's the headline. Always good stuff in the Stampede with Jordan and Hank. But if you go a little further down the front page, Jordan has an interview with Michael Fasusi where Michael Fasusi is throwing up the hook'em. And the photo is him throwing up the hook'em, and on that right wrist, he's got a Texas little rubber wristband on. Where's the line, Jordan, for you when you get, you may get overconfident in a kid going somewhere, and when it's kind of I don't want to say a foregone conclusion, but it's pretty far down the road of, this kid hasn't he's tried to tell you as much as possible without come out right and saying it that, unless something really shifts in this deal, he's going to a certain school.
Yeah. He had a lot of great things to say about Texas. I'll say that. But he also said a lot of great things about A&M and OU.
Yeah.
So,
I wasn't talking about Fasusi specifically, but just in general, you're the kid's talking it up to where, man, you're almost overconfident that he's going there, but then you're like, okay, well, I'm kind of reading the tea leaves here from what this kid, everybody's telling me, and it sounds like school A will have to try really hard to screw this up.
Look, A&M is dangerous with Fasusi. He visited 3 times in like a month and a half period. It felt like at least 3 times this spring. I know that. Joe Hamilton, who's their assistant GM, is actually a Louisville grad.
Former Horns 24/7 intern, Joe Hamilton, by the way.
Oh yeah, I completely forget that too. But
I tout our pipeline. I'm like, hey, our pipeline, we get people that are in charge of college football programs recruiting that come through our pipeline. So
but that was a huge hire for A&M, and they hired him from Florida. It paid off kind of right away. To be honest with you, A&M was completely dead in the water with the Jimbo staff. Like Fasusi just couldn't care for them. I don't blame him. And The A&M staff, Elko, he's a smart guy, obviously coached at Duke, figured out how to coach and work with those kids. Fasusi's incredibly smart, clever, quick thinker. And, he has a great relationship with Elko. A big part of it is Cushing, the offensive line coach. And then Joe Hamilton is kind of the one who puts the ball on everything, I guess, at the end. And, with A&M, again, they're dangerous. If Michael Fasusi doesn't end up at Texas, I would 1,000% pick A&M. After that, it would be OU or Missouri, but it really feels like it's A&M in Texas for Michael at this point. And, I'm going to roll with Texas. I got my crystal ball in for them. I've said, that's where I expect him to end up. A lot of it is just because there's only been so many guys who have been as big of a priority as Fasusi is to the staff. There's a handful of them, truly. And, whenever Kyle Flood sits down and goes, all right, this is going to be the number one guy in the cycle, he hasn't missed. Kelvin Banks, Brandon Baker, even DJ Campbell, even Jaden Chapman. Bama was coming hard for Jaden Chapman. People forget that. All those dudes were not easy to get to Austin. None of them were. And, think about Brandon Baker. That was arguably the hardest one. He got the number one offensive tackle in the country, who was less than 10 minutes from USC and UCLA, to come all the way to Austin, Texas, over Oregon, Ohio State, Tennessee, Georgia, you name it. And he got it done. And you're telling me all Kyle Flood does is he has to get a kid down I-35? That's kind of how I feel about it.
Here's
just
my thing with
all the other factors, plus proximity, location, all that, it makes too much sense for me.
Here's what you got to think about Kyle Flood and priority targets. And I think this is as simple as it gets. Imagine if when Kelvin Banks committed to Oregon, if they had just said, we'll just go on to the next one.
Exactly. That's
not recruiting Kelvin Banks. And when Mario Cristobal leaves Oregon and takes the Miami job, you're right there when Kelvin Banks opens everything up, and you're basically the next best option at that point. What if that doesn't happen?
Yeah.
Because Kyle Flood was like, nope, this is the guy I want. I want this guy. I want Kelvin Banks to be cornerstone of my offensive line for the foreseeable future. So that's why I like that. That's what I dig about Kyle Flood and how he views priority targets. And I'll say this for A&M because I'm always fascinated when a new staff takes over, mainly because you start just hearing everybody comes out of the woodwork with bad stories about the old staff. But A&M, and I think you're kind of seeing this too, George, just in the way they're recruiting, because I was going to bring this up last week, but something happened and I got sidetracked. Just my brain was wandering. But they're kind of battling. They're in between that spot where they're going to benefit from being, it was a Tom Herman term, but I kind of that new car smell. You haven't coached a game yet. People don't know. The kids don't know if you suck or not. So you're going to get the benefit of the doubt. And just because you're not that old staff, people, the kids are going to be more likely to look at you. So you'll get a few kids in this cycle just because you're given the benefit of the doubt over the old staff, and kids are going to be willing to give you a chance. And maybe it's kids that really liked A&M. They just didn't like the old coaches. So you'll benefit from that. But at the same time, there's going to be recruitments like Michael Fasusi where you're playing catch up to the point where you just might not be able to catch up. As good job as you could do, you might just be too far behind to catch up.
Yeah, no, it is a great point. Because he only went to Texas, I think, once or twice this spring, but he had been like 5 times previously. So, we are still comfortable with our crystal ball picks and all the other stuff. Another thing that has me confident that Texas is likely going to get this done, or the reasons I think they will. Some don't know this, but Michael Fasusi is actually born in Nigeria and lived in Nigeria for a couple of years before moving over here to Texas. That said, academics are the most important thing in his recruitment for his family. And whenever he visited Texas at the beginning of April, he spent a fair amount of the day with his family over at the McCombs Business School. He's in a major either in business marketing or commercial real estate. And so the staff just did a phenomenal job of presenting that to him. They love their time there. And, I do know, in talking to enough people at Louisville, the family is 1,000% comfortable with sending him to Texas, going to school there academically, all that. Checks all the boxes. So Texas, their business school is better than A&M's. I don't think that's, really message board stuff. It's more so fact. So, I expect Texas to kind of weaponize that part of the recruitment. And also, like, I'm saying they have all these boxes checked, right? Things going in Texas's favor, different variables, right? On top of all that, for guys like Fasusi, it doesn't matter what it gets to, unless it's just going to be an unrealistic number. Texas will make sure they can get them. You know what I mean? So that's why I feel like there's a lot of confidence around Fasusi. And I mean, I'm not the only one. You look across the whole market, there isn't a prediction for him that isn't Texas. So, yeah. And I guess real quick to answer Coach 420's thing, Dorian Brew, for him, main four schools, Oregon, USC, LSU, Texas. Some people report A&M for him. I have a source close to Brew that hasn't ever given me a reason not to trust them. I had him for a couple of years, and he's been pretty clear with me throughout the last month that A&M isn't necessarily a factor. But, yeah, as far as recruitment goes, there's a lot unknown there. They keep it really tight and on purpose, and it's going to continue to be that way unless something changes. So getting info is pretty hard, but USC is a big school for him. Same with Texas, same with LSU, obviously same with Oregon. The source I spoke with thinks he could end up at either of the four and like realistically sees that. And you might be like, well, yeah, duh. Usually not the case. Usually when a top three has come out, the kid is already silently committed. So with Dorian Brew, like it's truly an open recruitment. Pretty well documented, but he was going to commit to Ohio State in January, and they ended up filling up and getting a bunch of other top guys. And, he wants to play year one or at least be able to compete to play year one. So Ohio State was off the table after that. But I will be seeing Dorian Brew on Saturday, so I should have more from that. But with where Texas is at with defensive backs, I'd be really surprised if Texas isn't at least finishing in second place for Dorian Brew. In all honesty, where they are with him, where it's like, all right, this is clearly the top DB target, and we really can't miss because there aren't really any other DB targets. It feels identical to where they were with Ryan Wingo a year ago today. Identical. To where it's like, this is the can't miss guy, and I think they're going to do whatever they can to make sure he doesn't go elsewhere, if you kind of get what I'm saying. So, Dorian Brew, yeah. And Dorian Brew, his dad went to LSU, ran track at LSU, so that's an important thing. His mom went to Ohio State. He was living with her in Ohio before he moved to Houston. But mother would prefer Texas. Dad would prefer LSU. At the end of the day, though, it's going to be Dorian's decision to make. So that'll be interesting. And there isn't any timeline anywhere on when he wants to get it done. But the people I talk to think it'll be done before his high school senior season starts. So that's going to be one that is not going to be fun for me to track at all. And I'm not looking forward to it. But very interested to see what he's going to have to say on Saturday. I've actually never interviewed Dorian Brew, but I've been told through various people that he tries to kind of keep his cards hidden. So interested to see how that goes. And then Keati Armstrong, the Jasper top 247 tight end in the 2025 class, I think 6'6", 250 pounder or something like that. Was a top 50 prospect at one point. Now I believe he's somewhere comfortably in the top 100. I'll be seeing him tomorrow, spending the night in Jasper tonight. And yeah, kind of be honest, nothing really new to report on him. It feels the same as it felt about a year ago, about 6 months ago, about as it did in January, where, Texas or Texas A&M, LSU, Auburn, he's also going to officially visit those. I think he might even OV to like Baylor or something. But I mean, he's going to end up at A&M or Texas. I feel pretty good about that, pretty confident about that. And I mean, he's visited A&M like 5 or 6 times this spring alone. He's been to Texas, I think 3 or 4 times. But with Keati in Texas, the important thing will be the official visit. making sure he has a good time on that, and also making sure they balance the official visits with the other tight ends because Caleb Edwards, Imari Winston, and Nick Townsend are all coming in the same weekend as well. So whoever's in charge of planning itineraries, they got to make sure Jeff Banks is on top of it because, all of your main tight end targets are going to be there on the same weekend. So, that's going to be important. But yeah, so I know that was kind of all over the place, but
no, you're good. Can we talk transfer portal for a minute?
Yeah, we can talk a little portal.
This goes back to what Sark said in his and BK and Bucky played some of this audio this morning. Sark's one-on-one with Josh Pate that aired last Thursday on the Late Kick with Josh Pate. And we had plenty of content from that at Horns 24/7. If you missed any of that, some people, believe it or not, Jordan, like the written content more than they like the audio. So we got plenty of that on the site. Also, if you want the interview, the Late Kick with Josh Pate YouTube channel has the full 43-minute interview one-on-one with Josh and Sark. But Sark was talking about question marks, concerns. Obviously, interior defensive line came up and basically said kind of what we've put together, for lack of a better term, that replacing T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, you're not going to do it with two guys. So they basically tried to load up on as many quality bodies as possible at interior defensive line, which is why they brought in Tia Savea, got him in for spring, and Bill Norton's going to come in this summer, and now Jermaine Lolay's coming in this summer. So that's kind of, for you, where do you draw the line between, I just love that phrase, where do you draw the line? Because it is a fine line between, you want to load up on quality bodies, but at some point, are you kind of just getting close to that air realm where you're taking guys just to take guys? I feel like they're getting some quality guys, and I feel like depending on how these guys are used, you can make it work. I just think it's putting a whole hell of a lot on Kenny Baker to determine, to figure out what's going to be what your defensive tackle rotation is going to look like. And honestly, I think this is going to be heavy on PK to figure this out, what he's going to want, not just, for the whole season, but I think it's going to be week to week, opponent specific, even quarter to quarter, down to down, what combination you want to roll with. It's a lot of bodies, and I think they can make it work. And I'm not expecting Texas to have a top 10, top 5 run defense again, but make it work to where you've got a defense that's in the top, let's say at least the top half for sure, maybe top quarter of the SEC.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was just going through our portal rankings and I kind of spaced out for a tiny bit.
Do you worry that maybe Texas just it's more quantity than quality at defensive tackle right now?
If I'm being honest, yeah, a little bit. But at the same time, I mean, think about the situation. Would you rather them do nothing?
Right,
they got to do something, And I know fans aren't going to be happy with it. You see Bill Norton's a 3-star, Savea a 3-star, Lole a 3-star, but it's like, look, they got to get bodies, and that's the best they can get. So, I mean, shit, clap it up, that's, they're doing what they can, And speaking of doing what they can, we've talked about him a little bit last week, but Johnny Bowens, that still continues to 1000% be very real. A little bit of an issue, maybe potentially getting him into the school just with credits. Oregon they do the quarter system, which whenever their players transfer out of the program, they sometimes, I don't know if struggle is the right word, but logistics will be tough in getting the player into the school. And this isn't just this happens with half the guys that leave Oregon. I know that is fact.
That's more of a timing though, right? Probably just with whenever his credits will be finalized and summer enrollment and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, but also it's just I feel like every other guy who leaves Oregon, there's something going on with the credits with his portal recruitment. But yeah, but that continues to be real. Not ready to put in a crystal ball pick yet. But you could see me put one in the next few days, or even maybe by the end of the day. So that's something to watch. But I mean, Yeah, like I think anyone would take your question, what you said, and definitely would prefer quality over the quantity ads. Okay, so Jake, there we go. I'm like, I think I was on to something there.
Yeah,
but
it's a
I mean, look,
thing, man. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, Texas, they need those bodies, and they got to take those shots on those guys. So that's what they're doing. But yeah.
And at least with Johnny Bowens, you'd have, say what you want about him as a prospect, at least you'd have a guy that's got multiple years of eligibility left. So it's not like he's not done.
Yeah, he redshirted, so you'd have 4 of them.
And I guess the good thing is a lot of these guys that you just took are going to be one and done. So for better or worse, those guys will be motivated to put good things on tape. If they have any hopes, any plans on making to the next level. And it's kind of interesting. Norton, Savea, and Lole, all those guys at one point in time, either as a recruit or early in their college career, were looked at as kind of, oh yeah, this guy's going to play in the NFL. Now at this point, they've kind of gotten lost in the shuffle. And I mean, at best, you're looking at day 3 scenarios, probably, the undrafted free agent route. I don't think it's going to be a deal where they get their dauber down about not playing. Hopefully it's a deal where they realize, hey, these 12 snaps I get this game that I'm planning on getting, that might be the only 12 I get. I mean, they may not send me in for any more. So you want those 12 snaps to be, playing with your ass on fire for 12 snaps or whatever the arbitrary number is. So hopefully they get that. But further than that, Jordan, I guess you saw where Terrence Brooks committed to Illinois. You saw that last night?
Yeah. Some people were surprised by that. I'll be honest. I was surprised too. I fully thought Michigan or USC would just hit him over the head with a bag or something. But shit, maybe Illinois did.
Yeah, he was.
We'll say though,
he was supposed to visit Michigan, and that visit never happened.
Man, if I was Terrence Brooks, I wouldn't have even visited Illinois. Are you shitting me, bro? Champagne smells like literal cow shit. I'm serious.
Yeah, what Bucky said this morning, I think Bucky said, because Bucky coached there with John Mackovic, I think Bucky said sheep shit.
Yeah, no, I'm serious. It smells like cow shit. The whole town is Champaign, Illinois. So, like, I don't know. I mean, shit, they had Spoon drafted, Devin Witherspoon. Their DB development ain't half bad. I think they've had more DBs drafted the last few years in Texas.
And that's the thing I think for Terrence Brooks from a scheme fit standpoint. Because we know Texas, we kind of saw a little bit in the spring with Johnny Nansen coming in. They're going to play a little more cover 3. So it's going to be a little more zone based even than they were the last 2 years. And Terrence Brooks, just for whatever reason, I don't know if it's his inability to process. I don't know if it's lack of study on his part. I don't know if he and Terry Joseph didn't get along. Whatever the case is, he really, really struggled in zone coverage, like big time. So Illinois, I did the Illinois 24/7 podcast last night with Jeremy Warner. Illinois plays about 70-75% man. So from a scheme standpoint, it's going to be right up Terrence Brooks' alley with something he's comfortable doing. You look like you got anything you want to add on this, Jordan?
No, I was just going to say, like, it's a lot harder to get burned if there's a lot more running going on too in the conference, but I won't stab at him or whatnot. He was
but the point I was going to make was, we're waiting to see where a couple of guys land. Like, I don't think Samaje Burrell has found a new landing spot. Savion Red.
Hey, you see walk down Bill coming home to the hilltop.
Really?
Yeah, Billy Walton, walk down Bill. Come on now.
That's official. Yeah.
Hell yeah, man. You should have known it was official. I said that's where he was going like 5 minutes after he went in the portal.
I know, but I mean official, like SMU can talk about it official. Where they can promote it.
I assume so. I don't know. I'm just waiting on the Savion Red UNT graphic or SMU graphic. It's got to be one of the two.
Right. And let's say for Savion Red, let's say it is UNT. Austin Jordan going to TCU, power conference school. Terrence Brooks, Illinois, power conference school. Zach Swanson, Arizona State, power conference school. Jamon Tapp, Arizona State, power conference school. Peyton Kirkland, Colorado, power conference school. Billy Walton, SMU, power conference school. Jaron Thompson to Auburn. Trill Carter to Auburn. Even go back Malik Murphy to Duke, Isaiah Nair to Nebraska. I mean, you've got a couple. I mean, there's B.J. Allen and Xavion Bryce ended up at North Texas where they can play. Sawyer Gorham West of Coastal Carolina where he knows some guys on that staff. Jalen Catalon, Barry Odom taking care of him at UNLV. But this is health. I think this is a sign of healthy attrition when you got guys leaving and they're going to power conference schools. It's not like Texas didn't develop these guys, or these guys have been, rode hard and put up wet. I mean, there's still quality prospects that power conference schools are like, hell yeah, we'll take him. If you're TCU, hell yeah, we'll take an Austin Jordan. You weren't going to play at Texas? Well, come over here. We'll find a spot for you. I mean, you're still getting opportunities at power conference places. And yeah, CB Minson, Jeff Choate took Keaton Crawford, got Keaton Crawford and Kai Woods. Hell, you got Texas walk-ons that are getting FBS opportunities out of the portal.
Yeah. Damn, I just forgot what I was going to say.
What's up, Keenan?
What's up, gentlemen?
Are you in a shady hotel room or something?
Dude, so I wanted the lighting to look a little bit better, so the only other light is like an overhead, and it makes me look terrible. So this is what we're doing. This is what we're rocking with today.
I can't tell if you're in a shady motel or like I'm
at my house.
You're being held
it's just super dark outside because of the rain. So
all I need is for you to back up and like put a blindfold on and like hold up a copy of today's newspaper, and it's just for proof of life to make sure. Now, hey, Eric, I want to get Jordan, did you have anything to add on the healthy attrition that I was just talking about before we turn it over to the false start crew?
Don't think so.
Eric, I was just telling Jordan, when you look at Texas, the guys they've had coming out of the portal that are leaving, you got so many guys going, a lot of them. And it's weird, like Billy Walden, we talk about him going to SMU, Jordan, like you said, it's kind of hard to wrap your head around the fact that, when we talk about SMU, yeah, they are a power conference school now because they're in the ACC. But it just shows you, man, it's healthy attrition that's happening at Texas. You got quality guys that are leaving just because they realize, hey, man, if I want to play somewhere, I want to play big-time college football, I got to do it somewhere else other than Texas because my opportunity is just not here.
Jeff, I agree with that wholeheartedly because I think you can take a look really at just, some of the powerhouse programs throughout time. And you don't have to go too far back in history. You can go recent history and just see guys who realize like, okay, my opportunity might not be at Georgia or at, Ohio State, et cetera, but I got to go. And those things are fine. I don't, and Jeff, I didn't get a chance to listen to too much of you guys' show, but I don't know if fans kind of receive that in a way. It's like, oh my gosh, you lose 12, 13, 14 guys. I remember when I was covering G5 football. Yeah, it's a reason to panic because, you don't have the depth for it. At Texas, that's not an issue at all. Real quick, I want to touch on two quick things. First off, Jeff, do you mind hanging around for 5 minutes to talk a little Texas baseball? Because I would love to do that with you. Yeah. Jordan, to your point about Illinois, listen, as someone who I've mentioned this with you guys, I don't know if I mentioned on the show, went to grad school in Chicago, but part of my grad school deal was I had to spend a semester in Springfield. Yeah, there ain't shit outside of Chicago in Illinois. And the story I like to tell, and usually I wouldn't tell the story like it's on here, but screw it, I'm gonna tell it. I'm in Champaign, and we take the Amtrak up from Chicago to go up to Champaign. And, it's a grad cohort, so it's like 7, 8 of us. And there's a couple black kids, a couple white kids, and then like 2 kids who are, mixed race, right? So we walk into a bar realizing, it's midweek, all of us big city kids. None of us realize that we're in this small Midwestern town. Everything closes at 9 o'clock. So we get in at 8 and the bar owner says, all right, I can tell y'all aren't from around here. So let me break it to you like this. You 3, y'all best opportunity to be on that side of town. You 3, your best opportunity to find a drink is going to be on the other side of town. I don't know what the fuck you 2 are, but I don't think there's a spot anywhere for you around here. And I died laughing, but it also just kind of summed up.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
Just rural Illinois. And guess what? Champaign is included in that spectrum.
Jeez. Yeah, no, awful. And it's funny. I was, no pun intended, I was shitting on Champaign. And I've never even been there. I just know it smells like shit because Taylor Lewan on Bustin' with the Boys always talked about having to go to Illinois to play Illinois, and they were dog shit and it smelled like shit. But yeah, and CB, to answer this, I don't know how true this is, but I was talking to a coach at Tyler Junior College who coaches on the Tyler Junior College staffs, because your boy also sends JUCO some kids. And I was like, are y'all getting anyone? Like, y'all even get anyone out of Power 4 anymore? You know, because the portal has kind of killed y'all. And he was like, yeah, Derek Brown. I was like, wait, what? And he was like, yeah, we're trying to get him. So TJC might be the future home of Derek Brown. Could be back in East Texas.
I don't think Derek Brown played at Texas State.
Yeah, he did. Oh, he didn't play. He was there, but I don't think he played.
Yeah, I was on the roster.
Yeah, I don't remember him playing.
So,
and I did watch a few Texas State games.
Yeah.
Jeff,
well,
go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, I got 3.5 to Ruston, so I'm gonna let y'all go. But y'all have a good one. I'll see y'all tomorrow from the Port Neches Groves parking lot. So I'll see y'all.
Jeff, Jordan going to Ruston, Louisiana?
Man, I don't know. I never know what's up with that guy. He's all over the place.
All right, because I've been to Ruston, unfortunately, for La Tech. God bless him if that's where he's going. Okay, so really quick, we are false start. We're keeping Jeff Howe along for a quick minute, talk a little Texas baseball because, of course, you know, we've had Danny Davis on to talk. Want to get Jeff's thoughts as well. Someone also does a great job covering the team. Jeff, I had 2 questions for you, and I'll toss over Keenan. One, given a lot of the talk that surrounded, David Pierce, when things were kind of, in a weird space in the middle of the year, you look up, and I believe 17 conference wins is the most he's had, or ties the most he's had in his tenure. What does that say about the job he's done?
Well, I think there's a couple things there. One, it feels like Weird State has been David Pierce from day one, just because it's hard when you follow a legend. It's hard when you take over a place like Texas. Just like, Bob Bowman's a better man than I am. Like and Bob Bowman's a great swim coach, but you're going to take over at Texas for Eddie Reese. Like, that's a no-win situation. You'd think like it's impossible. It was an entirely different climate in college athletics when Texas went and hired Augie Garrido away from Fullerton. I felt, there was probably Texas hadn't been what you think of Texas baseball in a while. Cliff Gustafson walks away, and then, you hire Augie. Augie wins a couple of national championships, does what he does. And now you're hiring a new coach. And, that coaching search, Eric, was just, you had an interim AD running the coaching search. Info spilling out there was not a lid kept on anything. The stuff just kept spilling out. David Pierce might have been the 7th, 8th choice. Like, I don't know how far down the ladder it went, but you got the can got kicked pretty far down the road before it stopped at David Pierce. So I think there's some Texas fans that straight up just didn't like the hire, so they haven't been on board with Pierce. I think there's some Texas fans that just don't like Pierce personally, and that's why they haven't been on board with it. And I think there's some fans that have looked at the results and just said, hey, the results aren't good enough. So whatever the case is, I don't think David Pierce is a terribly popular Texas baseball coach. And that's coming from me, who I've never had an issue with David Pierce, said that many times, but there's just some Texas fans that don't like him. So Weird State is kind of how David Pierce exists these days. How they've battled through it is twofold. One, let's face it, the Big 12's not great this year. It's the middle of the league. There's a lot of pretty good teams, solid teams. There's no great team in the league this year. I mean, the OU team that's winning the outright Big 12 title, there's some years where they probably finish 5th, 6th in the league. They're not, an OU team's not a great team, but they've gotten to this point where they've taken advantage of the schedule, 1, and 2, dude, this team works their ass off. And that's part of the culture. Say what you want about David Pierce. I went into the facility, to the player development center in January to have a sit down with David Pierce before the season started. It was like a day where I think the players were technically off that day. There was probably 30 guys in the facility, guys working in the pitching lab, guys getting some hitting done, guys lifting weights, whatever it was, guys getting treatment, just guys up in there on their own time getting work. And everybody, all the baseball ops people, they're like, yeah, this is kind of how it is every day. Just guys, to the point where like last Monday, they didn't have a midweek game last week. Monday was their off day. They're talking about they were going to have to turn guys away from the facility. Like, hey, you guys just need to take a day, just get away from baseball. You want to work hard, just get away, just clear your mind. You're done with school. You got no midweek game. Just take the day off. So I think this team just works their ass off, and you got a lot of hard workers. That's the kind of culture you've got with Texas baseball. So, and again, man, this team does some things where they're really talented. Eric, you saw it this weekend, man. Offensively, when this team gets going, they can slug with just about anybody in the country, 1 through 9. They present you a lot of problems. If you can get a game to Gage Bame at the back end of the bullpen, he's probably the best reliever, the closest sure thing Texas has had to a reliever probably since that 2021 season when Texas kind of rotated between Tanner Witt, Cole Quintanilla, and Aaron Nixon, where any one of those three guys could have ended a game. I mean, Gage Bame is that reliable. He could have fit in with that team as good as that bullpen was. So that's kind of how you've gotten it done. At this point, are they going to host a regional unless they get some help and they win the Big 12 tournament? Probably not. But this is a team that they were squarely on the bubble a couple of weeks ago, and they played their way off of it. So I know that's a really long way. I kind of went from point A to point B. I got around went around the barn to get there, but I hope that answers your question, Eric.
It does. Keenan, I'll give you a chance to ask one before we get Jeff out of here.
Yeah. So, I mean, this has been such an up and down season for him. Mostly because there's so many games, like midweek games against non-conference opponents that, humiliated the fan base or whatever. But here's the thing. These conference games are more important than those midweek games 2 months ago, and they played themselves off the bubble. What do you think is the ceiling for this team realistically? Like, what do you think they're able to accomplish?
Well, I'll say this: not all non-conference losses are created equal. Like you lose a non-con game to A&M, as much as that sucked at the time and still sucks. I told people at the time, man, and there were some people that didn't want to listen to me. I'm like, dude, A&M might have the best offensive team in the country, and they spend enough time at number one and have done such a good job in the SEC. I think people realize, oh, dude, this A&M team has a chance to maybe go win a national championship this year. A&M is really good, which is also not helping David Pierce's cause either. When Jim Schlossnickel's got a legit national title contender, 90 miles to the east. But yeah, you can't sugarcoat it. Losing to A&M Corpus and losing to UTRGV, that's about as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
Which kind of you see a series lost to BYU, who's finishing dead last in the conference. You see a series lost to Washington, who's not very good. At the same time, you won a series with Oklahoma State. You went to Norman, took 2 or 3 from OU. Like you've been pretty competitive with some of the better teams that have been on your schedule. I think what's going to have to happen, Keenan, I think to me, it's all going to depend on what is their draw in the regional. If they get in a regional with let's say they're in the regional with a top 8. If you get in a regional with the bottom end top 8 seed or any one of the 9 through 16, that maybe they have a really dominant starter, but the rest of their rotation isn't any good. It's going to be that. If you line up with teams that don't have very deep pitching staffs, because that's the thing with Texas, that's why they've won so many series. If they can get it to Sunday, where they've either already won 2 games or they've split the first 2, they will murder. Like your number 3 starter and your bullpen guys, where maybe your top end bullpen guys are taxed and you're having to go deep into the bullpen, dude, they will murder mediocre pitching. Like it's not where you're going to fool Texas with anything. They will jump on it and they will destroy you. Like this offense is that good. So I think it's all about regional draw. If they're in a super regional, I just look at some of those top 8 seeds, man, and then just the depth of some of those teams have with their pitching staffs. I just think it's going to be too much. But, I can see this team getting to a super regional. It's really hard for me to see this team getting to Omaha. A lot of stuff would have to go their way, but depending on the draw, I can see this team getting through a regional.
Real quick, throwback. I saw Zach Bednar pitching yesterday. Remember him from Mississippi State? Was that his first name?
Zach is Will Bednar is a pitcher from Mississippi State.
Bednar,
Zach is his brother, yeah.
Okay, well, one of the Bednars was
Will.
pitching for the Pirates.
Yeah.
Came in after Paul Skeens, actually. Pretty interesting.
Yeah, man. Paul Skeens, dude, I thought
he was dealing, dude. I was impressed. I thought he was going to get shelled, and he didn't.
I thought that yeah, so Zach Bednar's with the Pirates. Will is with the Giants.
Okay.
No, but this is brother. But no, man, I thought Paul Skeens was going to end up at Texas until LSU. I don't know exactly what they paid Paul Skeens, but I don't know what they had to. I know what it was going to take to beat the package Texas had for him, and Paul Skeens well compensated before he got that major league signing bonus.
Good for him, man.
So yeah, and then dude, Will Bednar, dude. That Will Bednar's the reason Texas didn't win a national championship in 2021.
100%.
Like that's the whole thing. Like they got, you started to kind of look down the list and like, man, all the teams that got eliminated. Remember Arkansas got eliminated that year, and just you went through the list, but then you realize you're on the same side of the bracket with Mississippi State. And the one game they beat Mississippi State was the one game Will Bednar didn't pitch.
Yep.
So yeah, that was tough. But he's the reason why Mississippi State did end up winning the national championship.
He had dominant stuff, man. He was.
Yeah, that was where I first really understood when people started talking about spin rate. Like you just watch that fastball.
Create soft
people
contact.
People are like, well, he's only throwing 94. I'm like, yeah, when it's 94 and it's cutting at the last minute and it's moving all over the place, like it ain't just hitting dead red 94 down the pipe. It's coming this way, and then it's breaking this way at the last minute, and it's spinning and it's throwing you off. So yeah, it's
sort of like that Mariano Rivera pitch, how he figured out how to break it to the other side, and then just went on for another 10 years.
That cutter, man, that cutter. And like when you watch,
cutter. Sorry, the cutter.
Eric, I know you left the game early the other night, but man, Gage Bame, that's what's made Gage Bame so good is his fastball now. He's throwing probably 91 to 93. Most nights, but when he can really dot the fastball as good as his cutter is, that's what makes him freaking. It's not that he's up there just, ripping it at 97, 98. It's spotting his fastball and then combining it with that cutter, which, dude, if you could throw, I don't know that there's a better pitch in baseball than somebody that could throw just a really good cutter.
Like a high inside one, especially.
Yeah,
because it's so hard to hit that.
Because it looks like a fastball, and then boom, that thing just drops off the table at the last minute. And a lot of guys, Mariano Rivera made a lot of guys look stupid.
Very silly. Yeah.
And I'll say this too, man. Speaking of Mariano Rivera, there's no way Eric, I don't know if you know any guys that vote for the Baseball Hall of Fame. There's probably not more of an asinine process in our business than Baseball Hall of Fame voting. Like for Mariano Rivera to have the highest percentage of any, it's Rivera now, right? Or did Jeter pass him? Rivera
was 100%.
I thought okay, you could be right, Keenan. I thought Jeter was unanimous. I thought Jeter had 100%, but I could be wrong.
I think Rivera's the only one ever at 100%. Okay. I think Jeter was like 99.7. I think somebody didn't because somebody made it about themselves.
Yeah, no, it is Mariano Rivera with 100%. Yeah. Derek Jeter, 99.7%. There's one clown that didn't vote for Derek Jeter for the Hall of Fame. Ken Griffey Jr. There's 3 people that didn't vote, that didn't think Ken Griffey Jr. was a freaking Hall of Fame player.
Look, Jeff, if you want to get me on a soapbox, I mean, you're talking about someone who's from Tampa, and this city has a tremendous history of baseball going back, Gary Sheffield, Doc Gooden, Derek Bell, Carl Everett, Denard Span, Jose Fernandez, I went to high school with, RIP. Listen, I could get on that soapbox for a while because I quite frankly, I think Gary Sheffield, and I know the reason he didn't get in, but I think there are a lot of sanctimonious sports writers who are Hall of Fame voters who make this deal about themselves. So
Gary Sheffield's swing belongs in the Hall of Fame. I'll say that. But look, this is when I realized how bad baseball Hall of Fame voting is. Nolan Ryan, when he got in 1999, got 98.8%. And even at the time, being in high school, I'm like, all right, I want to find you 6 guys that didn't think Nolan Ryan was a Hall of Famer. I want to line all 6 of you up and just kick every one of you dead square in your ass, because that is the dumbest thing ever to think Nolan Ryan. And there were writers. I'm not joking. I've heard this over the years. There were writers that thought Nolan Ryan was extremely overrated. Well, he never won a Cy Young. Well, yeah, there was one year he's pitching with the Angels. He won the AL ERA title with a losing record. Was that his fault?
Right.
No.
That
So,
is
yeah.
that is insane. Anyhow,
I've talked enough baseball for today. I know you guys got other stuff talking about.
Jeff,
Thanks,
appreciate
Jeff.
you staying on. Use Jeff Howe. Catch him at Horns 24/7, doing a great job covering the Horns. And of course, it's just an hour, him and Jordan Scruggs. Jeff, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
All right, fellas.
All right. So now we are officially false start. I am Eric Henry, Horns 24/7, rocking as always with my guy, my partner. No one else I'd rather be doing with Mr. 5 Lunch Breaks, Keenan Womack. Keenan, what's going on, my guy?
I appreciate all of the flattering commentary, and I agree. I love doing the show with you, my friend. I'm doing really well, man. So a little programming note, Thursday and Friday, I'm probably going to be off. Whoa, that's a little thunder. Thursday and Friday, I'm probably going to be off the show. I have a couple of replacements lined up. We'll talk about it later, but I'm going to LA, actually, to see my buddy. We're going to go to a Dodgers game. We're going to go to Santa Monica. It's one of my groomsmen and friend of mine from college. So really excited about that trip. I've never been to LA, so I'm looking forward to it.
No, man, LA is a cool little spot, man. We've got plenty we want to dive into. Before we dive into it, I will acknowledge this. Jack Burton says it'd be cool if I had a load of laundry going back there. And Airbnb vibes. It's what you got, back home. CB, appreciate you rocking with us. Yes, this is very much a Florida shirt.
So fresh. So fresh.
But man,
shirt's a little wild too.
They see, and we didn't even that's my guy. We just
synergy, bro.
Like that. Let's dive right into it, man. Here's our major topic of the day. Has Steve Sarkisian exceeded expectations at UT already? I know we've talked a lot about where he's brought the program from, but just with last year's success, does that, and obviously it got him a contract extension, right? But Keenan, I want your thoughts. Has he already exceeded just in 3 years, 5-7, 8 wins? Now we know what happened last year. Did that exceed your expectations just in these 3 years?
Yes, absolutely. I wasn't sure how to feel about Sarkisian when they hired him. I was like, well, the offense will be good. We'll see about the rest. But I mean, I think Sark just operates exactly the same way Saban did, right? I remember they asked Keelan Robinson a couple of years ago. They're like, what's the difference between Sark and Saban as a coach?
Yeah.
Or what's the difference between the way he runs things? And Keelan said there is no difference. It is almost identical to the way that Saban ran Alabama's program. So I think Sark has so much influence from him and from Pete Carroll. I mean, he was the quarterback's coach on those USC teams. So he had a lot of experience with those guys. And that, I mean, I think we said this before. We think, Pete Carroll's a top 5 football coach probably ever.
Yeah.
If you look at lifetime achievements. And yeah, man, I think you have to say he's exceeded expectations, especially with how the 15 years prior went. I mean, they had one, I think, BCS win or whatever, New York 6 win, and it was the Sugar Bowl, and they still had 4 losses that season. So, yeah, I think you have to say he's by far exceeded expectations. By year 3, no question.
You know why he's exceeded expectations for me? And granted, I didn't necessarily have any expectations when he was hired, being on the outside looking in. Yes, the on-field stuff matters, but man, there is, and I've talked about this a little bit before. We kind of talked about this last week with Sark and what he brings and everything he's gone through as a coach. The culture stuff is real, man. The thing that feels, and again, I will leave it to people who've been around the program longer to assess what it felt like with Tom Herman, or I don't even remember what Charlie Strong's best year was, but
6-7 was his best year.
Hold on, Charlie Strong's best year was 6-7.
He never had a winning record at UT. Pretty sure his best season was 6-7.
I did not realize that.
It was terrible, man. It was.
Well, I mean, I knew it was bad, but damn.
No, he went 16-21 over 3 years.
Sheesh. The reason why I think he's exceeded expectations is because from top to bottom, everyone is following his lead. Everyone is on board with what his first season in 14-16. That's wild. Everyone is on board with what his vision for this thing looks like, right? And yes, no bones about it, Keenan. When you're winning, it's easier to buy in, right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure there are people who weren't buying in come 5-7. I'm sure there were people who weren't buying in even a little bit last year, 8-5, or 2 years ago, 8-5. But with that being said, there is a level of stability that seemingly from the top down, coaching staff. Jeff was talking on the previous show about good attrition in terms of the roster. And I'd say the same thing applies when coaching staff. When you're doing things right, other teams want your coaches. It's not just like, hey, we need a void. We have a void. We need a guy. It's like, and to me, that's what makes, it kind of goes back to the Belichick tree, in New England. Now, granted, a lot of those guys off the Belichick tree, the issue was they couldn't find an identity outside of themselves, right? Like Matt Patricia, Romeo Crennel, Mangini. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? Brian Dable, some of the guys.
Who's that linebacker who became a coach?
Mike Vrabel.
Vrabel.
Yeah, but Mike Vrabel, I mean, he's a little bit
different.
Good. He's good. He's a little bit different in that he, was a player. Wasn't just a guy who was like on the coaching tree, right? It's just a little bit different. But the only thing is they couldn't find identity outside of themselves. But when you have teams that are like, yo, I want that guy as a head coach, that's a good thing, right? Oh, yeah. Like, I think it's going to be a good thing when Texas has success this year. And we all know, Kyle Flood's been a head coach before, and he kind of had, some issues at Rutgers. So we'll see what happens if he gets another shot. But PK, like his name being mentioned, kind of bannered around. Like, I think that's a good thing. I think, you take a look at Jeff Choate, right? You get your linebacker. Those things are good things. Now, of course, you have to replace those guys. And I think Sark has done a good job in terms of getting Johnny Nansen, and anyone who is, familiar with my work knows I'm a big Kenny Baker fan from what I've heard from, sources at Conference USA, Tyson Helton, and elsewhere. But that is why I think he's exceeded expectations. It's not even just the wins, right? Because you can say Tom Herman won. But when you're, again, I wasn't here for Tom Herman, and maybe I'll allow you to jump in kind of from the outside perspective. I want to say this carefully. From the people I've spoken with who have covered this team and were around the building during Tom Herman era, there seemed to be not the same level of cohesion, a certain measure of dysfunction, or a certain measure of we're walking on pins and needles. And I think, and to be, again, just to be super transparent, I having come from South Florida, I know some people who are around that Florida Atlantic program, and they have said to me after that, Tom Herman has kind of confided in them and said, like, yeah, like I definitely messed up at Texas. I want to operate differently here. So I think even he would admit that in an honest moment, right? But that to me is why I think he's exceeded expectations, because he's brought not just Texas relevance on the field, but he's made Texas a cool program, right? Like, and stabilized it to where it's got that cachet, it's got that name recognition again. And that's what I think,
Yeah, I think also, like with Sark, the sort of situation where I figured out that I was like, okay, he might be the guy, was when they lost to Alabama in his second year, because they barely lost to Alabama on a last-second field goal. And I was feeling really good, and then they lost to Tech, and I was like, what the hell? And then they beat OU by 7 touchdowns, and I was at that game. And that was pretty great. I'm not gonna lie, that was a lot of fun to be at that game.
I can only imagine.
Yeah, I was. it was a good time. Yeah, man. I think Sark is just, the culture thing is so real, and I think a big part of that is his humility, and I think that humility comes from his struggles in his life, and it's made him realize, like, there's more than this to just football. You can't win if all you focus on is football. You got to focus on these guys as people too. You gotta create a culture in which players care about each other, which they help each other out, in which you can be candid with people, that kind of thing. Like, that's accountability. That's how you build relationships in business. That's how you build relationships in sports. So I think Sark is just a good man, and I think that's reflecting on the program versus, I don't want to say Tom Herman wasn't a good man, but he made some mistakes. He did operate recklessly, and he did some stupid things, and he did some things that pissed off important people. I just don't see Sark ever getting in a situation like that now. It seems like he's just very much has his head on his shoulders straight.
Well, really quick, and I'll transition after this, but I think we talk a lot about Steve Sarkisian as being this, really smart, creative football mind. But it's one thing when you're that, but also I don't think we give him enough credit. And we probably, and I mean, we as in the people who cover this team day in, day out, probably should do a better job of asking the players some of the things we ask the basketball team, right? Because we've talked about on this show, those basketball players run through a wall for Rodney Terry. Rodney Terry, not always the best with the media. I'll say that. I mean, he's always, cordial. He's not a bad guy.
Right.
But what I mean by not always the best with the media is, I mean, sometimes, and Keenan, you don't have to, as you cover basketball, I'm not going to ask you to jump off this ledge with me. I'll just stay here. And if you want to co-sign, you can, but I'll take it on my own. There's sometimes you can ask Rodney Terry a great question, and Rodney Terry's going to answer what Rodney Terry wants to answer. Like, that's that. And I won't lie, it can be demoralizing at times when, like, you put a really thoughtful question together, and Rodney Terry's like, nope, I know what I want to answer, and I know the message that I want to deliver to the team, and that's what I'm going to deliver, right? But to that point, his players run through a wall for him. His players all swear by him. I think Steve Sarkisian's creating a very similar thing, because when we talked with the players last year about culture, they all talked about, hey, when your head coach is willing to be open about his own struggles, how can you not want to open up and share about things you've been through, and then you carry that onto the field? And the thing I remember David Benda saying, he's like, listen, with football, it may be different than other sports, but if you don't know the man next to you, it's really hard to have that culture. Well, it actually was Jalen Ford. I'm sorry. It was not David. It was Jalen Ford. So if you don't know the man next to you, it's really hard to want to give everything. Like football, you do it because it's a physical game and obviously, self-preservation. But if you know that man who's lining up next to you, it's that much easier to give everything you have. And that all stems from Steve Sarkisian as a head coach. Anything else, or are we good to transition from there?
Yeah, last thing I'll say, and then we can maybe get into a little bit of NBA lottery talk. I don't know.
No, most definitely.
Okay. I would say that, the whole culture building thing, so much of that was not there when Herman was there. And Herman's teams, I'm not saying that because they played hard. Herman's teams did play hard, but there was just a very notable lack of discipline. And Herman was just like very immature and just did like shitty stuff that was embarrassing for the university. And I truly think he has cleaned his life up. And I think and that's why I think down the road, I know this is a little off topic. That's why I think down the road, Herman will be a good coach too, because I think he's going to bounce around a little bit. G4, G5, whatever it's called now. And then eventually he's going to get a big time job and he's going to do it good and he's going to do very well. At least I hope that for him, because, he gave what he could at UT. He just wasn't the guy for the job.
Sure. Jack Burton says, when Sark put his hands up in celebration on the sideline at Alabama during that win, that's when it finally hit me that we probably have found a winner. And Sam Vincent says, amen, Jack, I agree. But we're going to steer over to a little NBA playoffs. Definitely a lot to get into. But before we steer into some NBA playoffs, Keenan, which we probably should do, is have y'all steer over to Covert BK. I think that's probably a good thing to steer over to, because if you're looking for a new pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, look no further. Covert BK, newest set of dealerships from the Covert Auto Group. Covert BK has the biggest selection of vehicles in all of Central Texas. Plus their service, second to none. They're going to treat you like family every time you come in, and the pricing just can't be beat. Please visit covertbcave.com for the latest specials and inventory. Stop in and see them today. Keenan, let's steer over some NBA playoffs.
I'm a happy man. My
Mavericks. I knew you would be.
Take a 2-1 lead over the Oklahoma City Thunder. And you know what's crazy, man, is like Luka's playing on an injured knee. Like he just is. It's obvious at this point. But the team is rallying around him. And these acquisitions they made halfway through the year, specifically PJ Washington was their leading scorer in their last game. Yeah, he had like 28 points or something, and he had a game where he hit 5 threes. Like what a pickup he was. And then Gafford, I think Gafford's one of the best 10 centers in the NBA right now, and just Luka has unlocked him as an offensive piece, because he's so big, he's so sturdy, he sets really good screens, he rolls to the basket, and he's a great pick and roll big, man. It's just awesome to watch. And then that Knicks Pacers series is a lot of fun. Although the Pacers destroyed the Knicks. They were up by 50 at one point, or like 45. Complete domination. So we'll see what happens with that series. But yeah, man, the draft lottery happened as well. So related to Texas teams, Houston and San Antonio each have a top 4 pick. Neither of them are top 2 picks, but this is a weird draft where it's going to be built with and not around, or built around and not with. You know what I mean? Like, no, I got that backwards. You're not going to find your franchise guy in this draft, is what I mean. But you can absolutely find guys that impact winning. So, I think we'll get into more NBA draft down the road. But yeah, I think it was interesting that we got the results, and each Texas team has a top 4 pick. So we'll see how those guys end up. But yeah, man, the NBA, this is like the peak of the NBA season, man. It's just playoffs, lottery. I mean, the NBA draft combine's going on right now. G League Elite Camp just happened. We just got all the measurements for all the NBA draft guys and how tall they are, their wingspans, weight, all that kind of stuff. So it's a very busy time for a guy like me who focuses on scouting and NBA stuff.
So one thing that we have to do on this show is give Keenan Womack his time to shine. So we definitely are going to talk a lot come NBA draft time, because this is really Keenan's time to show out and do a thing. I'm going to touch on all 3 aspects you hit there. One, and actually I'm going to phrase in the form of a question. How much does it fucking suck to be the draft that's post Victor Wembanyama but pre Cooper Flag?
A lot. A lot. My friend at Hawks Draft Nerd on Twitter, fantastic follows, super good hoops head. He's just like, man, like, I'm excited to have the number 1 pick, but like there could not have been a draft that I would want it in less, other than maybe 2013. Pistons tanking for nothing is true as well. Like the Pistons have the 5th pick now. I think they've had it 3 years in a row. They had the worst record and ended up with the 5th pick. Sucks, man. I feel bad. My friend Danny Brown from Detroit, rapper, but he's a very sad Pistons fan, and they once again did not get the number 1 pick despite being terrible. So very unfortunate situation. Hopefully they can just get some kind of luck. Maybe they'll get the number 1 pick next year and get Cooper Flag or Ace Bailey or whoever. But yeah, tough. Really tough.
CB says the Pistons tanking for nothing. And there's nothing. I don't want to go on too much of a side tangent because I want to hit on the other 2 things.
Yeah.
In terms of the Texas teams and the Knicks Pacers series. But there's nothing that satisfies me more than a team that tanks getting screwed. Because I think the ethics of what sports is supposed to be. It's like, oh yeah, screw it. We'll just tank. The thing is, it's one thing, Keenan, if you're a team and it's 15 games left and you realize, okay, we got nothing left to play for. But when you see teams like the old the Sixers for how many years, trust the process.
OKC.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, to an extent, OKC too. But at least I can respect them because they draft well.
Yeah.
But the Sixers, when they were like, yeah, trust the process, and they said we're going to lose for 3-4 years, that is what really kind of sticks in my craw. But the other 2 points, I'll be quick on the Knicks Pacers. I don't know how I feel about all this 90s nostalgia. And I mean, listen, I grew up on 90s basketball, Heat, Knicks, can really appreciate it. But part of me just is happy to know that these damn New Yorkers, and no disrespect to our guy Josh Newman, he came on and joined us, and he's a New Yorker. But the image in my head of these New Yorkers banging their dusty ass Timbs together, trying to call out the ghost of Allen Houston, listening to Jay-Z Hard Knock Life, listen to Nas, just trying to drum up Wu-Tang, LL Cool J, trying
listening
to drum
to
up
Royal Flush by Worldwide by Royal Flush.
Right, like they're just trying to drum up any good vibe they can and see it get snuffed out by the Pacers. There's something that I enjoy about that. So I'm just gonna say that really quick. And then what I will say about that Mav series is this, and I heard it on TV today. I thought it was a great point. When you get 15 points from PJ Washington, like especially when you got Luka and Kyrie, you're damn near unstoppable. And I'm going to say this right now. I'm going to toss it back to you on this. I'm curious if Luka is playing and he's healthy and he's playing his ball, and Kyrie, who I've been critical of on this show, but Kyrie's head is on clearly, screwed on right. That, Nuggets Timberwolves series is, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't take Dallas to at least be neck and neck with any of those teams, whoever comes out of that series.
Real quick, I just figured out a really good name. If the Knicks make the finals and the Timberwolves make the finals, you go Timberwolves versus Tims. Tims versus Tims. Yeah, I think that series, what has happened hasn't surprised me. I said there's no way that Minnesota blows them out of the water and sweeps them or beats them in 5 games. So I've actually made a lot of money on that series. I've picked every game right so far. I just said, screw it. I put it on Minnesota the first night. Second night, I was like, all right, the odds are crazy. I'm going to go with them again. Third game, I was like, you know what? Denver's going to bounce back. And once they bounce back, I was like, they're going to bounce back again. They're going to win the series, I think. And that's contrary to my point 2 weeks ago where I said I thought the Timberwolves were going to win the West. I now think it's going to be Denver. Because I said winner of game 4 is probably going to win that series. And winner of that series, well, I don't know, man. I mean, Oklahoma City and the Mavericks, that's why the NBA is so much better now than it was 7 years ago, because you don't know who the champion's going to be already, right? But it is like an open field in the West, at least. In the East, it's like, probably going to be the Celtics, but at least in the West, you really don't know between these 4 teams. It legitimately could be any of the 4. And that makes it so much more interesting, so much more fun, and so much better for the NBA.
Oh, listen, no pushback. I said it on the show that I've been so intrigued by these NBA playoffs just because of the fact that it doesn't feel like it's a LeBron-Steph finals for the 8,000th time. Our guy Jack Burton says when your team is in the playoffs, it makes a casual like him pay way more attention. And even to that point, I think the casuals probably come out maybe more so when you have the star recognition. But I think, like Jack said, when your team is in the playoffs, and this applies to me too, because the Magic made the playoffs, right? Mm-hmm. And I don't consider myself a casual fan, but when your team is in it, it makes it just that much more intriguing, and especially when it's not, again, a foregone conclusion that it's going to be LeBron, Steph. But I do want to transition, and we've talked about it a little bit last week in terms of what underclassmen are we excited about. I want to stick with that theme. What player, regardless of class, is going to you most excited about for a breakout year, football and or basketball, Keenan?
One, Kendall Weaver. I'm very excited to see what Kendall Weaver does this year. Not because I think he's going to be the team's leading scorer or be like the alpha scoring guy. I just love the way he plays and the way that he affects the game in so many facets. He's 6'3", 6'4" on a good day, and he rebounds, and he defends, and he's diving on loose balls. That's a thing that I loved about Dylan Mitchell and will always love about Dylan Mitchell, and I'll always be a fan of Dylan Mitchell's, is that dude was, a projected, at one point a projected lottery pick. And from day one, he was diving on loose balls, flying out of bounds to get, throw the ball back in bounds. He was diving for rebounds. That's what I loved about Dylan Mitchell, is his attitude. The attitude is infectious. I think Kendall has that same kind of attitude, a sort of do whatever it takes to win, do whatever it takes to impact the game in a positive way kind of mentality. And again, he's not going to be the star of the team, but I think he could be an X factor.
The guy for me, and I got a couple, but I'm going to go football.
Yeah, I got a football one after, but you go.
I'm going to go football, and then maybe we'll trade off. I'll go basketball after. And I know that I have been president of the CJ Baxter, probably myself and Steve Sarkisian, been president of the CJ Baxter Hive. I was actually just at CJ's old high school, Edgewater High School, yesterday. I think CJ leads his team in rushing. I wrote that horns247.com. But I think Jaden Blue is going to have a breakout year as well, just because of how dynamic of an athlete, man. Like, I guess, Keenan, I'm so high on the running back room because I think they're a great 1-2 punch. I think Jaden immediately has like that fastest guy on the team speed, and CJ is no slouch as well, like in terms of his speed and athleticism. But I feel as if we're going to get a CJ back that maybe Texas fans wanted last year, someone who sheds more tackles, someone who his lower body, his lower frame, not someone that you can just get on the edge and sometimes you're bringing him down. Because we've seen explosiveness out of him, but at 6'1", damn near 220 pounds, someone who's really hard to bring down. Like, I think, again, I by no means is he a big bruiser. Like, he can do his thing too. But I think we're going to see a really good 1-2 punch. But Jaden Blue, like, I think Jaden Blue, I hate to tag him this, man. I'm sorry. Maybe this is because this is my favorite college football running back duo of all time. I think we're getting a little Lendale White, Reggie Bush vibes.
Woo!
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's all time. That's all time great. So like that is tough. But that's just it's the juxtaposition of what each other do. Now, granted, again, Lendale White ate himself out of the league, right? So like CJ Baxter is not that guy at all. Just that combination. But who's your football guy?
Jonte Cook.
Okay, no doubt.
Really,
No doubt.
They interviewed a bunch of football players who were in the draft, and they were kind of asking them, "Hey, who do you think's gonna break?" Like 4 dudes said Jonte. And they called Jonte Xavier Worthy's brother, like his little brother. You know what I mean? He's just a dog. He's super fast. He's highly competitive at the rivals camp. A couple of years ago, he went out and he pointed out the best defensive back. He's like, "I'm going at you. Like, let's go." Like, he wanted to take on the best corners, and he wanted to battle the best. And that's how you win games, is you have guys that want to play against the best teams. That's how you beat Georgia. That's how you beat Michigan. That's how you beat LSU. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to have dogs like that. And Jonte Cook is a dog.
No, I 1000%. His competitiveness, man. Like, I know you haven't been out to spring ball or around to make out to spring ball, but you see it. And that's why I think, and I talked about this a little bit, that's why I think it's going to be hard to keep some of the guys like him and Ryan Wingo off the field. Because not like last year where you had X and you had A.D. Mitchell and you had Jordan Winton, those guys were going to be either because they had been with the program before, or in A.D.'s case, pretty much assured, like, listen, you're transferring, you're going to play. It's a little more wide open, man. Like Silas Bolden's another one. I know you talked about him after seeing his film. That dude's 5'8", 170, but he is a dog as well. Like
he's a dog, dude.
So it's definitely going to be interesting there. Keenan, I want to give you a little more room because we've got about 10 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
This JT Toppin thing, I know we both are hearing things, and I'm not necessarily going to ask you to divulge necessarily what you're hearing unless you want to, but we've alluded to it. We've talked about his game a bit, but now that it's looking like it's either going to be one thing or the pros, what could this Texas team look like with JT Toppin? Because we know you've talked about it a little bit in terms of what you felt was missing. And this doesn't quite fit necessarily the big per se, but it's a hell of a pickup if Texas can get him.
I mean, he's 6'9". He plays power forward. Like he's a big, I would say.
Well,
at
really
least,
quick,
like,
before you make, I guess, and you're not wrong. I guess in my mind, when
he's
I
not
was
like
thinking,
7 feet though.
Yeah, when I was thinking the big that Texas would need, I was thinking like a Brandon Garrison type. Obviously, JT Toppin's, as you'll tell us, way different game, but still someone who, like, if you get him, it might be the expectation level for Texas might, so go ahead, have at it.
Oh, they're a top 10 team if they land him, I think. I legitimately think that. So here's what I'm going to tell everybody. Wait till after the combine before you get excited. But if he ends up not going pro, you can maybe get excited because hearing good things. I can't divulge. I have some very close connections to him. I can't divulge who they are or what they've told me, but wait till after the combine. Once the combine's over, if he's not going pro, it's looking pretty good for Texas.
What does the lineup look like in your mind? I have an idea, but I'm curious from your take. What's the lineup look like? If
I would do Pope, Trey, Tremone, Mark, Shedrick, Toppin, or Toppin, Shedrick, whichever you want to do. I would probably play Toppin at the 4 and Shedrick at the 5, because Toppin is like 6'9", and he's just kind of he's like a big that's a little bit undersized. I'm trying to think of a good comp for him. Kind of like Jonathan Kuminga, maybe, if you're an NBA guy.
Yeah.
But like less of a wing and more of a forward. I would be blown away with this roster if he landed there. He averaged like 12.5, 9, and 2.5 like steals and blocks combined. For those who don't know, I mean, I know you know, Eric, but I don't know if the fans know what stocks are. He averaged like 2.5 stocks a game, so he's a great defensive player. He would be an absolute plug in and play immediately, 30 minutes a game kind of guy. He is a bona fide NBA prospect. He probably should go to college for a year and then go pro, but he's testing at the combine literally right now. Like, he was testing as of 5 minutes ago. So we're going to know a lot in the next hour about what people think of him as a prospect.
And can you let the people know, just for those who may not know, like when the date would be, as far as like, okay, you'll know which way or the other, as far as
officially, I forget the official date, but we'll know this week whether he's going to go pro, probably. And because, after you test at the combine, you talk to, agents and scouts, and they tell you just, are you ready? Are you not ready? And they'll be straight with you. That's their job. And it's better for them to be straight with you and be like, you're not ready, man. Like, you don't want to like lose your college eligibility. But there's this kid who plays for Villanova. I don't understand why he's declaring. He's Mark Armstrong is his name.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for him. Like, I don't know why he thinks he's going to get drafted, but he's not even in my top 90.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit. There's a guy who's remaining in the draft who I don't know why he's remaining in the draft.
James.
Except we do know why he's remaining in the draft. And there's one LeBron Raymond James Jr., better known as Bronny James. But we all know what that's about. So.
Here's my thing with Bronny James, because I'm asked about this quite often. He's a pro prospect. He's just not a pro prospect right now. Like, he needs another year to make better decisions and be able to hit spot up open threes and learn how to pick and roll pass better, because he has potential to be like a pretty solid. He'll never be a superstar, but he has potential to be like a good defensive point guard who can lock up ones and twos and maybe threes. He's just not very big, but he has a role in the NBA. It's just not yet. He's not ready yet. He's going to have to play in the G League for like a year or two before he's ready for the NBA. So we'll see if that works. But I'm rooting for Bronny. I know people are haters of LeBron. I am a huge LeBron guy, and I love Bronny, and I hope he does well. But, yeah, it's a bit of a confusing decision to me.
Keenan, do you remember when LeBron a couple of years ago was tweeting out one night, like, watching League Pass, and I think my sons are better than some of these guys?
I mean –
Well, guess what, Keenan? I know, like, I think you and I are roughly the same age when this thing called Bring Your Kid to Work to School Day. Bring your kid to work day. Sorry.
Bring your kid to work day.
Guess what? It's Bring Your Kid to motherfucking work day. There's about 440 dudes in the NBA who can be like, all right, that's how you feel?
Let's go.
LeBron just put a big-ass bullseye on that kid's chest. Because since that's how you feel, walk into Jeannie Bucky's office, walk into whoever, was it still Rob Pelinka? Walk in there and be like, it's officially Bring Your Kid to Work day. Draft him.
Oh my God. What are they doing, dude? Lakers, I mean, they're gonna draft him, I'm sure. They have what pick?
17th, I think they're 17th.
17th, yeah. I think they have 17th or 18th pick. That's what they had last year. And last year was an amazing draft, and they went with a guy that a guard that can't shoot at all. So are they going to do that again this year? They're going to go with another guard who can't shoot? I don't know. They drafted Jalen Hood-Schifino last year out of Indiana. That dude is not a good shooter, and Bronny's not a good shooter.
Yeah.
And Bronny is a point guard. He's not a shooting guard. You know what I mean? So We'll see. I mean, it just seems like they're jumping the gun way too hard. It's also putting a lot of pressure on Bronny. Kid had a heart surgery, like 18 months ago, like a serious heart surgery. I don't know. I honestly hope Bronny doesn't have social media, or at least like doesn't read it, because Lil Baby put it best. I know they're hating on me, but I don't read comments.
Yeah,
that's how you should be.
Keenan, before we get out here, man, we've teased this topic a ton for a couple days now. Summer in Austin. I know what I'm looking forward to when I get back to summer in Austin, because I obviously can't do it here. But when I get back to Lone Star State, I know I'm looking forward to one of those, Keenan, calling all beer drinkers. It's All-Star Beer. If you're looking for the best beer in the great state of Texas, got to go to Allstat. Brewed in Fredericksburg, but available all throughout the Lone Star State. Allstat has beer for every beer drinker out there. Tons of brews from lager and Kolsch, light and Pilsner. We're telling you, one sip and you won't go back to other beers you've been drinking in the past. Pick up a 6-pack wherever you buy your beer. It's Allstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. Keenan, what are you looking forward to as we get ready to toss it to Chip and Zay? But before we do, what are you looking forward most to summer in Austin?
Man, I really can't wait for Blues on the Green. My wife and my wife's brothers both live here, and they both have kids. So my nieces and nephews, who I just adore, we're all going to go out there for one night, and then I'll probably go to a few other ones. So I'm really excited for the live music, hanging out with the boys, and just watching baseball, and just playing Frisbee golf and hitting Barton Springs. I mean, summer in Austin is as hot as it is. It really is like an absolute blast. It's so much fun going out on the boat. I know some people with boats on Travis and Austin, so we'll have to invite you out. You'll have to come on the boat with us, brother.
I was just about to say, so part of the reason why I kind of did my travel the way I did is because I'm obviously a Floridian. I miss some great things about summer here in Florida, just going to the beach and catching up with friends and all those things. But I split it up so that I could get like 5-6 weeks of summer in Austin. But everyone's told me you got to know someone with a boat.
You do. Well, you do now.
Well, now I do. So at least I can rock with that. But no, like I got there last July and I hit the ground running with football. So I haven't been to Barton Springs. I haven't been anywhere really, So
yeah, no. I mean, I'll show you around, brother.
Where have I been the most? I've been to DKR and Moody Center. So I'm definitely looking forward to experiencing what Austin has. Want to bring in Zay here because Zay, before I throw you on the stage, give you a little tee up. Because Zay and I, we talked about this a little bit. We actually talked about summer in Austin, and he talked about the great time of year right before we started the show. But I want to get this basketball take and we'll bring in here right now. Zay, you and I are roughly the same age. I know you remember Bring Your Kid to Work Day.
Yeah, for sure.
With LeBron Raymond James Jr. remaining in the draft. Do you remember when LeBron a couple years back, I'll bring in Chip here on this one as well. When LeBron a couple years back was tweeting out watching league, he's like watching League Pass late at night. And my sons are better than some of these dudes. Do you remember that, Zay?
Yeah.
Guess what? It is Bring Your Kid to Motherfucking Work Day now. There are about 440 dudes in the NBA. You're going to say that's how you feel? Your kid is better than some of these dudes? Well, Bring Your Kid to Work Day starts now. So do the Lakers make the decision to help LeBron live his dream of Bring Your Kid to Work Day?
I mean, I guess they're not going anywhere anyway. So, I mean, if LeBron wants to spend these last few years of his career with his son, then sure. But he can't talk about winning the championship if he wants to go this route. I think his son should have his own path and earn his way into the NBA. So there's a lot with LeBron in this situation that I don't agree with as much as I love him. But hey, you're right, Eric. Like, there's a whole bunch of guys that are going to prove that Bronny probably doesn't deserve to be on this level quite yet. I'm not saying he can't go overseas and have a PJ Tucker-like route, but as of right now, with those stats that he put up at Southern Cal, and he also has a history, the cardiac arrest situation, it's a tricky subject with Bronny Jr. So I wish him the best. It will be cool to see Bron and him play together if that happens, but hell no, he ain't ready. Absolutely not.
Chip Brown, really quick. I don't know where you fall. I've never had this discussion where you fall as like, you're from Michigan. I don't know if you're a Bad Boys guy. I don't know if you're a Jordan guy, a LeBron guy. But why would you put that type of bullseye on your kid's chest?
Yeah. I mean, I think LeBron thinks that everyone's built like him, and he's a freak. His kid has yet to show. I mean, look, he's going to need time. And I think it's a mess, and it sounds like he's kind of, I don't know. Some of the interviews I've heard sound like he's kind of backing off of it, or he's trying to be nebulous about it. But that, putting Bronny right front and center like that, that's not the way to go, in my opinion.
I agree.
Those conversations, all three of you guys are married. I'm not, but that sounds like one of those conversations where you say something and then all of a sudden mom comes over and is like, hold on a second. Why would you put that bullseye on our boy's chest? Like, like Savannah came around and was like, listen, maybe it's not Bronny's dream to play with you, So anyhow.
Did he say something else over the weekend that I missed?
No, I just was kind of
recalling. The draft lottery came out, so we were talking about it.
The draft lottery came out. I just was recalling that ridiculous statement, that ridiculous 2 a.m. Eastern time tweet when he's like watching League Pass, and some of these guys, I think some of my sons are better than these guys. Like, all right, well, it's bring your kid to work day now. So anyhow, with that, I'm sure y'all fellas have a great show planned. So it is all you guys. Y'all take it over.
Hey, peace out, gentlemen.
We'll be back tomorrow.
Peace out. We'll be back tomorrow, boys.
Thanks, fellas. Y'all have a good one.
Appreciate y'all. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here in the midday, Texas Sports Unfiltered. So I got to start off the show by saying that I spent Friday at the Mullet Open. Bucky Godbolts, I think it was the 23rd Mullet Open, playing golf with Zay's dad, CC, legendary coach at Bowie High School, basketball coach at Bowie High School. We had a great time. We had a lot of laughs. And your dad wanted me to ask you about the time that you put Trey in your trunk. In your car.
Yeah.
This was one of your boys.
Yeah, that's one of the homies, man. You try to be a good leader. You know what I'm saying? That's all. I was a senior. I was the captain. Only seniors are allowed to go off campus. So wanted to take one of the underclassmen, one of my homies that weren't allowed to do that. That's just bonding. That's just me being the leader. That's all it was. And of course, our rent-a-cop ass, bootleg ass, Paul Blart, mall cop, whoever the security dude was, I'll say his name, Andy. He was a two-faced snake. No, I'm just playing, Andy, but you were kind of a two-faced snake. You kind of screwed me that day because he told us, you know what? Since this is your guy's first offense, I'm not going to say nothing. Just don't let it happen again. Sure enough, 3 hours later, you show up for 8th period basketball class, and CC's just waiting on us with the whistle and a stopwatch. Trey and Isaiah, y'all won't be joining us in the gym today. You two and I are going to go out to this track. And we're over here like, wow, this dude ratted us out after he gave us his word. Like, you're only a man of your word. I get it. We're teenagers. But still, I learned early, you're only a man of your word. And this
how did he figure out you had Trey in your trunk?
I don't know. I don't think he was in the trunk. I want to say he was in the back seat trying to duck down. He couldn't fit in the trunk. The dude was like 6'4", 6'5". That story wasn't told.
What kind of car were you driving?
Oh, my grandma's Volvo. Oh, okay. Yeah. So we just had him in the back, tried to throw the blanket over him. It didn't work out. Got caught. And yeah, old Andy, who's probably retired by now, who everybody thought was a snake, two-faced son of a bee. It wasn't just me, you know. And again, this was my first offense. Let me off of a warning. Like, you know, my pops is here. You know I'm going to get in trouble. Like, why would you do, like, we'd have a way better relationship moving forward. I wouldn't have done it again, you know. And what was that conversation like? Like, I'm going to tell you, Isaiah, hey, I won't say nothing to your pops. Just don't let it happen again. What was that conversation like? Like, how long did it take him to find Sylvester and snitch? Like, who does shit like that? I'll never forget that. I'll never forgive him for that. Never.
So what was the punishment?
Oh, man. We were on the track running like crazy. We were flipping tires. This is towards the end of the year, too. So it was around this time. So it was hot. It wasn't like the overcast that we're seeing now. It was hot as hell. And CC ran the shit out of us, which, again, to my defense, yo, CC, this is my guy. Don't y'all want us to have, you know, good camaraderie or something? Like, I'm showing him the way. I'm about to leave. He's about to take over for you next season. I hope he does that for the young homies, to get that respect. We won a lot of games because of those friendships, man. So I don't see nothing wrong with it. I was basically like Quinn Ewers showing off the jet. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have that NIL, but I'm looking out for my homies. I'm looking out for my teammates. Nothing wrong with that. And Andy should have known before his tattletailing ass went to Sylvester. Yeah, I still.
Well,
wow.
All right, to be fair, I asked CC what was what did you get the most trouble in? You know, what did you do that got you in the most trouble?
Yeah.
So if that was it,
that really wasn't it. There's for both of our sake, he didn't tell you a lot. He didn't tell you a lot, which there are definitely things that I got a lot of trouble for. But he remembers that because he was involved. Like, he definitely planned out how we're gonna get our punishment, and that's why he remembers it. Other times, it was probably way worse, but we weren't punished like that. Like, there was a time where we made a diss track for a girl that played volleyball on the team, and she had like a mole on her face, and we went after the mole. Like, it was messed up. It was very Kendrick Lamar. It was messed up. And that was the MySpace era, and it went viral throughout the school and shit. CC was pissed. That was a bad move. Like, I haven't been yelled at in public, like around the team and around my classmates and stuff, because that was right in the hall where he found that out, and he couldn't even control himself. But after that, nothing happened. All we had to do was apologize to the girl, and nothing really happened after that because, you know, I don't know. It was one of those things that got swept under the rug after the apology. But I really didn't get in trouble. I couldn't. He was always around. Like, I was too terrified of the consequences. Like, I'm not doing no drugs. I'm not getting into anything crazy. I still went to parties and stuff, but I wasn't doing anything crazy at the parties. You never have to worry about me or anything. So I was a good kid, man. Yeah, you ain't gonna find nothing out.
Okay.
Boy, yeah.
Okay. It seems like
a real David Robinson I was, you know?
Well, it seems like that Andy situation still strikes a nerve.
It does. Like, come on, man. You're only a man of your word. What are we doing? Don't tell me that you're not going to snitch. Like, I would have felt better if you're like, you know, I got to tell your pops.
Right.
I'm sorry. Like, he could apologize. Be like, look, I have to tell your pops. I get it. It's going to be rough for you. Hopefully you learn from this. I would have respected that because I know you a sucker. It's like, this is just you being a sucker. But by you telling me, oh, I'm not going to say nothing. We're good, Isaiah. Like, you know how good that you feel throughout the day in your classes? Like, oh, man, I thought I was going to get in trouble. I'm good now. He ain't going to say nothing. We're burying this thing. To only show up to one of the craziest conditioning days of your life Like I was throwing up on the side. Oh yeah, it was one of those. Dry heaving. It was one of those.
Was he like conducting practice and overseeing you?
No, that was the most mucked up part about it. The dude said, assistants, y'all take over today. While they're in there having fun, scrimmaging, playing 5-on-5, the good shit, I'm out here with the homie doing slave drills. Like, it was tough, man. It was like CC went back. CC went back to the shit that isn't allowed nowadays. Like that's what he was doing. He was going back to when he was playing, like when Bear Bryant, Junction Road type shit. That's what it felt like. Straight up. It felt like Junction Road. That's what I like.
As you're throwing up, you're trying to explain, I was just trying to be a good leader and bond with my teammate.
Come on, man. It was a bad look. But I've learned, I guess, made me a better man, I guess.
I guess.
So how'd y'all play? How'd it go?
We had fun.
Played pretty good.
Yeah, we played pretty good. We finished 10 under, which for us was good. I mean, now someone turned in a scorecard of 19 under, which is just like, come on, man.
Yeah.
That means you had to eagle. You had to eagle a hole.
I'm telling you, people be cheating. I told Buck when he was filling in for you the other day, folks be cheating at his tournament. He'd be like, no, they're not and stuff. I'm like, Buck.
Well, when there's a name of a team called the Texas Cheaters,
well, yeah,
you gotta expect the worst, right?
Yeah, now those were Buck's boys too. So
yeah,
the Texas Cheaters.
Bucky does a great job with that tournament. There's so many raffle prizes, and I was sad I couldn't stay. I told your dad, hey, if I win anything, just take it. They call my name. Did they call my name?
Yeah, they called it. I took it.
What'd you get?
You got a book that is going to my father-in-law for Father's Day and some golf balls. That's also going to my father for Father's Day.
Okay, so you picked out a gift for your father-in-law.
Yes. So thank you for that. Yeah, appreciate that. Go look it out. You came through.
I'm happy to help. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I had to get some of that Wayne Miller's barbecue. It was crazy. Oh my gosh. That's just incredible. I got some in the fridge too. Like I came with to-go boxes and everything. Real ghetto. No shame. No shame. No shame at all.
Yeah.
No shame. Y'all losing y'all's minds. That Wayne Miller barbecue is crazy. No.
Well, if anyone
at all.
in the comment section or on the Coda text line at 512-222-9328 has any stories from the Mullet Open on Friday, yeah, there we are. There it is. There it is. The team to be reckoned with. You got Tommy there with the green cap on, and Brad in the lively shirt there in the back left corner. So good dudes. We had a good time. If anyone played in the Mullet Open, any comments, stories, feel free to share on the Coda text line or in the comment section. Jack wants to know, how'd we do? I think we finished squarely in the middle of the pack. The winning score was 53, which, like I said, is, come on, man. Like 55 is ridiculous. 53 is just a flat out lie. I mean, I've been in tournaments where 55 got turned in as the winner, and you're like, come on, man. Come on. That would be 17 under par.
Well, was it Omar's team? I saw Omar Uresti there. He gave me
Omar, I think, finished second.
Okay, I believe that.
Yeah.
Like, you pro.
Yeah. Omar Uresti.
Majors. Like, he gave me a ride in the golf cart. It was cool. Like, he's like, hey, you need a ride? I was like, oh, shit. Omar Uresti. Hell yeah, give me a ride. So that was dope. But Him getting second makes sense. Anyone else beating him is insane.
Right.
Like, y'all are those guys talking shit today, like the water cooler, like, yeah, bro, our team, Omar, your rest team is there. We beat them. What shit? I could beat the pros right now.
Yeah, Bucky.
Oh my God,
Bucky has good prizes, man. So
yeah, it's a great event.
It is. It's a great event. I like I said, I had to go pick up my daughter. I wanted to see how all the prizes went out because they had a scooter, they had a kayak, they had all kinds of stuff. So yeah, kudos to Bucky and all of his crew for making that happen. I think it was the 23rd Mullet Open. So yeah. Good weekend, Zay?
Yeah, it was cool. Wifey and I went to the second annual burger festival. Cover 3 was there. Cover 3 was tied for first at the best burgers that we had. I don't know who won it, but the Cover 3 burger was on point. Me and my wife both rated it very high. And I'm not just saying that because that's a sponsor. There are some good burgers there. Yeah, on my rankings, I had 3 8s, and Cover 3 was one of them. So
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
Cool.
Well,
cool weekend. How about you?
You get the when you go to Cover 3, I always push the Sean Adams prime rib sandwich, but that flat top burger, which is 1/3 pound of burger, seasoned just right. My favorite's probably the Chop House burger because that's got the Applewood smoked bacon on it. Yeah, you got all night happy hour tonight at Cover 3, so get on over to Cover 3 and enjoy a great meal. You get the $5 off the shareables, which has the Greek Island calamari, which is phenomenal. The pepperoni flatbread. I mean, you're basically getting those are meals, and you're getting them for fast food prices. So get over to Cover 3. That's cool. That's cool, man. So after the golf on Friday, I went to the Texas men's tennis match against Texas A&M in the round of 16 of the NCAA championship, the Sweet 16. And the Texas men did some work, beat the Aggies 4-0 to advance to the Elite 8. And so now the Texas men's tennis team, who I think can win the national championship, although my man, okay, so there are 2 sets of brothers on this team. There's Pierre Bailly from Belgium, and there's Gilles Arnaud Bailly. And Pierre has a wrist injury, and he did not play singles, and they still won. They still beat A&M. Now they got to play number 7 Tennessee on Thursday in the Elite 8. And the NCAA championship this year is in Stillwater, Oklahoma, where Texas won the Big 12 championship. So Texas has already tasted success on those courts. And so as long as my man Pierre Bailly can get his wrist back together, I like Texas to win the national championship in men's tennis. And today, we talked to our man John Fields, the Texas golf coach. For you Longhorn fans out there, the Texas men's golf team is hosting the NCAA Austin Regional right now, Monday through Thursday of this week out at UT Golf Club, and the admission is free. Now it's raining. It's kind of a mess out there. But the Texas men are on holes 13 through 16, and they are 12 under. That is 2 shots off the lead. They are in second place. This regional also includes number 1 seeded Tennessee, number 2 seeded Arkansas, and number 4 seeded Georgia. And right now, Texas ahead of all their future SEC brothers in this NCAA regional. And go to horns247.com and read the story that I wrote. If you missed our interview with John Fields, it's amazing what John Fields has done, because Texas is hosting the NCAA Golf Championship for the next 3 years at Omni La Costa Resort and Spa in Carlsbad, California. And the whole purpose of hosting it there is to make it a neutral site where it will become, hopefully, the permanent site for the NCAA Golf Championships, like Omaha is for baseball. And this was the brainchild of John Fields, the Texas golf coach, with help from Mike Holder, the legendary coach at Oklahoma State. And it helps that one of UT's biggest boosters happens to be Robert Rowling, a billionaire from Dallas who owns Omni Hotels and was willing to sink $300 million into renovating the La Costa Resort and Spa golf course and resort so that all 30 NCAA teams could stay on property at the resort like a PGA Tour event. PGA Tour events are held at resorts, and the players get put up in lush accommodations, makes them want to go to that tournament again and again. And that's how they're doing it for NCAA golf. Honestly, the NCAA doesn't deserve John Fields or Robert Rowling, but the fact that this is going to happen starting next week for the women, you can watch it all on the Golf Channel. And this is all the brainchild of Texas's golf coach. Good on you, John Fields. Now he's just got to get his team to win or finish top 5 at the regional so they get to go to the tournament that they're hosting for the national championship, which they have the longest streak of 16 straight NCAA appearances. If as long as they finish top 5 at the Austin regional, like I said, right now they're second, they'll go to the NCAAs. The men actually play. The women are playing May 16th through 22nd. The men are playing May 23rd through 29th out at La Costa Resort. Man, do our show from there, Zay. I mean, that would be sweet.
Oh, that'd be awesome. You know, one of the funniest things that John said when he was with us last week was he's 65 years old and this is the hardest he's ever worked in his life.
Seriously. Because not only did he go to Holder and say, hey, what do you think? And Holder's like, yeah, we need to have it at a neutral site, because the problem was you would get schools to host the NCAA championship, but they were only schools that were good at golf. So they would then get to practice on that course. Like Arizona, like he said, Arizona State in 2022, Texas beat Arizona State in the championship at Arizona State's home course, Greyhawk, where Arizona State had played 81 times that year. Like, so they get a decided advantage by getting to play however much they wanted on their home course. And B, since you're hosting it for 3 years, you get to use it in recruiting and say, hey, come here. You get to play on the course where the national championship's being contested. And that's why they're like, okay, we got to get away from this. We got to put it somewhere where it's on the West Coast so that the East Coast is watching it in prime time, because the ratings went through the roof, Fields said, when Texas played Oregon in the NCAA Golf Championship in 2016. That was the championship with Scotty Scheffler, when Scheffler demoralized Aaron Wise, who had just won the NCAA medalist, competition. Oregon beat Texas because Bo Hostler injured his shoulder, and he had to drop out, and they didn't allow for players to be replaced due to injury. Now they do. But at that time, Texas had to play Oregon 4 against 5. So they're already down 1-0 when the match started. Stupid. If Texas could have replaced them, Who knows? But Field said that the Golf Channel told him, hey, man, that match out in Oregon, ratings were up 120%. So he started thinking, okay, well, then we need to find a place on the West Coast to make the permanent home for NCAA golf. He's talking to Holder. Holder's like, yes, neutral site. And then they're like, well, let's go talk to Bob Rowling, because La Costa Resort had hosted 37 PGA Tour events, but none since 98 because it had gotten a little outdated, whatever. Well, they got Gil Hance, who's redone all kinds of incredible courses like LA Country Club and designed the course for the Olympics in Rio in 2016. That guy redoes the course. Now it's every room, all 600 rooms of the resort were redone. So now those kids from the NCAA, when they go out for the golf championship, they're not staying at the Ramada Inn or the Residence Inn in Stillwater. They're staying at a 5-star resort with a $5 million practice facility.
Yo, why is Ramada Inn and Residence Inn catching a stray from you? Those are classy places.
Oh, I like those places.
Okay.
I'm just saying. The Ramada Inn doesn't have a $5 million golf practice facility.
Yo, man, see, this is why God
Don't get me in trouble.
I'm not getting you in trouble. I'm just saying this is why God knew to not give me any type of golf skill, because, when I hear resorts, we calling up hoochies, all types of women. You can't tell me OGs like John Daly weren't wilding back in the day.
Dude, it's a good thing. Hey, it's a good thing the women play first. And then they leave and the men come in.
I know, man. Come on.
If you're playing at the same time, we'd have golf babies.
Man. That's like spring break. Come on. Hey, the greatest Tiger, greatest all time. He was out there chasing that muff around. You know what I'm saying? You knew Tiger was bring everywhere Tiger went. You knew Tiger had somebody in every city of every major he had on call to let them know wherever he checked in, hey, so-and-so going to be here tonight. Let her through. She's all right. Because he has at least 3 different sections of security you got to get through. Let them all know, hey, Sonya, she going to be in tonight. I play tomorrow. I expect to have a good game. I need her here.
My wife just went through my phone.
What?
Remember that? That was the quote that started it all.
Oh man, come on,
Hey,
Tiger. You can afford another phone, bruh. Come on,
Tiger.
Come on, man. You gotta have that burner. You gotta have that drug phone. You know what I'm saying? Like you in the cartel
Tiger.
or something. For just the hoe, prepaid. Every time you leave the city, break that thing. Break that thing and throw it like Walter White used to. Like, hey, keep it moving. We'll get a new one in the next city. Like, that's what people whoever were working for Tiger, he needed better people. But
yeah. Come on, man.
Life he went through that phone. It was a wrap.
Hey, kudos also to the Texas men's and women's track team for winning the Big 12 championship. We're going to get our guy with the my man Brent with the Director's Cup, Brett Wilkinson, because Texas is they're right knocking on the door with the with Stanford for the Director's Cup.
Golly, it's always them. Who gets third? Who is it? Oregon? Like who's
right now? It's North Carolina.
UNC?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they're barely like Like Stanford has 1,125 points, but Texas is still waiting on men's and women's golf, softball, rowing. And these are all sports that Texas could have a podium finish on, maybe even win. So Texas is way behind Stanford right now, but it's because Stanford has already finished 20 sports. They count your top 16 sports. So, and it's based on your national.
Trash.
Huh?
Football, they were trash. Basketball, they were trash.
Right. But they compete in like water polo.
Oh, man.
In
Do
beach volleyball.
We even have a water polo team?
Huh?
Do we have a water polo team?
No.
Come on, bro.
No.
Come on.
No. Stanford has 34 sports. Texas has 20 if you count cross country separate from track and field.
That doesn't even make any sense.
But you only count 16. So Stanford dominated in water polo and all that stuff.
But they should count the ones that we have too. Like that's if we have 20, we're gonna pick our top 620.
Nope.
If
You
they
get to
have
pick
34,
any 16.
Okay, but you're gonna pick the ones that are successful.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Like shows them Charlie years. I doubt if we were throwing football in there, I wouldn't be. If we which football should be mandatory. There should be a few that are mandatory, like football, men's basketball, women's basketball, the ones that get the most views, baseball, softball, those 5 should all be mandatory. Everything else, I would like to throw volleyball in there, but a little bias there. Texas is ridiculous in volleyball, but still, it's come on, man. Water polo, get out of here. Stop it. I'm not trying to hear that bullshit.
Well, let me see if I can get Brett on our show right now because I want him to lay it all out for us.
Yeah, you don't have to break it down, man.
Because my man Zay has questions.
Yeah.
And I want him to get those.
Yeah. They probably got Quidditch as one of the sports with their weird ass up in there, that damn tree. It's not even a mascot, it's a tree. Cardinal, whatever, it's a tree. Come on. That's not a real mascot. Palo Alto, beautiful campus. Don't get much better than Palo Alto. I'll give them that. But nah, man, 34 sports, that's a little nuts. And I'll always remember that iconic cover of Sports Illustrated where it was Texas versus Stanford, and they had Sims and TJ Ford, and I don't know who else was on there, but they were looking across the Stanford athletes. Like, that was a legendary cover. I'm going to try to pull it up. But yeah, I know CB knows what I'm talking about. I'm going to say he posted it not too long ago. But yeah, Stanford, I don't know. They are smart as hell. If we're talking about spelling bees and shit, we're, you know what I'm saying? We're talking about building robots and having them compete. Of course we're going to lose, you know?
We're not talking about building robots.
How many sports? They're making up sports at this point. Like, they're doing, like, that's what I'm saying, that Harry Potter Quidditch stuff, you know?
Yeah, there's no Quidditch.
Okay.
There's no Quidditch.
Hell,
That's
let's make dominoes a sport, damn it. Well, let's play Uno. Like, what are we doing? Board games. Are we making those sports now? Give me a break, man.
I love it. Okay, so lots happened over the weekend. In addition to men's and women's track winning the Big 12 championship, Texas softball picked up the #1 seed for the NCAA postseason. So they were rewarded for winning the Big 12 regular season championship and not punished for losing to Oklahoma in the final of the Big 12 tournament Saturday night. So Brett Wilkinson will join us at 2:00. He is the, you know him by his Twitter handle, Directors Cup Updates. He will join us at 2 to kind of lay out where Texas is in terms of the Directors Cup. But softball, first time ever, the number 1 seed in the NCAA postseason. They ran into a buzzsaw against Kelly Maxwell, the pitcher from OU. She was not having it. Texas lost 5-1 in the Big 12 tournament final, but Texas is the number 1 seed for the softball NCAA championship, which of course is played in Oklahoma City. So what we're hoping for, Zay, is a rematch of the 2022 Women's College World Series Championship Series, which was Texas and Oklahoma. Now that year, Texas was unseeded, not even in the top 16, unseeded, and made it all the way to the final. It was crazy. And they got their doors blown off by OU. This year, it would be 1 versus 2, with the 1 being Texas. I'm all in on Texas softball, man. I'm into it. Reese Atwood, we had her on the show. She's awesome. She's the Big 12 Player of the Year. She's got 22 home runs, school record. She's got, 86 RBI, school record. She's a sophomore, only a sophomore. Whoa, Nelly. Yeah, Reese Atwood. She is tip of the spear leader on that softball team. And Mike White. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's
Obviously, you want to win that Big 12 tournament championship, but hey, this is Oklahoma. We get what they do. But yeah, I like the situation they're in. I like how they've been competing all year long, and they deserve that overall number 1 seed, even though Oklahoma will have that home field advantage the further they go. And we all expect them to go far as hell just because they like that. But I'm with you, buddy. Texas is like that too. So we ain't ducking no smoke. We ain't dodging nobody. Oklahoma, bring it on. Bring it on. But Oklahoma State, they going to be right there too. All these other
Oklahoma
teams.
State. I say the national champion comes out of Texas, Oklahoma, or Oklahoma State.
Yo. I got homegirl. She pitching every game from Oklahoma State. Their ace. Oh, man, yo. That arm. She be throwing it, man. So, we know it's going to come down to, but I'll take the Horns versus Oklahoma in the national championship any day of the week.
Well, so today I was doing a chat over on Horns 24/7. I want to ask your opinion on this, Zay. So I was asked, will Quinn Ewers will he throw for 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns? 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns. Last year, Quinn Ewers threw for 3,479 yards and 22 touchdowns with 6 interceptions. That was a 69% completion rate.
And he missed 2 games.
And he missed 2 games. He missed K-State and BYU.
Yeah.
So he only played in 12 games.
4,000 yards, yes. 35 touchdowns, no. I think that's a lot. And I am hoping that Sark let CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue eat a lot more than what we saw last year from the running backs. Even as good as Jonathan Brooks was, there were times where you should have given the ball to JB more. Ooh, that Thunder's going crazy. Jaden Blue, CJ Baxter winning in the red zone to where Quinn Ewers doesn't even have to drop back because the offensive line coming back once again and having all that experience is going to take you to the promised land. So do I think he could get over 30 touchdowns? Yes, I expect that. 35, that's a little steep for me. But the 4,000 yards, yeah, because I expect them to play a few games in the college football playoffs and possibly go to an SEC championship. So I
That's
expect,
a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. With the 12-team playoff, you're playing 3, maybe 4 games in the playoff instead of 2, which gives you more attempts. Here's the context.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels last year led the SEC in passing touchdowns with 40. And he played in 12 games just like Quinn. Carson Beck led the SEC in passing yards with 3,941 and 24 touchdown passes and 6 interceptions in 14 games. So those were your passing leaders in the SEC last year. Jaden Daniels won the Heisman Trophy, 40 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. Carson Beck, 3,941 yards passing, 24 touchdown passes, 6 interceptions. So, look, if Quinn Ewers is that much better in year 3, even with a new cast of pass catchers, he might be able to take him over the top. He might be able to take him over the top and get to that 4,000 passing yards and 35 touchdown passes, especially if they get into the college football playoff and get to play a couple, 14, 15, possibly 16 games.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to start throwing it that much. Like Jalen Daniels was throwing it a ton. The dude was throwing it a ton. He was running it a ton. A lot went through Jalen Daniels. So I don't think Quinn's going to have that responsibility due to his backfield and other guys being able to go get it. Now, you have so many speedy guys to where you could throw those bubble screens and quick hitters, short yards, completions, and have those guys make more of it due to their speed and just being dynamic. But, man, if Quinn gets over 4,000 yards, that means they're throwing it a ton. Hopefully, they're blowing the roof off of people. If that's the case, 35 touchdowns, that sounds steep. Like Carson Beck only had 24, but they're very balanced at Georgia. Texas should be very balanced this year. So,
here's the interesting thing. Last year, because I was looking up, last year LSU had the number 2 rushing offense in the SEC, averaging 204.5 yards per game on the ground, 6.2 yards per carry. Texas averaged 188 yards per game rushing, 5 yards per carry. And
how much was Jaden Daniels' yards per game on the ground?
Yeah, so his let me get to the individuals. Jaden Daniels, so he ran for 1,134 yards, which is, stand by, 94.5 rushing yards per game, 8.4 yards per carry.
Holy shit. Yo, man.
Yeah, that helped.
Yeah, that helps a little bit. Yeah.
That helped.
Yeah. Good God, he was.
That's Vince Young type stuff.
Yo, that's ridiculous, man. I like Caleb Williams, but that's why people argue Daniels over Williams. Like that's exactly why. Those stats don't lie at all.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Quintavious.
Jaden Daniels led the SEC in yards per rush at 8.4.
Yeah, Quintavious could get cornrows and a pit bull. He still ain't doing that. So, even though I need Quinn to run a little bit this year, though, I need that just a little bit just to keep them defenses guessing. You know what I'm saying? Gotta be mobile, but gotta be smart, Quinn. We ain't taking no shots for no reason. We're gonna be smart about it. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't need Sark trying to get Quinn Ewers a Heisman. Like, that's just Sark, abide by your own sayings. The team success will lead to the individual success. So when those teams, have a very light box and are anticipating you throwing the ball up and down this field, please don't give them what they want. Don't do that.
Well, get this. Get this. This is crazy because the 2020 Alabama offense, which had a veteran offensive line, I think 4 guys got drafted. You had Mac Jones at quarterback. You had Najee Harris and Brian Robinson, who are both NFL running backs now, in the backfield. Your receivers were Devontae Smith, the Heisman Trophy winner, Jalen Waddle, John Mechie had 55 catches on that team. And Najee Harris ran 251 times for 1,466 yards rushing, which is very similar to what Bijan did. 26 touchdowns rushing. That offense averaged 48 points per game.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun.
That's insane.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Sounds like being able to do anything you want.
Man.
So, that's what I mean. Like, if you got the backs, and that's just one guy, you got multiple guys.
I thought they were going to average 40 points per game last year. They haven't gotten to 36 points per game yet under Sark at Texas.
Again, as smart as he is, as a play designer, as a play caller, sometimes he could get a little over his skis. Like,
Red zone.
It's like he outsmarts himself, Chip. It's just like he has all of this knowledge and he's thinking the game so fast, but you also have to deal with the responsibilities as a head coach, even though you're play calling. So he's gotten so much better with that in year 3, now going into year 4, than he was in year 1. Obviously, talent helps, but still. And it's just like sometimes they'll be having drives where you're like, dude, what are you thinking? What are you seeing? Are you just running these plays just to do it? Just to make a point? Just because you think your team is better and they're just going to manhandle whoever they're playing against? Are you really strategizing? And are you really running the right plan, the right situation? I can't say that 100%. And again, all coaches go through it. I'm sure Andy Reid, Bill Belichick, like Parcells, all guys probably have gotten caught up in doing something that they shouldn't have done just because they had too much confidence in their squad. But you know me, that $10 million you getting paid, Sark, mistakes, no, shit can't be happening no more. It just can't. Sorry, you decided to take that extra money. You didn't have to take it. You could have passed it around. Other folks could have got it. You didn't have to take that paper, but you took it. So that means more.
Hey, Sark, this is your agent calling.
Yeah.
I got you 10 points.
Army Gold.
What?
From
You don't want it?
Like, how greedy's his agent? I'm just saying, his agent supposed to be, hey, I'm here for you. You're my client. I got to do what's best for you. It's about, I know, I get a commission. I get it. We all know that 5-10%, whatever the hell it is.
No one's turning that down.
I understand that. But when you don't turn that down, that means you're confident in yourself, right? For him not turning that down, he's confident.
That means Zay Collier gets to call you out.
That's exactly what that means.
Call you the $10 million man and say, okay, you were making $5.6 million decisions last year. This year, you're making $10.3 million decisions.
Yeah.
So those
I didn't like it when they were 5.6. So how am I going to like it if we see the same stuff at times? Bert Auburn doing fake field goals and shit for 10 point something million. Hell no. No.
Those were $5.6 million decisions.
Yeah. Please don't have me coming on here ripping Sark for shit like that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to be that guy. You call me Doomsday. I want to be nice, happy-go-lucky. Team goes undefeated. 15 guys enter in the draft, get drafted high. Quinn Ewers wins the Heisman. I wish everything was like 112's greatest hit, Peaches and Cream. But that's not the case. That's not the case. You've got to be realistic. You know, I can't afford to see Sark get put in these games where Texas is the clear favorite in Vegas by 15 plus points or so, and it's a single-digit fourth quarter ball game. That's just the TCU game made me pull my freaking hair out. Don't got much, but that game was too nerve-wracking. Kansas State, even though you had Malik Murphy, that game was just, Houston, U of H. Too many games this year where my heart was racing a little bit too much, where you're like, really? We're really bullshitting with these guys? Like all the talent on this team, y'all are really bullshitting with these guys. And again, they won the game. That's all that matters. We know where they came from. We know how it used to be. But now you're going to the SEC. All right. Just can't have those same mistakes that we've had that have cost you or put your teams in situations they shouldn't have been in. They should be 40 points a game this year. Absolutely. But Sark has to be pushing all the right buttons at the right time, and that's to be determined.
Yeah.
And Rex, what I mean by that, bro, like Quinn Ewers could get that black by getting cornrows in the pit bull, but he still ain't going to be what Jalen Daniels is. That's just what they were doing, what he was doing. Yeah, he won the Heisman for a reason, well-deserved. I think the Cowboys might be in trouble for the next decade if he figures it out. So, yeah. Damn. It's hard to win the Heisman. You got to put up numbers, man.
You got to put up numbers. And you got to be on a winning team. You got to be on a team that's doing some winning.
Yeah. You said you weren't here on Friday. I know you saw Quinn Ewers on the cover of the video game. You like that? With Donovan Edwards and Hunter, my man Hunter from Colorado. Did you see that?
Yeah, Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Jalen Milroe and Carson Beck weirdly in the background. That was kind of odd, but I guess they're on it. But yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I like having a multitude of faces on that cover. It's not like the NFL. I think you should have 5 or 6 on the cover of the of that EA Sports game, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
You know?
Yeah, it's not the same. It doesn't have the same like aura because everything's digital now. Like nobody goes to GameStop anymore to purchase the game, the handheld copies, but it's still cool to be those cover guys.
Did you find it interesting that they're all walking away? It's like they're back.
They're like walking into the stadium. What do you mean?
Yeah, you're in the tunnel.
Yeah, they're in the tunnel.
And you're behind them and they're walking into the stadium. So you're looking at the backs of their jerseys and the backs of their helmets. And you got Ewers, Edwards, and Hunter. And then, like you said, you've got you can kind of barely make out Carson Beck.
That's the weirdest thing. Like, why do they have those guys on there, like in the background? Like, that's odd to me. And I hope those two guys who are also going to be fighting for the Heisman spot, Jalen Milroe, Carson Beck. Don't use that as bulletin board material. I would. I'm looking at Quinn Ewers because that's what it says. Like if I'm the EA Sports game that we've been waiting for the last decade or so, they are saying that Quinn Ewers is the best quarterback if we're just looking at this picture here. And Beck and Milroe, y'all are afterthoughts. So I'm good with it, but if I'm Kirby Smart, if I'm Kalen DeBoer,
you're putting that up in front of the team meeting room.
You have to see Georgia this year. You might see Alabama, depending on how things shake out in the SEC conference, and who knows what happens in the college football playoff. Milroe's probably still pissed about the loss in Tuscaloosa last year. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, you can barely make out Beck and Milroe, and I don't even know who this other guy is.
There's another guy?
Ohio State?
It's Junkins. Yeah, the running back.
Quinshawn.
Yeah.
Quinshawn. Yeah. All right. Hey, I see Brett Wilkinson in the waiting room. Let's bring him in.
Brett. Hey guys, how's it going?
What's happening?
Brett?
I'm
good.
I'm
So
good.
you know Brett by his Twitter handle, which he has right there. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, Brett Wilkinson at direct_cup dates. So Brett, my man Zay and I were talking about, Texas just won the men's and women's, Big 12 track, and we're looking at the Directors Cup standings. Stanford has a commanding lead. They're at like 1,125 points, and Texas is second at 746.5 points. But I was saying to Zay, Stanford already has like 20 sports done, including like water polo and stuff that Texas doesn't even play. But Texas still has men's and women's golf, men's and women's tennis. Well, women's tennis is done. Men's tennis, softball, and rowing out there. So explain to everyone how the Directors Cup is looking at the moment for the Horns.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Chip. And like you said, if you just look at the numbers right now, it looks like Stanford's running away with this thing. But as you mentioned, right now it's a little bit of an anomaly. They are filling up their scorecard. They have completed 21 sports at this point, including just wrapping up women's water polo. Texas, on the other hand, has only completed 11 sports at this time. So you can see right there, you get 10 more scores put on your scorecard, you're gonna have a big lead. At this point, we are done with sports that Stanford has that Texas does not have. So going forward, every championship that wraps up, both teams are going to be competing. So that's going to help. And what you've got to keep in mind with Stanford is, as they have already, filled up the scorecard, as they get a new score, even if it's a high score, they're replacing, a 60 with a 70. So it's not 70 new points to their score, it's only 10. So the gap will close here pretty quickly as more and more sports wrap up, especially as we expect Texas to have some high finishes. And that gap will close. And by the end of the year, it's going to be a tight battle as to who comes out on top.
Yeah. So, Brett, how does it work? Because 16 sports are chosen, to what I can understand from what Chip was saying earlier, yet the Horns only have around 20 and Stanford has 34. How do you choose what sports you use and what sports actually qualify for the Directors Cup?
Yeah, that's a great question, Zay. So the way the scoring works, you get to score up to 19 sports. 4 of those are required. So the required sports are both of your basketball teams, your baseball team, and volleyball. So everybody has to include those. And especially this year with Stanford. They took a 0 for men's basketball, which has been the case for them a lot recently. It looks like unless they win the Pac-12 tournament, they're going to take a 0 for baseball as well. So that's huge, and that really opens the door for a team like Texas to come in and win the Cup. After those 4 required sports, you count your 15 highest scores. So that could be any of your NCAA sports. Whichever ones scored the most points towards the Cup, those are the ones you get to count. And that's a 0 to 100 point scale. You get 100 points for a championship, 90 points for second place, and it goes down and down from there. And usually making a postseason appearance and losing in your first round, usually that's worth 25 points, just to give you an idea.
So 19 sports are counted.
That's right.
And there are 4 that are required: men's and women's hoops, baseball, and volleyball.
Exactly.
Well, volleyball is that works in Texas's favor.
Yeah, Texas, the volleyball's been huge. I wish football was a required sport. I think it should be. That obviously would have helped Texas quite a bit this year. The basketball teams for Texas, we'd of course love to see them both perform a little bit better than they did in the postseason, but they pretty much broke even compared to last year. They had a second round finish and an Elite Eight finish. They just flip-flop the men's and women's finish. So they did well in basketball as well. And, baseball, I was thinking that the Directors' Cup was maybe going to fall for Texas because of the baseball team. And, of course, they've turned it around quite a bit. I think after having that really embarrassing loss to UT Rio Grande Valley, they've turned it around. And, now they're looking, they might even be a 2 seed. So, as baseball becomes more and more certain to score points for Texas, the likelihood of Texas winning their 3rd Directors' Cup, their 3rd in the last 4 years, it's looking more and more likely that that'll be the case.
So why isn't football one that they use?
Don't ask me. People ask me questions on Twitter sometimes. Why is it this way? Shouldn't it be this way? And it's like, hey, I don't make the decisions here. I think one of the explanations would be that there's a lot of schools that don't have football. But I also look at it and say, well, the teams that are ranking highly in the Directors' Cup, they all have football. The only ones that rank in the top 100 that don't have football would be your Ivy League schools. They don't compete in the FBS tournament. And that's where you get your points for the Directors' Cup, which, again, you're talking about maybe Harvard, maybe Princeton. So I think they should include football. It's, obviously the most popular college sport out there. I know you were just talking about the new video game. How many other college sports video games even exist at this point? So that goes to show you it's by far the most popular. And I think it should be included. And I don't think it would really negatively impact schools, except for those that aren't very successful with the football programs that they do have.
Okay, so talking to Brett Wilkinson, if you're listening to us on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app, he is the Twitter handle direct_cup dates. Does a great job updating the Directors' Cup standings. You said Texas has 11 sports done. And we mentioned you got track, NCAA track still out there, NCAA golf, men's tennis, rowing. I haven't looked at Stanford's standing in some of those sports. Brett, I know Stanford's always good in rowing, and Texas got screwed by Birdgate.
Yep.
Those geese flew into their boat and cost them a national championship.
Yeah, Chip, I think both teams going forward are going to have a lot of really strong finishes. Stanford and Texas went head-to-head in rowing a couple weeks ago in Austin, and Texas came out on top. That flipped the rankings, so now Texas is number 1 in rowing, Stanford is number 2. I expect both of those teams to be on the podium. I don't know if it's going to be exactly that order. It'll be beneficial to Texas if it is first place for them. But those two teams are going to be on the podium almost certainly in rowing. Stanford's women's golf, I mean, they absolutely destroyed their regional this last week. So they're obviously a really strong golf program. They're ranked #1. Wouldn't be surprised to see them win it. And their women's tennis team is also just as strong. You know, we got the seedings for softball that came out yesterday. Stanford, Texas could be facing off in the College World Series. If they both make it, they're seeded to open up against each other. So, you know, there's a lot of intrigue going forward, a lot of head-to-head matchups going forward. The thing that might hurt Stanford overall is their track and field programs aren't very good this year. So I'm not sure that they're going to move the needle at all when it comes to track and field time. And Texas is probably going to finish in the top 10. They had really strong showings at the Big 12 championships. They were ranked 8 and 9 before this last weekend. And I think both of those rankings are going to go up. So you might look at Texas finishing, you know, 2 top 5 teams in track and field. So you can see how Texas is going to quickly accumulate some large points and really fill out the scorecard nicely. And that's why that gap is going to close up pretty quickly.
You know, Brett, it's going to be interesting to see where Stanford is at these next few years, moving on to the ACC, because that trip before where you just had to go a couple of miles to play Cal Berkeley and whatever the hell sport you used to play, now you're going to Virginia and you're going to North Carolina to play the Dukes and the NC Miami. Like, the traveling is going to be crazy. Ask Tara Vanderveer, who just retired because of it in women's basketball. So Texas could really take advantage of just the movement that Stanford's going to have to do these next few years.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how that impacts some of these programs that they have. And, you know, if you're going to play tennis, you know, do you want that type of travel schedule on top of all the other rigors of, you know, your academics, being a college athlete, and then you're having to travel cross country every other week, you know, for tennis matches? It'll be interesting to see if that has a global impact on their programs. And, you know, the reason that Texas has started winning, you know, Stanford won 25 of these in a row from 1994 up until 2019 when Texas won their first one. Stanford 25 in a row. UNC won the very first one, and then it was all Stanford. They did change the scoring system in 2018. It used to be 20 teams. Now it's 19. Those teams used to be 10 women's teams, 10 men's teams, which Texas only has 9 men's programs, by the way. So Texas was always up against it until they changed the scoring system. And on top of that, Stanford's athletics in a few programs, you know, took a little bit of a backslide. And that opened the door for Texas under CDC to have this incredible hot streak across the board that they've been having. And that's the only reason that Stanford has lost. So under the old scoring system, Stanford continues to win. Texas never wins under the old scoring system. And without Texas being such a strong program from top to bottom, you know, they don't win. So it's really the perfect storm that's come together. But that could really open things up if Stanford does start to struggle in all of their sports with this new move, traveling cross country nonstop. That could really open this up to be competitive, where not only Texas is competing, but maybe some other schools get hot and they could also compete.
Well, if Texas is going to win the Directors' Cup, Brett, which sports absolutely have to come through?
Which sports? So, you know, looking at what there is out there to lose, you know, rowing is expected to get 100 points. If they don't, you know, maybe they're in second or third place. So that's not so crucial. Could softball get upset early? I don't think so. They're playing really nicely. But, you know, if they were to lose in the super regionals to potentially Texas A&M, you know, that drops them from 100 predicted points all the way down to 73. So that's a huge loss of points. So in these bracket sports and these tournament sports, you just really can't afford an early exit. You know, men's tennis, we really don't want them coming out and losing here in their next Elite Eight match. You know, I have them predicted to score 90 points with the second place finish. We know that they could win the whole thing, but I have them projected for 90 points. So if they drop an Elite Eight match, then they're dropping down to 74 points. So, it's these sports where you can have a big drop in your points if you get eliminated very early. Both golf teams are predicted to finish in the top 10 to 15. So, if they get to the NCAA championships, have a bad showing, finish in the 20s, you could drop, double-digit points from your score pretty quickly. And if you couple that with Stanford, maybe overachieving in a few sports, then that advantage that Texas has right now disappears pretty quickly. And that's exactly what happened last year. Texas lost a handful of points here and there. Stanford gained some points here or there, and they were able to overcome and come out on top.
Yeah, and Texas baseball got screwed by Stanford's crummy LED lights.
Wow. Yeah. You had the geese interfering with the rowboat. You had the lights interfering with Dylan Campbell in the outfield, and those were huge point swings in the Directors' Cup. And those two things break differently, and it might have been Texas winning it all. So that's all it takes in these, especially when there's a head-to-head matchup between Texas and Stanford in both of those sports.
Chris Del Conte sent the athletic director at Stanford a box of flashlights and said, "Put these up on your baseball lights."
That's incredible. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that was rough. Brett, anything else that you think is important at this point? We'll definitely be in touch as this unfolds.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to lead too strong with the big punchline here, but would you like to hear how I have this thing predicted to finish right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So right now, again, my process is basically to look at, the current rankings that are out there. Once we get a tournament bracket, I'll use the seeding. And I basically, take those, apply them to the sports, and see how the scores would shake out. So right now, if everything goes exactly as things are ranked or seeded, I have Texas scoring 1,392 points. Getting really close to that 1,400 point mark that's only been achieved a couple times, of course, by Texas and Stanford. So 1,392 for Texas, and I have Stanford coming in closer to 1,320. So about a 72 point edge right now for Texas in the expected finish. So like I said, a few results break differently. Any big upsets here or there could really change that. But right now, Texas has built a pretty decent cushion with how everything looks right now.
Yeah, and that's if Texas lives up to its rankings, seedings going into these NCAA postseasons. So
exactly, a lot still at play, a lot of moving parts. So nobody hold me to it, but it's looking favorable right now. Now we just have to go out and see the results happen. On the field, court, links, river, wherever it is. It still has to play out.
Yeah.
What else do they count as sports up in Palo Alto, Brett? Because 34 seems a little excessive. That's a lot of things, and I feel like they're just making up at this point. Like spelling bees shouldn't be counting, playing Quidditch, all this stuff that we don't do around here. Like how this just that streak from 94 to 2019, that's a little much, man.
It's a good question, Zay. So and people come at me with this all the time. So people often quote, I believe, 36 sports for Stanford. And if you look at their website, you can count up to 36. Not all of those are included in the Directors' Cup. So the Directors' Cup only includes NCAA sports. Of those, there's 37 NCAA sports in total. Stanford competes in 31. Ohio
31
State,
of the 37?
31 of the 37. Ohio State competes in 32. I believe Michigan does as well. So Stanford's not even the biggest program out there, but obviously they're big, and that does convey an advantage. People always complaining about sailing, men's rowing, lightweight rowing. Those are Stanford sports, varsity sports, but they're not included in this. So the true number for Stanford is 31. And that does include things like fencing. I think there's 22 colleges that compete in fencing. So there are some things that start to get kind of on the fringe. Stanford doesn't compete in this, but rifle is included in the Directors Cup. I think there's 17 college programs of rifle. There's also skiing, which is, I think, 11 Division I schools have skiing. So there are some pretty questionable inclusions, but it's all NCAA sports. So do you blame it on Learfield and the Directors Cup? Do you blame it on the NCAA? It's just the criteria they use. So they count all NCAA sports.
Like A&M competes in meat tenderizing or something.
Does not have an impact on the Directors Cup. Equestrian doesn't count. Yeah, meat judging doesn't count.
Meat judging.
I know Texas has had some good Quidditch programs. Does not count.
No Quidditch, Zay.
Yeah.
Thank God. Okay.
No meat judging and no Quidditch. Not even equestrian? No equestrian.
No equestrian. Not an NCAA sport. I think the most recent NCAA sport that's going to come on is acrobatics and tumbling, which I think Baylor is actually pretty good at. But that's right now an emerging sport, and I think that's going to be the next official NCAA sport.
Wow. Acrobatics and tumbling different from gymnastics.
Somehow different.
Which I see as a sport Texas will be competing in once they get into the SEC. I think gymnastics and women's lacrosse could be coming on.
Those would be two good additions. And, the more shots on goal you have in the Directors Cup, the better. So even if they get those programs up and running and, even if they're just making it 1 or 2 rounds deep in their tournaments, that's helpful and just gives you more shots on goal, more mulligans for the Directors Cup. And, if you're dropping off your lowest scores from your scorecard, the more opportunities you have, the better. So I
How
think
did Stanford do in beach volleyball?
Stanford finished, I believe it was, they actually got upset in beach volleyball by LSU. They were expected to make the semifinals and they lost in the Elite 8 to LSU. So that did lose them some points there.
Okay. All right. Brett, this was very informative.
Well, thanks for having me.
We will definitely get you back on as these championships start to get resolved.
Yeah, it's Directors Cup season, so we'll have to chat again here soon.
Yeah. No, we appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks Brett.
Thank you. You have a good one.
Appreciate you, Brett Wilkinson, the head of the Twitter. Well, he's the Twitter handle at director _ cup dates. So follow him there, and we will get him back on to talk about how Texas is standing after some of these sports get resolved, where Texas is expected to have big time finishes like softball and men's and women's golf and track and rowing. You started laughing. I started talking about the geese flew into Texas's boat last year, but it cost them a national championship.
I'm laughing because that sounds sketchy, man.
Oh no, there's pictures. I got pictures.
I know that, but there's some people out there that can make birds do some crazy tricks and shit. What's that bird? Was it for the Seahawks? That damn eagle, Seahawk, or the Seahawk that flies around that looks like an eagle and stuff that flies right back into your shoulder. Yeah, you can control birds, man. You just got to find the right person. So some bird whisperer, geese whisperer, I got paid off because you're not looking at those type of things. There's no guy like Michigan around for rowing because nobody's paying that much attention to it. So you could fix the game a little bit. That's all I'm saying. It just so happened to happen to the Horns. It's a little sketchy. I feel like those geese might have been in the zoo somewhere, might have been working with a magician or some shit. I don't know. But you know me. I'm petty. I don't like it.
All right, we've got breaking news. We will get to that breaking news involving the SEC basketball schedule release coming up right after I tell you that Apple Leasing wants to get you into the car that you really want to be driving. And you're like, yeah. No, hold on a minute. Apple Leasing leases every make and model of car, so they don't care what car you pick. And that's probably a new car experience for you. Because look, you go to a dealership, they're going to want you to drive one of their cars, whether that car is perfect for you or not. Apple Leasing, they lease every make and model of car. You're picking it. You're picking the interior, the exterior. You're getting the new car smell, and you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. It's new. So it's time. Look, some of you are like me, used to buy only used cars because you didn't want to pay for that future trade-in value, which is the single biggest markup in a new or used car. But Apple Leasing, you're not paying for that. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford. And it's brand new. You deserve that. You're going to be in traffic. You need to be happy in the car you're driving. Give them a call. Apple Leasing, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And of course, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations, they donated a 98-inch big screen to the Mullet Open as part of the prize pack. You kidding me? That's how nice Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations is, and how much they mean to Texas Sports Unfiltered. So look, when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, just give Tom and his crew a call at 255-8678. 255-8678. avconsultations.com for the big screen of your dreams, surround sound, new lighting, electronic shades, surveillance. Just remember that phone number, 255-8678. And of course, the Brain Vault mouth guard, which is changing the game. Instead of buying a piece of rubber at the sporting goods store, you're getting fitted for a mouth guard by a dental practitioner. And that mouth guard is proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion. Developed right here by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. Just go to brainvault.com for a fitting. All right, Zay. Breaking news. The SEC basketball schedule. Well, let's put it this way. The opponents, as well as home and away designations for the men's basketball season, have been released. We do not have exact dates, but Texas's home games in conference at Moody Center will be Alabama, Arkansas, Auburn, Georgia, Kentucky, Missouri, OU, Tennessee, and A&M. Their conference road games will be Arkansas, which tells you that Arkansas is in Texas's pod. Florida, LSU, Ole Miss. So RT has to go to Chris Beard. Mississippi State, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Texas A&M, and Vanderbilt. Okay, so if you notice, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and A&M, Texas is playing home and away, which means that's their annual opponent. I think you're going to see that in football as well, starting in 2026. But
basketball, it's brutal.
Yeah,
I mean, in a way, you dodge Barnes twice, you dodge Beard twice,
you dodge,
you
Alabama,
dodge Kentucky twice.
Alabama.
So like top 4 coaches, Bruce Pearl, you dodged him twice. So you're not necessarily facing the best coaches in the league, well, except Calipari. So that kind of sucks. But still, we knew Texas and Arkansas. That's always going to be a thing. But yeah, nobody has this, Chip. Nobody in this conference has 3 big rivals like that. They say they do. They act like they do. Georgia tries to act like they do. Bama does too. So does LSU. Like LSU and A&M, that ain't no rivalry, man. I'm sorry. As much as y'all try to make that a rivalry, it's not. I get it. They're close and stuff. It's not really that rivalry that Texas has with OU, A&M, and Arkansas, especially with the way those three schools hate the Longhorns. So having to go to Fayetteville, College Station, and Norman, it's tough. And also play them again here at the Moon and probably play one of those teams in the SEC tournament. That's tough, man. That's not an easy schedule at all. But again, this is the SEC. Right after the Big 12, this is the best basketball conference in the nation by far. And, yeah, can't dodge that smoke, Rodney Terry. So, overall, solid. Like, I want to see John Calipari come to the Moon. I think that'd be a big-time game with him rocking his Razorback gear, obviously A&M coming back into the conference and getting their first taste of the Moody Center. That's going to be fun too. But, yeah, you still got to get another big man. That's what they need. I love Tremont Mark and Jason Ken and Julian Larry and Jordan Pope. All those guys are really good gets. But if you don't have bigs that can rebound and get you a bucket every now and then, Caden Shedrick, I expect him to have a good season. But you haven't found anything that's going to give you anything that Dylan DeSue gave you last year. You haven't found that yet. I'm not saying you're going to find that, but you need to find someone or a couple of guys that help take away from what DeSue gave you last year. And they're still hunting for that. We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. Ooh. You think that's a tougher schedule than what they faced in the Big 12?
No. Yeah, it's not. Like, you had to play U of H twice. You had to go to Allen Fieldhouse last year. Schedule this past season was brutal. Baylor was good. You had to go to Provo when Mark Pope was there. Like, it's still hard as shit, but yeah, Ole Miss, come on. Chris Beard needs to come down here. We should have seen that. I don't know if Beard will be there in 2026. I guess that would be the time Ole Miss will come down to Austin. But, yeah, they could have had some real just grimy shit if they would have made that Ole Miss game at the Moody Center. And I don't know, for Chris Beard's sake, I guess they're doing him a favor, but this is still college basketball. It is what it is. He didn't have to coach. He could have retired. He could have went overseas. No, he wanted to still coach college basketball. So, come on. Don't give him any grace. Let him come down to the Moon. Let him take that atmosphere. The place that, in a way, he kind of built. He was vouching for the Moody Center. That was a big part of the recruitment plan. That was a big part of getting them in the first place. You're going to have a brand new arena to coach in. So, yeah, come see how it looks now, old Chris. But we'll wait. I'll be patient. That's fine.
I'll see Beard at the end of the month at SEC meetings in Destin. Last year, he wanted nothing to do with talking about how things ended at Texas for him.
Wonder why. Is it a sore subject, Chris?
That was really a one-question interview between Ole Miss and Beard. You still with her? Nope. Okay.
Damn.
You're hired.
You still with her?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, man. Hey, had to kick her to the curb. That's how it is sometimes, man.
Yeah.
These athletes, gotta watch out. Them women, they look cute, pretty. They look ride or die, but sometimes they're too much die and not enough ride. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's so.
Well, before we get to the commentaries, all night happy hour tonight at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. So get you some. I mean, if you love raw oysters, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking is your spot. And Monday night is the time to go because it's all night happy hour. And during happy hour at Salt Traders Coastal Cooking, the seafood restaurant of Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen, dollar raw oysters. Great selection of the best selection of raw oysters in Austin. And you're eating raw oysters until your heart's delighted, you know? I mean, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. Monday night, go get it. There at Zilker Park, up in Round Rock. Come on. All right, Zay. This was an interesting weekend for sure for Texas athletics, but I just want to give a shout out to Texas softball, because even though they dropped the Big 12 tournament final against OU, the 3-time defending national champion, Texas is the number 1 seed in the NCAA postseason for softball for the first time in program history. So kudos, Ollie Pop, to the Texas softball program and our man Mike White. He came in 2018 saying, got to close the gap with OU. This year, Texas beats OU in a series for the first time since 2009, and OU lost a Big 12 series for the first time since 2011. And then thanks to Oklahoma State taking 2 of 3 from OU and Texas sweeping Texas Tech in the final weekend of the regular season, Texas won the Big 12 regular season title and is now the number 1 seed in the NCAA postseason for the first time in school history. And that's a great accomplishment. Extra Ollie Pop to Reese Atwood, the Big 12 Player of the Year, 22 home runs, 86 RBIs, sophomore leader and tip of the spear. The pitching has been great with Citlali, Gutierrez, Mac Morgan, Estelle Check, who was on that 2022 Texas team that played OU in the Women's College World Series Championship Series, and the freshman Tegan Cavan. So here we go. Saddle up, get ready. Mike White, who after beating OU at home was like, hey, we need a new stadium.
That's a player move right there.
Smart man. I got news for Mike. There will be no new stadium until that indoor football practice facility gets built. And that thing won't be done until the spring of 25. But yeah, Texas softball, here we go. This is exciting. And let's see. They're gonna play at home against Siena. Let's see. They're gonna play on Friday at 3:00. They open NCAA championship play. That game will be on LHN. You're running out of time to enjoy LHN, by the way, kids.
Oh yeah,
because July 1st, LHN disappears from your dial. So get it while you can. That's great. And kudos to Texas softball.
Kudos to Texas softball, man. All right, Chad, remember this?
Oh, yeah. That's Chris Sims up there at the top.
That's Chris Sims up
DJ
there.
Ford, Cat Osterman.
That's right. That's one of my favorite Sports Illustrateds. Like, I definitely kept this one. It was super dope when it came out, and they need to remake it. Might as well. I don't know who you would have now. Who would this be? Quinn Ewers?
Yeah.
Reese Atwood? Kendall Weaver? I'd play Kendall Weaver there. And then I don't know who in track this is. Says the names down there.
You got super magnifying.
Mushuni Robinson. I don't know, but this was October 7th, 2002, 22 years ago.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, Texas finally caught him. Texas won back-to-back Directors Cups in 21 and 22. Stanford took it back in 20 and 21. Texas won it. Stanford took it back in 22, and now we're waiting to see who wins it in 23-24.
They counted 20?
Yeah. I mean, you kind of have to. Let's see. Texas won the Directors Cup.
There was no NCAA tournament. Yeah.
Okay, so then let's just say it was 21 and 22 that Texas won it. Stanford won it in end of school year 23, and now we're waiting to see who wins it end of school year 24. Yeah. So Texas won it in 21 and 22. And the softball team getting all the way to the final as an unranked team in 22 was huge in that Directors Cup. So you got to have some teams overperform, but you got to have your teams that are expected to win. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Shout out to Covert BK first. Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership. I've been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years and I've been doing it very well. 7 terrific brands to choose from. Buick GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. You're going to find what you want at Covert BK. All the new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from at the beautiful 42 acres in the Hill Country. Go to covertbk.com for all your latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip. Let's talk a little NBA playoffs, man. Your Denver Nuggets are fighting back with a vengeance. Oh, it's not looking good for those Minnesota Timberwolves. How 2 games could change everything. Like, the Timberwolves look like this is it. Like, they go from up 2-0, feeling good, chest out, confident. Anthony Edwards talking shit. He got Karl Anthony Towns hooping. Rudy Gobert just got his 4th Defensive Player of the Year award. Mike Conley Jr. feeling good. Everything's gravy. They going back home. You think the series is over. They're going to end it in a sweep. Not so damn fast. 3-time MVP, NBA champ, Nikola Jokic, putting the team on his back. So impressive, man. I've never seen a team implode like this. I said it on Twitter. Like, it's an iconic implode situation. I mean, the matchups and the adjustments that Mike Malone, head coach of the Denver Nuggets, has made has been immaculate. Like, okay, if Jamal Murray is getting pressured out the ass these first 2 games and he's dealing with a calf injury, well, we have about 3 point forwards on the team that can bring the ball up and orchestrate our offense. Aaron Gordon's one of those guys. Nikola Jokic is one of those guys. So that allows Murray to play off ball at times, and you got guys that aren't normally guarding guys who are running the offense or setting things up, and you're running it through them, and Aaron Gordon and Joker. Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert, they don't like that. They don't want to do that. They want to sit around the paint and contest shots and stuff. They don't want to go out to the perimeter. And Nikola Jokic, he's going everywhere. He's involved in inverted pick and rolls where Aaron Gordon will go set the screen for him, and then they'll switch it and do a vice versa. And Karl Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert can't guard that. Now you got guys coming off the bench playing well. Reggie Jackson was terrific in the first 3 and 4. Justice Holiday was good. One of the Holiday brothers, relation to Drew. Christian Brown, the Kansas alum, he's been good. So now your bench is playing well to go along with Jamal Murray playing a lot better in games 3 and 4. And that rest they had from last Monday where they played game 2 to last Friday where they played game 3, they needed that. They took advantage of that. And Anthony Edwards, he mentioned that it cost his team. His team's young. They want to keep playing. They want to keep that juice. While the Nuggets, it was just an eye-opener for them. They needed this wake-up call, and now it's back to business. So I don't know where you go from there. They look like they lost their damn puppy. They look just devastated, the Timberwolves now. The only person that has confidence is Anthony Edwards. Like Karl Anthony Towns was horrible. Horrible. 18 attempts, only 13 points. Like he looks like the Karl Anthony Towns that Jimmy Butler was telling us about. Scared, looking like Terrence Brooks out there against Washington. Just what you don't need. Yeah, what you don't need from your second best player, Karl Anthony Towns, looks like that guy. An absolute bust. He's a number 1 pick, but when it comes to the playoffs, he's not that guy. So Anthony Edwards can have 43 and you still lose because they're willing to take Anthony Edwards going off. They're okay with that. They could care less. They could care less about Karl Anthony Towns. They could care less about Naz Reid. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you guys, if y'all could beat us for 4 games, then beat us. The first 2 games were great. Karl Anthony Towns was amazing. But ever since they went back home and then they were probably feeling themselves, they probably went to a couple of restaurants in the Minneapolis, St. Paul area, got the food for free, and thought the series was over. And that championship DNA for the Denver Nuggets has put on this angry head. So I see it being over in 6. I am very shocked that this happened. I didn't see it coming. And yeah, Rudy Tomjanovich told us back in 94, 95, don't ever count out the heart of a champion, whatever the hell he said. He was damn right. Like, you can't count these guys out. Joker looks possessed. He looks pissed off. I know Shaq insulted him to what Joe is saying here, talking about, yeah, buddy, I thought Shea Gilgeous-Alexander should have deserved the MVP. Okay, cool. Say that to him. But that's the 3-time MVP for a reason. He's better than Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, who has his hands full being down the game against the Dallas Mavericks, which that's going to be interesting tonight too. But, yeah, your Nuggets – I could see them winning the next 2 games and going on to the Western Conference where they would face either the Dallas Mavericks or the Oklahoma City Thunder in this series, Chip. PJ Washington, he's been the difference maker. 29 in game 2, 27 in game 3. The dude's lighting it up, and he's out here guarded. 6'7", 7-foot wingspan. He is a really good mismatch for the Dallas Mavericks to where you can't just focus on Kyrie. You can't just focus on Luka, especially if those guys are going to knock down the outside shot. Derek Jones, Josh Green, Dante Exum when he gets time. Maxi Kleber was a huge loss for them. When he got hurt in the Clippers game or Clippers series, that was a big-time loss. So they need somebody to come and fill that void and knock down shots from the outside. PJ Washington has done that and then some. He's playing around 40 minutes. Jason Kidd has a good rhythm going. Luka looked like he got some juice from, game 3, game 2. He looks like a different player. Like that calf isn't bothering him as much as it did game 1. So his defense was better. Hell, one of the plays of the game in game 3 was Luka getting that steal off of that horrible pass from Isaiah Joe. And then Luka goes down and gets a layup to put him up 5 with 2 minutes to go. That was a huge play. You talk about Luka's defense and him not caring. The dude got a huge steal and capped it off with a nice finish to put his team up. And then Kyrie Irving took over the game at the end with a ridiculous left-hand floater over Jalen Williams. So let's see if Oklahoma City could bounce back. But Josh Giddey, I don't know if you could play him anymore. He's a liability more than he's a plus for your team. Aaron Wiggins, Isaiah Joe, Cason Wallace, Those guys got to knock down shots when they're keying in on Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Chet Holmgren too, and then Jalen Williams. He's going to have to keep creating and keep on trying to take his man and put up more points than he did in the last 2 games, because in game 1 he was good. Games 2 and 3, not so much. Mavericks, they're in a good spot. They win tonight.
Hold on a minute.
Go ahead.
Before we get off the T-Wolves, if we're gonna give Edwards all the credit, how much blame does he deserve for not leading his team and making his teammates better, getting Carl Anthony? I know. So where's this breaking down? Carl Anthony Towns, is his girlfriend cheating on him or what?
I don't know. His girlfriend is pretty popular too in the public eye. Jordan Woods. She used to be Kylie Jenner's best friend back in the day. And she messed up their relationship because she made out with your boy Tristan Thompson when Tristan was with Khloe Kardashian. But Jordan Woods is still very popular and people forgive her now and stuff. But her man is Karl Anthony Towns. And I don't know, like I can't blame Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards in game 3, yes, you could put the blame on him a little bit because he didn't play well and he took the blame for that. But in game 4, homeboy had 43 points. What else can he do? They're keying in on him. And he's still getting you 43. Like, hey, Mike Conley, Nickeil Alexander-Walker, Jaden McDaniels, Naz Reid, Karl Anthony Towns, Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert has been shit ever since he won that defensive MVP. Awful. He's been terrible. They've been going at him. He is the worst defensive player of the year ever. I've never seen anybody get abused defensively in the playoffs that has won that award multiple times like Rudy Gobert has. It doesn't make any sense. Like, if I'm Chris Finch, the coach for the Timberwolves, I'd let Nikola Jokic go for 50. He doesn't want to do that. Don't leave Aaron Gordon to come help Nikola Jokic on a double team. That's stupid. They did that like 5 times yesterday, and Nikola Jokic found his man every single time. Don't leave Justin Holiday to go help on Nikola Jokic because you're leaving a 3-point shooter for a 2-point bucket. Like, sometimes you're just going to have to live with it. You're just going to have to live with him killing Rudy Gobert. If he gets 45 and kills Rudy Gobert, but Jamal Murray gets 15 and Michael Porter Jr. gets 12 and Aaron Gordon gets 10, I like your chances there. But when he's getting 30 and Gordon's out here getting 20-something and Murray's getting 19 and Porter's getting 15 and guys like Drew Holiday, who is your ninth man off the bench, are getting double digits, you're screwed. That's how they want to play. They want to get the ball involved. And again, Mike Malone's making it difficult for him, but let Nikola Jokic get his 50. Don't help. Stop helping. It drives me nuts when teams leave a 3-point shooter to go help on a guy that's going to get an easy layup. Sometimes you're just going to have to live with it. Like, yeah, that's just what it is. These guys are too skilled. These guys are too good. Sometimes the poison might not be as bad by letting Joker get that 2 instead of giving up that 3. So, no, I don't blame Anthony Edwards one bit. He's playing his ass off. Karl Anthony Towns, you're the next best player on the team. Step the hell up.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah, man. So,
what's your prediction now?
How can you not look at the Nuggets?
You said Minnesota. You said Minnesota in 7.
Yeah. I mean, how can you not look at Denver in 6 at this point? Like that, they look depleted. Minnesota, I did not like their body language, man.
So they used up all their bullets, maybe.
They maybe have. And it's just how they're beating them. Like the half-court shot Jamal Murray hit to go into halftime, like you're already down by 10. Michael Porter Jr. gets a breakaway layup dunk. There's 1.1 seconds. Nickeil Alexander-Walker throws a horrible pass up the court. The clock doesn't start until it touches someone's hand, so it gives Jamal Murray time to catch it, gather himself, and shoot a clean half-court shot. It's a 15-point game in 2 seconds. Like, shit like that could cost your whole series. Like, that's so deflating to see things happen like that at your home when you had advantages like you did those first 2 games. Like, I Nuggets in 6 at this point. Like, I can't see Minnesota winning another game.
Okay, you said Mavs Thunder. You said Mavs in 7. How are you feeling about that?
Mavs in 6 now. Mavs in 6 now, man. Mavs, they're doing a really good job of using their size. Daniel Gafford, Derek Lively. I think Chet Holmgren is wearing down a little bit, and they're taking advantage of that. And they're going out at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on the defensive end. As good as he is offensively, you got to wear him down. And if you're going to put him on PJ Washington's giving you back-to-back plus 27-point games. So keep taking advantage of that matchup if you're Jason Kidd. And if they continue to do that, yeah, Mavs in 6.
And you said Pacers, Knicks. You said Knicks in 6.
I said Knicks in 6? Ooh, I should have said 7. Yeah, that series, they're wearing down. Like I've been saying, if you play for, God, I don't know why, Tom Thibodeau, you're going to be pretty exhausted during this time of the year because Brunson, DiVincenzo, Josh Hart, those guys don't come out of the game. Like they're in game 72. And you got this guy Thibodeau playing them 40-plus minutes. Like, is that necessary? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to need them later on. So that game, they just look like a completely worn-down team that was exhausted. Indiana played to their crowd, which we know how nuts that crowd fan base is. Go back and watch The Last Dance where you saw that old lady cussing up a storm and stuff. Those Indiana fans, yeah, Hicks versus Knicks, they love that shit, and they act like it. And you saw it yesterday, led by guys like TJ McConnell, who I told you after game 1 and 2, play TJ McConnell.
Yes.
He could win you games.
He's the best defender on Brunson.
Dude, he's the one that led that big run they had yesterday. Like, he's the only player in NBA history to have the minutes that he had and have a double-double. It's ridiculous. The guy is so efficient. He's so tough. I mean, and it's great because he's white. Let's keep it real. Like, he's just a normal white sales tech looking dude. Like, he looks like he should be riding on a bird scooter down here off Rainy Street. Like, he's one of those guys to where it doesn't look like he should be playing in the National Basketball Association, yet he is, and he's thriving. Like, I root for guys like that. I love TJ McConnell dudes like that. So, yeah. Rick Carlisle, now that you're playing him, you're going back to Manhattan, tied 2-2. Shout out to Tyrese Halliburton. He's been hooping. Obi Toppin had a good game yesterday. Our boy Miles Turner, Texas alum, played really well yesterday. The Knicks, they got some serious problems, man.
So you say Knicks in 7?
Yeah, just because the NBA wants the Knicks in. That's better for ratings. That's better for the league. So that's always that conspiracy theory. This game 5 is going to be dark. The calls in this game 5 in New York, if I'm Rick Carlisle, I'm telling all my guys to stay calm, play hard. It's going to be against you out the ass because everybody thought that this was going to be a sweep. Now we got something cooking. Tom Thibodeau's team is hurt. They got about 3 or 4 guys injured. Julius Randle's not playing. OG Anunoby got hurt. Mitchell Robinson's not playing. Bogdanovic isn't playing. All those guys will be getting significant minutes in the playoffs if they were healthy. And they're not horrible. So
you said Boston in 4. So obviously what? Boston in 5?
Yeah, Boston in 5. Yeah. Jason Tatum's woken up. It's a wrap. And Donovan Mitchell, he's a game-time decision. We'll see how that goes. Jared Allen doesn't look like he's going to come back anytime soon. But, yeah, Jason Tatum, he woke up. Shout out to the Cavs for getting that big-time Game 2 win up in Beantown. But
tonight,
yeah,
Boston is favored by 8.5 at Cleveland. You going over or under?
Over.
And Dallas is favored at home, -1.5 against The Thunder, you going over or under?
Under. Yeah.
You think Oak City wins?
Yeah. I don't know why, but
you just got that feeling.
I just got that feeling.
Got that feeling.
Yeah.
8:30 tonight on TNT. Oak City at the Mavs. Zay says the Thunder get the win, but you said Dallas in 6.
Yeah. They'll win the last 2.
Okay. Okay. I like it. I like it. My man Zay, all over it. All over these NBA playoffs. The Knicks seem burned out. All right, let's I see the fellas from SEC Unfiltered ready to come in. We got Cole Thompson with another sign for us. And Dave Shoemate, let's see. It says, "Hey mom, I was never
It was never a phase, Mom. It's a college football lifestyle." Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. Congratulations. Listen, if my mom is willing to put up with me and my shenanigans, being able to literally be nonstop spending my Saturdays watching college football, this is where her hard-earned money from me going to college went, just talking about sports on YouTube. So thank you, Mom. Thank you to all of the other moms out there who tolerate our malarkey tomfoolery that we put on every single day. We appreciate you, and for everybody out there that did have a wonderful Mother's Day, if you are a significant other to a mother, if you have a mother, if you're a baby daddy for that much matter, hopefully you spent a little bit of time with the other significant other, spending a lot of money on your life, because let's be real, they all deserve one day.
Well said. Well said. Ollie Pop to Cole for that one. Good job, man. Yeah, happy Mother's Day. Everyone had a great Mother's Day.
Ollie Pop?
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
You don't want to. I have a bad story with Ollie Pop, unfortunately.
Okay, don't tell it.
I won't,
because
they're wonderful people.
And they
are
make it
wonderful
healthy
people.
soda.
They are wonderful people. It is a healthy.
Love the cream soda. Love the cream soda.
The cherry cola
flavor. Is the cream soda the best flavor, Chip?
Yeah.
Cherry cola. I will argue cherry cola. I love cherry cola. I think the root beer is great.
Root beer.
Root beer is very good. See, Zay is on the same page as me, everybody. He gets it.
All right, there you go. There are 3 flavors for everybody to go try. Cherry, root beer, cream soda. All right, fellas.
We're going to have an Ollie Olympics very soon. It's going to happen. So just remember, people, we want to see who comes out with the gold on top.
I love it.
Thank you,
Have a great
fellas.
show, boys.
Hey, Mavs in 6, baby.
Mavs in 6. Let's go.
Thunder in 7. Let's go. And welcome into another episode of SEC Unfiltered, presented to you live right here on the Texas Sport Unfiltered app. He's Dave Shoemate. I'm Cole Thompson, talking to you about everything going on in the world of college football, leading up all the way into week 1. And we have a jam-packed show for you today. We know how important the regular season is when it comes to conference games. But what happens when one non-conference game could determine your state as an SEC contender making it to the college football playoff or being shown the door? Dave and I are going to rank our top 5 non-conference games of 2024 throughout the SEC. Hugh Freeze is back in the news, not for making phone calls out in Oxford, but still back in the news for something going on, talking about when it comes to recruiting, why it is important to reach out to other schools. I think it's really important to bring that up because he has some points and he also has some negative points. Pat Narduzzi, why are you trying to ruin the fun in college football? If players want to stay around all the way to earn their CFBMD, why the hell not? We're going to discuss his comments as well. And we're also going to talk about winners and losers in the transfer portal from the second wave. What teams got better? Which teams are in a lot of trouble, and which teams certainly still could add in a few more pieces before the last domino falls. But real quickly, if you are joining us live right here on Texas Sport Unfiltered, make sure that you hit the subscribe button down below. That way you don't miss a single episode over here. And while you're at it, make the jump on over to SEC Unfiltered. We are on the race and so dang close to 10,000 subscribers. We would love to be able to get that number before the end of the month. Let's make it a goal right here on TSU and here on SECU. We get, before Memorial Day, 10K. We're on the race. We love that. If you want to follow me on Twitter at Mr. Cole Thompson. You want to follow Dave on Twitter at Mach10Sports. We're also everywhere, and we're going to be everywhere that SEC Unfiltered can be, which means TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Go ahead and make sure you follow us and subscribe over there. Make sure that also you download the podcast version of the show, wherever you get your podcast listening systems. If you like the show, leave a 5-star review. Tell us why this is the #1 college football podcast talking SEC every single day. And if you don't like the show, please point out why Chris Phillips is the absolute worst. I'm kidding, Chris. I know that you're not on today, so I had to make a little bit of a joke. But also make sure that you go ahead and leave us a review as we continue to grow as the #1 SEC program. Dave, my man, how was your Mother's Day?
It's going well, or it did go well. I spent some time, obviously, with the family. We're in and out of selling our house. I'm actually at my uncle's condo right now, so that's where we're at. So that's why I'm obviously not in my studio where I normally do it. So really just getting ready to move. Mentioned it last time, moved to Atlanta, but had a good Mother's Day. It was a good first Mother's Day for my wife, Caitlin, with us having a baby in November. How was yours?
Congratulations. I actually did not know that. See, this is the problem sometimes when we get told, hey, we're working together. You've never done that before. I did not know Dave had a baby back in November. Congratulations on that.
He's getting close to about 6 months now, November 21st.
Wow. Yeah, mine was very No, I'm kidding. Mine was actually very problematic. The reason why I have not been able to answer any of my text messages, and we have been talking through Trello, is I went to my father-in-law's 60th birthday on Saturday, and it was a wonderful time. And a little child decided to fall into the pool, and naturally, me being the hero that I am, I jumped in to save that child. And the kid...
not all superheroes wear capes, right, baby?
That kid is fine. My phone is not. It actually blew up. So I have been without a phone, went to the Apple store yesterday.
At the very least, Cole. At the very least, has to name his first child Cole.
Listen, I'm sorry. That unfortunately has to happen. That baby, unfortunately. Emmy, if you are watching, just know your first child's name is going to be Cole. I hate to do that to you. I saved your life, so don't have a phone right now. But I did take my mom out for sushi. We usually did when I was a little kid, sushi dates, and we did that on Friday before she had to go to work. So everyone out there, congratulations if you have a mother in your life. If you don't have a mother in your life, you have a mother-in-law, an aunt that's really close to you, somebody that just means something to you. Hopefully you spent yesterday garnering them, absorbing them, making sure that they had a wonderful moment, buying them flowers. If you're a baby daddy, hopefully you made a nice Facebook post, at least showing that you care. Any one of those things. Because mothers makes the world go around. We would not be here without mothers. Literally, we would not be here without mothers. And thank you, Mom, for always believing in my dreams and, more importantly, letting me chase this wild banter that I call a phenom of college football. But, David, we know about what the conference looks like in 2024. 16 teams are going to be taking the race all the way to first place, and hopefully your neck of the woods in Atlanta with a shot of claiming their first conference title. But we all know that as important as the conference games are, non-conference games carry a lot of value. And usually some of these games will set the tone very early on in the season because of their at week 1, week 3. Sometimes they're at neutral site locations, which could lead to a little bit of a trepidation of fan bases where it literally feels 50-50. So today I figured we'd go through and rank our top 5 non-conference games that will determine how the SEC pans out. Dave, you want to start or do you want me to go first?
I can lead us also. We're going to go 5.
5. Okay, so Dave, this time, 5-1. 5 to 1.
All right, so I'm going to go October 5th, UCF at Florida. I'm going to go UCF at Florida. I think it's an interesting setup on Florida's schedule because they got Miami, which we'll get to that one here in a little bit. I think one of us at least will have it. Samford, Texas A&M at home, and at Mississippi State, then a bye week before Central Florida. I mean, what does Florida look like rolling into that game? You know what I mean? Coming off a bye, let's say best case, you can make a case they're 4-0. Worst case, 2-2. I don't think they'll lose to Mississippi State. I think 2-2, and that makes that Central Florida game at home almost a must-win for Billy Napier. That would be a tough home loss, and I think Central Florida's going to be pretty good. They had a great portal class, brought in KJ Jefferson. I think he fits what Coach Malzahn wants to do. Again, I'd have to probably go look to see who Central Florida played before, but I think they're off as well. But again, you lose this game, you go to Knoxville the next week too. I don't know. I feel like if they're 2-2, this is a big game. But even if you're 4-0 best case, you want to break that undefeated record right there, losing to Central Florida at home. So I think this is kind of it's interesting where it's at. It's just right in the middle of the schedule of October 5th against who I think is going to be a pretty good team this year in Central Florida. It's funny. Florida plays both big three teams in the state besides themselves this year.
Listen, we've already brought up multiple times, the college football Satan himself could not come up with a dastardly schedule that Florida has to play in 2024, because now UCF is really dang good. They literally, I thought, were one of the biggest winners of the transfer portal. Not only do you have RJ Harvey, but you bring over Penny Boone, who last year rushed for 1,400 yards at Toledo. KJ Jefferson, let's get this out of the way. He's not Cam Newton. He will never be Cam Newton. Can we stop with the comparisons to Cam Newton? Because let's be real. There are certain folklores in college football that deserve their own respect, and Newton is absolutely in his own category. But if there is one coach that will get the best version of KJ Jefferson, it's Gus Malzahn, because the two do emulate similar skill sets that pan out. Their schedule actually bodes extremely well to match up against Florida. Start out the year against New Hampshire, Sam Houston State, TCU on the road. Then they play Colorado in the bounce house before they have to travel to the Swamp. So that might be a 5-0 stretch to where UCF is setting the tone in the Big 12. I think that they are a major, major name. Like the Big 12, as much as Texas is leaving and they're opening up the avenues, it is still the most fun conference because it's so unpredictable. Like 12 teams can win this year, and nobody should be shocked at all. Like any combination of anyone besides, I would say probably Houston, Cincinnati, and if you really wanted to, maybe throw in Baylor because of I don't know what they are right now.
BYU, you probably.
I think BYU still has it, dude. I do.
You think they can win the conference?
Listen, I'm not sleeping on Kalani Sitake. That is one thing that I will not do. I've seen it before. I will watch it happen again. It's a far stretch, but that feels like one that I can't give up on. Any one of those other teams you can bet on.
No, I mean, the preseason favorite will probably be who do you think, Cole? You tell me.
Utah. It should be. It should be.
It'll be Utah. I think you have some sprinkled in. The thing is, the Oklahoma State, I know we're an SEC show, but you're talking about Oklahoma State's a little so inconsistent year to year that they'll be mixed in there. And you're right, though. It's an open league. I think UCF can have a big say in it.
Like, listen, they're returning 93% of their production at Oklahoma State. So that's a good number when you look at what is coming back after going to the championship last year. But it's Alan Bowman still. Like, Ollie Gordon, congratulations. I'm really happy that you are here. By the way, the biggest snub off of the EA Sports college football game promo. How the hell do you not have the Doak Walker Award winner on there? Regardless, I'll just go ahead and be silent on that part. Everyone else still. I think that West Virginia has a case. I think that UCF has a case. Everyone has a case. Number 5 for me, it's kind of a sleeper because of not only is it a non-conference game, this is one of the best group of 5 schools in the country. I like Oklahoma and Tulane. I think that's going to be a really interesting matchup because what's so funny about a school like Tulane is they're not ready to make the jump to the Power 4 level. But Willie Fritz, in my opinion, was the best group of 5 head coach. Everyone loved him, his ability to be able to get the best version of his players, the ability to always find ways to build off of the season before. He goes to Houston. But you know who comes in? The guy who I had been hammering to be the next head coach, and I'm still sour about it, and probably why I hate Mississippi State, John Summerall. I think John Summerall right now is automatically the best group of 5 power head coach, outside of maybe if you want to say Jason Candle because of his success at Toledo. And he scoured the transfer portal, and he's added in a ton of quality names to replace production that was lost. Ty Thompson from Oregon is going to be the starting quarterback this year. And so it doesn't really feel like the Green Wave are actually taking a step back. It's more so like they're idle. And then you got to remember, one team from the group of 5 level is going to get into the college football playoff. And a lot of people have already pegged Memphis to be a contender. They've already said Boise State to be a contender. Well, when you have, in my opinion, the best group of 5 head coach on your roster and something that is going to be a great defense, because the one thing that we know about Summerall when he was at Troy, his ability to get the best version of defenses, and I think that's going to carry over because of the names that he brought through the transfer portal. This could be a really big test for Jackson Arnold in his first major start, because the first game against Oklahoma, he should be able to walk out with a win. It's Temple. Game number 2 is against Houston. Houston, I have no idea what they're going to be. Willie Fritz doesn't know if you're going to have back a fully healthy wide receiver room. But Tulane, this is a team that if they can get the win over Oklahoma, if they can go to Gaylord and get a win over Oklahoma, kind of like last year when they nearly beat Ole Miss. Like if Michael Pratt plays in that game, I think we're talking a whole different avenue about what Tulane did.
Even in 2021, Tulane played well in Norman.
Exactly. So you look at that team, and if they're able to get this win over Oklahoma, when it comes down to head-to-head, who's going to have a better win on the resume against a Power 5 school? It's going to be Tulane. So this is a major win for Tulane, and this is a major test, I think, for Oklahoma, because they also don't want to be looking ahead because the week later, Josh Heupel comes home, and you know how that game's.
You brought up my exact point. You hammered it. Yeah, you're right. Like where that game's located on the schedule, kind of your first SEC game at home. Like you said, Josh Heupel coming back. Like people are gonna be talking about that game for 2 weeks or like first week of the season. Man, can you believe week 4? Like you're right. Tulane's not one. I think I did a video like games, look ahead games that teams trap games. Teams in the SEC shouldn't be looking past this year. I think it's a couple months ago, but I did Tulane as Oklahoma's. Hey, I wouldn't be looking past them. Again, I think Oklahoma will win, but you're right. That's not some game you want to be looking past because I'm like you. I don't like where it's at on the schedule, honestly. If I was Oklahoma, I'd rather be opening up with them.
Yeah, honestly, I would much rather have that be my first game for Jackson Arnold to get tested than when you feel like maybe he has a slip up or a bad interception against Houston. And it ends up being a win, but it still is a win that's a lot closer than maybe you felt. And then you got to go play Tennessee the next week. And Tennessee, we know how good their offense is. You want to know who else has a really good offense? I think Oklahoma can. You know, has a great defense, Oklahoma. But if they have a bad showcase offensively, does that carry over into the next week? So Tulane, to me, I think is a really interesting team. When you have the best group of 5 head coach, a guy who should have gotten a Power 4 job this offseason, I'm looking at you, Starkville. How dare you go ahead and ruin this fun for me? How dare you go? You're going to regret when John Summerall goes to Lexington eventually and he kicks your keister 10 times to the sun. You're going to regret it, but I do think that Tulane has a really good roster on hand.
Cole, my number 4 team. I brought him up just a minute ago. We talked about it. You brought up the 90% production. I'm going to go because I think this is a big tone-setting game for Arkansas here. At Oklahoma, I believe, or at Oklahoma State, sorry, September 7th.
Yeah,
they're going to Boone Pickens Stadium. I think it's too early in the season to say it's a must-win. It's a weird tone setter for Arkansas.
It's not a must-win, but it is a game. It's a game.
It's a game you need to win. I think I know Oklahoma State's got more production coming back. They were in the Big 12 title game last year against Texas. But if I'm an Arkansas fan and I feel like we've taken that, hey, I know we're not going to go compete for an SEC championship, but you know what? Oklahoma State can be a little inconsistent. I would like to at least I would like to win the game, but if they go there and get embarrassed, what does that mean? Because, I mean, right after that, you get UAB the next week, and then you go at Auburn as your opening game. And as we both know, Auburn will probably be undefeated with only playing Alabama, A&M, Cal, and New Mexico for there. I'm saying Auburn probably undefeated rolling into their SEC opener. Auburn's pretty good when they're undefeated and have momentum going their way. That will be another tough game where I think at that point, that is a must-win almost for Arkansas. That'd be tough in your first 2 real games. You go an 0-2 against teams that probably your fan base thinks you should be competitive with and would take a split. Oklahoma State is a big – if I'm an Arkansas fan, that is a big game. It's a big game to me.
So to me, that was the one honorable mention that I was going to throw on here at the last second. I like this game. I think it's a really intriguing matchup because Oklahoma State, in my opinion, still wants to be the flagship of the Big 12. And they can because of who is running the show. It's Mike Gundy. And Gundy, as much as he has had his ups and downs, he's consistent. He is death, taxes, Gundy's mullet flowing.
Who's the dean of that league now, Cole? Is it him or Whittingham? But granted, Whittingham just came into the league. It would be Gundy. It would be Gundy, right?
Gundy, I still think is the longest tenured by 1 year. But you also look at Whittingham. Whittingham has conference championships that Gundy doesn't. So it's like, that's the conversation. And we'll eventually do a coach's ranking. And if we want, we can do who would be the one coach in the SEC we'd like to see join. Whittingham is it for me. Whittingham to me has been the most underappreciated coach in college football for the last 2 decades. And I will die on that hill. You can come fight me. It's like the dude sitting in the lawn chair. Like, go ahead and explain why it's not with the coffee cup. Because you're wrong if it's not Whittingham. It's Whittingham. But this could be an area where Oklahoma State truly sets the tone. But on the flip side, what if Taylor Green hits? Like, what if this is the game where Taylor Green shows everybody with 400 passing yards and 125 rushing yards, 2 touchdowns, 5 total TDs on the day? Well, now you got a threat offensively to deal with in Fayetteville. Number 4 for me is a game that's going to start off the season It's going to be one very close and near and dear to my heart because I covered the team for 4 years. And I do think that this could be a really interesting matchup for both sides. It's Notre Dame traveling down to College Station to play Texas A&M. And the reason why is because Notre Dame offensively last year, we knew what their aura was. They were physical machine, ground and pound, throw it down your throat, Audric Estime, who you later got a good. Let's go ahead and put the throttle to the metal and make sure that you make us throw the football. Well, now they bring in Mike Denbrock. And Mike Denbrock last year had the number 1 passing attack in all of college football. And they bring in Riley Leonard, who is a mobile quarterback, just like the guy who just won the Heisman. And he also has a great arm, just like the guy who won the Heisman. So this is going to be a really big test for Texas A&M secondary, which 2 years ago led college football in passing yards and yards per attempt, fewest yards allowed. They were top 3 in turnovers. They were great, and then somehow it's like, oh, the guy on the it's like the mountain man from The Price is Right, yodi yodi, and then just fall off a cliff. It's like that dude. That's what happened to their secondary last year. But you can say the same thing about Notre Dame's offensive line because no more Joe Alt, no more Blake Fisher. So if you can get a guy like Nick Scorton to come off the edge immediately and add that type of pressure to where Leonard is going to have very little time to throw, how do you not feel comfortable that this is going to be a Texas A&M defensive front that will keep you in games? Doesn't mean you're going to win every game, but it certainly will keep you in games. It will allow you to be a part of every matchup going into the fourth quarter, and you feel like that you have a testament. Also, we know how good Notre Dame's defense always is. Big time test for Connor Wegman, who's going to be that number 1 receiver. Because you bring back Xavier Watts, the All-American safety. That is a Bronco Nagurski type player. And if you can eliminate him by just getting dink and dunk passes to eventually get a guy like a Noah Thomas over the top, to me, that's going to be a matchup to where maybe Texas A&M kind of sets an aura underneath Mike Elko. And also, it's the first game for Elko, who came from Notre Dame when he went to Texas A&M underneath Jimbo Fisher. So it's kind of like a homecoming.
No, for sure. We'll probably hear about this one in a couple of picks.
There we go. So we already know that you're on this one.
I'm going to go 3 here. I'm going to go Florida or Miami at Florida, heading to the Swamp, week 1. It's a tone-setting game for both teams. Who Miami's going to have high expectations this year of people really thinking they're going to compete for the ACC championship this year. Heading to Cristobal. No, I'm with you too. If you were telling me I had to buy or sell and I had to pick, I would definitely buy Miami this year. Florida, I mean, it's been talked about ad nauseum, and we're only May 13th. I mean, we know it's a big year for Billy Napier. This would be a big win. Funny, it's kind of, they started off 2 years ago, his first year with a big opportunity, and they got the win against Utah at home. Doesn't really feel, it just feels a little different. He had a lot of momentum after that. People thought they'd go beat Kentucky. They lost that next game. This feels like one Billy kind of has to have. He could definitely, obviously, it's one game of a 12-game season, but it feels like a game you're going to have to win. And I'm fired up, like you said, just as much. I know we're an SEC show, but I'm fired up to see what Cam Ward and them do at Miami. I mean, they brought in a lot of different guys who they think they can go win with. Cristobal's upgraded the talent there. But he's always going to be the butt of a joke that, hey, Mario Cristobal is going to go stub his toe at least once, if not twice a year. There's no way they're competing for the ACC. This would be a prime time slot to go win in a hostile environment like Florida. So I'm excited to see that from both ends, from Cristobal and the Napier narrative.
Yeah. So what's so funny is we're going to do winners and losers in the transfer portal. If we just do second wave, I don't know how you don't pick Miami as the number 1 winner. Like, honestly, it felt like somebody walked into Cristobal's office and said, hey, I'm going to make you a deal you can't refuse, and you're going to bring in 6 guys. We feel pretty comfortable. Pulls out a shotgun and goes, no, I think that we're going to bring in 6 guys. Yeah, we're going to bring in 6 guys, and we're going to make sure that we get all of them paid because Simeon Barrow comes on in. Jalen Ackerman, the leading tackler last year at Louisville, comes on in. Damian Martinez, that adds just another element to this rushing attack in the backfield, comes on in. You also get Sam Brown, who has a relationship from playing alongside with playing in what's his name's offense, Shannon Dawson's offense when he was at Houston. He comes on in. So now it's like, where's the excuse for Miami? Like, we talk about Florida and how they have to set the tone. But also, where is the excuse for Miami going into this year? Because you can't.
I think just expectations heading into the season are higher. Like, people are more confident.
They should be. They should
be.
You're
right. They should be. I think that's where it's different. But again, like some fan base is going to be really pissed off on that Sunday morning after that loss. Like you said, somebody's going to feel like Like both teams expect to win that game, as they both should.
They should. And also, I will say when I look at this Miami team, I have been 3 years in the making with this sentiment saying that this is going to be Texas 2.0. And since we're all on Texas Sports Unfiltered, shameless plug, I got to bring that up. I think that they could have that type of renaissance where literally you look at the numbers, 5-7, 5-7. You take a damn knee, you're both 8-5 in your second year underneath the coach. Yeah. And then you go into the playoff. And here's the good news. Instead of having a 14 playoff, you got a 12-team playoff. Sticking with Florida, bringing back another old classic. I like UCF as game number 3 because to me, that is the must-win game for Billy Napier. That is the one game you have to walk away with the win because it's one thing to go to Orlando. And by the way, as many people probably don't know, Orlando, the bounce house, it actually is humming. It is a really cool atmosphere on game.
Oh, dude, I worked. That was my last job in college football two years ago for Coach.
I love the bounce house.
Dude,
I
didn't believe it really shaked until you did. Now, granted, the aluminum bleachers and stuff help that, but I'm with you. It's an under the radar, unique experience because they do have a fan base, but it's a very young fan base. I think the average age we were there, it was like 34.
Like 34, 30. Yeah.
The school didn't start to like 1964, I think.
They're a little bit older than me and you. And the other thing that makes me laugh is that they also just know how to party because they grew up in Florida. And if they weren't growing up on meth, they were growing up on eating Russian with crocodiles. So either way,
Texas Sports Show here. I think Texas went there like in 07, 08. I think they played the first game at the bounce house actually.
And so when you think about that, like the game's going to be in Gainesville. So the game is in your backyard. On top of that being in your backyard, you
lost to them 2 years ago in a bowl game.
Yeah. And then you have to also imagine this is no longer a group of 5 school. This is a school that is competing to go to a college football playoff. And they have a roster that can. Yeah, in your state. And that's the other thing is that we used to make fun of UCF for the 2017 undefeated national champion season. Well, now if you win your division or your conference, you're going to the postseason and then all bets are off. And UCF, I don't think is going to win the national championship this year. Let's go ahead and throw that out the window. But
I heard you, Cole. You came out with your preseason prediction.
Yeah, listen, I know I did. We're gonna keep that secret for right now.
Two-time national champion after this year.
2-time national champion, but they have an offense and they upgrade their offense. I really like the addition of Jacoby Jones from Ohio too. He's a great number 2 complimentary piece. People forget RJ Harvey is still in that backfield, and RJ Harvey is one of the best running backs in college football. And so now you have 3 guys that you're gonna have to prepare for, and it's a brand new defensive line. And it's not just a brand new defensive line in terms of players. You got rid of Coach Chaos. You got rid of Jay Bateman. It's a brand new staff. This, to me, feels like the game where maybe Billy sticks around for the rest of the year because they don't want to go ahead and have turmoil. But if he loses, I feel like Scott Strickland is going to go walk into the boosters on an early Sunday morning and go, we'll let him finish out the year, but we are getting money to get who we need for 2025. We're doing it. This was the last straw. It feels like that type of game. You have to win because the deck is not stacked against you. Evenly matched up, in my opinion, in terms of what the SEC is versus what the Big 12 is in terms of competition, and the game is in your backyard. You cannot lose this game. If you do, that is the drop-off.
No, I'm with you, Cole. If Florida loses this game, it's just like momentum and perception is a real thing, right, wrong, or indifferent. Even if you lose this game, they lose to Miami, it's like, hey, we didn't think we played that bad. We think we've improved, but we still have one in the L column. Like at the end of the day, it's a pretty black and white business. It's a win or loss business. Like you can't hide. It's a scoreboard business. But you could see the improvement, but it doesn't matter if you lose that. Like,
no one cares.
It doesn't. Yeah, no one cares, dude. They're gonna make it's year 3, great. But it's also year 3 for Mario Cristobal, a team in our state. This is something else they can hang against us in recruiting. Like, as much as that's probably not even used as much in recruiting anymore because it is what it is. But you're right. This is one of the bigger must-wins for an opening weekend coach in the league that I can remember in a long time, where it feels like.
Well, this is week 4, so it's not that. It's a little bit different.
Sorry. Yeah, you're talking about, yeah. It's week 4, and they're coming off a bye week. You're right. If I told you, Cole, what do you feel if Florida was 1-1 against UCF and Miami? How would that make you feel about Billy Napier's security in Gainesville? If that's all I told you in the 2024 season.
What was the final score? Is it close in both and you lose by a field
Close in
goal?
both,
Win by a
yeah.
field goal? Yeah, I feel a little bit more confident. I would. Especially if the win is against Miami, I feel a lot more confident because I feel like Miami is a playoff team and the other one is kind of just twiddling their thumbs wondering if they're around or not.
Yeah. No, yeah, it's interesting because they play Florida State every year. The big three in-state schools. Like you said, that UCF game with UCF being pretty good puts a lot of pressure on them. I'm with you. My number 2, we talked about it. Said I was coming back to it. One of probably the more intriguing games of the opening weekend, if not the most for me. I think Notre Dame at Texas A&M at Kyle Field. In Elko's first game, you mentioned it. I'm not going to extend it here. I think that's just such an – I would love to be at that game. If you made me pick one game opening weekend, it would be Notre Dame at Texas A&M.
It's a great atmosphere. It is such a great atmosphere.
Oh yeah, I worked there for 2 years. It's an incredible. I think that first game for Elko, you couldn't write a better opening game. That's an awesome game. It's like you said, very winnable game. I think A&M has a lot of winnable games that they could win, they could lose. I think they have a lot of 50-50 games that schedule. I think this being one, but I think again from an opposite standpoint, this would be a good momentum win for Elko to kind of get everything going. Like, hey, the ship's right. Changing to the guards in College Station. We're going to go win games at home, big games that maybe we're not accustomed to winning outside of Alabama that one year with Jimbo in 2021. But no, I'm excited for this game. You hit a lot of it as well.
I do think that when you said the most homecoming or the best moment for Elko game, to me, playing Dave Clawson, his mentor, would have been probably number 1. But at the same time, it's not Wake. It's Wake. I'm going to say that again. It's Wake. It's Notre Dame, the Golden Domers versus the Aggies, 2 teams that are absolutely either loved or hated by everyone in college football. They have loyal fan bases. They travel really well. It doesn't set up much better than that. I'm going to be a homer with pick number 2. Hate to be that guy. Don't really care. It still is a really good game. Michigan, Texas, at the Big House. Here's the thing. I get it. I'm going to hear this all off season. People are going to tell me that I'm stupid. I'm wrong. My mom tells me that every single day, so it doesn't really hurt my feelings. But still, they lost so much in Ann Arbor this offseason. It's not just Jim Harbaugh. It's not just your quarterback. It's not just offensive linemen. It's not just wide receivers. It's also you lost both linebackers. You lose one of your best safeties. You lose your defense coordinator. You lose some recruits because they don't want to play for Sharon Moore. But do you realize they still have arguably the best defensive line in college football? Do you realize they still have Mason Graham, one of the best defensive tackles in the industry? Do you realize they still have great depth at the defensive line position at edge rusher and at linebacker that probably would have started anywhere else in the Big Ten? They have arguably the best cornerback in college football and Will Johnston coming back for another year. They still have Donovan Edwards in that backfield, and they didn't really replace much. What they did was they brought in a few new coaches and they upgraded everyone else. So Sharon Moore goes from being the offensive line coach and the offensive coordinator to head coach. And who becomes the offensive line coach? His assistant. So it's the same mantra and it's the same feel and it's at the Big House. And by the way, if you are a Texas fan that is going to this game, let me just tell you, Ann Arbor is a frigid tundra nightmare horrific scenario in November. In September, it is one of the most gorgeous campuses in all of college football. And the Big House, walking into that arena, seeing the history that resides throughout the entire maize and blue is phenomenal. And there's something about playing in that atmosphere that just carries a lot of weight. And what's going to be really interesting as well is that this is so early in the season. How do we feel about the newcomers making their impact on offense? How do we feel about these wide receivers stepping up? Do we feel like that at this point, Jonte Cook has taken over as the number 1, or Silas Bolden is up to speed working with Quinn Ewers? Or how do we feel about maybe say, let's go with an Isaiah Bond? How does he fit into this offense? How does Amari Niblack fit in? And you got to remember that Alex Orji, whether or not we think that he is the next J.J. McCarthy, whether we think he's the next RG3, the next Denard Robinson, he can boot, scoot, and boogie like Brooks and Dunn, and he can move in the open field, which makes it a little bit more dangerous. Texas is going to win this game, but I would not be sleeping on what the atmosphere of Ann Arbor is going to do in this matchup.
You took my number 1. That was it.
There you go.
Right on cue, teeing it up right there. No, number 1, I'm with you. I think Texas is going to win this game. I hate using the word easy, but I feel fairly comfortable in saying Texas is going to win this game. Like you said, a lot more production back. I do think Sharon Moore was the right hire. It will be fine. It's just early in the season, but I do think you can't beat the two traditional blue bloods, Texas, the all white uniforms heading to go play. I mean, I don't know what Michigan's probably gonna go the blue top, gold pants like they normally do traditionally at home. So there'll be two blue blood programs going along. You went over the personnel stuff, so that'll be my number one as well. I wanted to change because I thought it was gonna be easy, the low hanging fruit. But I'm like, I mean, let's don't overthink this.
So what's funny is neither of us have Clemson versus Georgia as our number one, which I figured one of us would have. And I'm like, you know what, Dabo, at this point, you're right.
Cole, you're right. That game's not getting a lot of juice. I think people are just kind of assuming Georgia will handle them. Like not bad. I just think people, because what's the line right now? Did I see a line like -13 right now or +13 Clemson?
I think it's 13. I think it's +13.
Is it 13?
Yeah. So it's funny.
Who would you take in that? Who would you take in that? It's an interesting.
I'm still taking Georgia because of what they added in. Like Georgia's like that team that
you would take you would take the -13 in the line.
Yeah, right now I would, because at number one, the game's in Atlanta, and we know what they do in Atlanta. And number two, Georgia's like that one person that is losing every bit of money at the blackjack table, and then they go all in and they hit 21, and then they double down, they hit 21 again, and then they go a third time and the banker breaks. And so like they make all their money up because they just recoup all the talent. And what's funny is so Jake Bayless in the comment section says, no one has Bama at Wisconsin. That was another honorable mention. It's a really good game. It's a sleeper game. It really is. But there is one game that I do have. And this one is near and dear to my heart because of
I don't mean to interrupt you, but for the Bama, you tell me if I'm wrong here. Maybe that's in it if Nick Saban doesn't retire.
Maybe.
Does that add a little more roster to that?
Camp Randall is such a unique stadium. It's a great atmosphere, and Madison's awesome. And those kids are going to be drunk 3 sheets of the wind at the time that the game starts. So it's going to be rowdy as all hell. The jump around by the fourth quarter is going to be literally booming so loud that you can't hear the playbook. Yeah. But I just feel like that there still is a little bit of a separation between these two. Also, real fast, what Dabo reminds me of right now? Dabo, and this is just speaking because of Mother's Day happened, Dabo reminds me of the one friend that we all have that doesn't have kids and wants to give input on how to raise kids. Because if he thinks that his way is the way that it works because of how he was raised. And then they have kids, and it's like, all right, Dabo, do your work. You say that you don't need the transfer portal. We're all doing it. Let's see you. Let's see what happens when you're paired alongside Army and Navy as the only school that doesn't add in transfers this offseason. Let's see what you do. Come on. Let's see your parenting skills and how you're so smart. That's how Dabo feels to me.
The money, you can't figure out why it's hard to find a babysitter on Saturday night last minute when you want to go get a drink at the bar or something.
I don't understand it. I don't get it. But to me, this one's near and dear to my heart because I love the state of Texas. I was not born here, but I moved here when I was 4 years old. I loved every minute of it. I have enjoyed growing up here. I have had nothing short of just pure love in the Lone Star State. It is a beautiful state, by the way. If you have a weekend to get away, go to the Hill Country and just explore the state. But there are 2 states that I would move to, and the 2 of them are fighting for my heart. So I'm calling this the Cole Thompson Bowl for where I'm moving next. It is NC State versus Tennessee in week number 2 at Charlotte, North Carolina, Bank of America Stadium. Because both of these teams are so vastly underrated going into the year, and both of these teams, this win, or in my opinion, actual loss, could determine why one of them is not going to the playoff. You always know that the defense of NC State underneath Dave Duran is going to be physical. It is going to be enforceable. They replace talent like I drink water. It is just a natural need. They brought in a quarterback that I really am excited to see in this offense with Grayson McCall. You also bring in 2 new weapons in Justin Rogers from Ohio State and also Justin Jolly from UConn. Last year led the Huskies in receiving yards, and Casey Compassion is coming back. This is a damn good offense. And Dave Duran, to me, like NC State is the perfect tier 2 team in all of college football because they're never going to be below 500, but they're never going to be in the front runner driver's seat to win a national championship.
Win 10 games in a regular season, yeah.
It's just they're 9-3, 8-4. That's exactly what tier 2 to me is. I love this team. And then
the roster for a team like NC State can't ever be consistent enough where they can't go play a B game and beat a team that's playing their A game because their roster is not on level. Like you could go like some of these teams like, hey, Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia could go sleepwalk through a game, play a B- game and beat a team who's probably outplayed them a little bit. Like you said, NC State can't go and it's not Dave Doran's fault. He's been consistent. No. But it's like you said, it's tough to go 12 straight games and do that at NC State without, hey, we didn't play our best. And at NC State, your roster's not good enough to not do a play your best on 10 out of 12 weeks.
But at the same time, you also look at Tennessee. That'll be a very big test for Nico Iamaleava before he has to go into SEC play. And again, this is going to be a warm-up for him going up against Oklahoma. And we know Oklahoma's going to have a great defense because they're bringing back literally everybody and their mother. So they're in a great spot Oklahoma-wise. You get to find out what version of Tennessee you could see for the rest of the year. And then you look at NC State's schedule and you look at Tennessee's schedule. Both are manageable to where if you're 10-2 and both of your losses are in conference play, it's a little easier to say, yeah, you've earned a right to be in a top 12 seed. Where if you lose this game, well, maybe it's a little bit more challenging to say you belong in the playoff. Or maybe this is the one game that keeps you out of making it to Charlotte or making it out of Atlanta. So to me, this is a really interesting match because these are two equally matched rosters in terms of where they rank in their respective conferences. And the entire point of this entire exercise has been one non-conference game that could knock you out of the college football playoff. To me, this is the game. This is the one where if you lose it, it may be the reason that you're not going to the dozen dance.
Yeah, this is an under-the-radar game. You're right. It's not getting a lot of juice either. For whatever reason, I think people just kind of forget about it. But you're right. I agree. I think this is a very under-the-radar draft. This one in the A&M one I'm fired up about. I know I didn't have Tennessee and NC State in the top 5, but I'm with you. The more you talk about it, the more I get excited about it.
I have begged our boss, Chris, to let us go there for week 2. So that way I could just rally up people. And again, I am willing to be bought. I am a homer favorite. I'm not covering a team this year. I don't have to be loyal. I can be unbiased. I am willing to be bought, to be a fan and talk about your fan base. So just remember, Tennessee fans, remember NC State fans, I'm available. All you got to do is sell me on why. But let us know in the comments section. We'll pull up the numbers. Let us know what you think is the most underrated or the best non-conference game in the SEC for 2024. And just remember as well that this video is brought to you, of course, by our friends over at rowback.com. Use the promo code SECU for 20% off all joggers, shorts, pants, and much, much more. Use promo code SECU at rowback.com to make sure that you go and get 20% off your next purchase. By the way, tell me your friends over at TSU and SECU sent you. David, why does Hugh Freeze keep running his mouth and say smart things and say very smart things? Because if I didn't understand why people were so upset when he was talking about paying for $1 million quarterback, when you look at the roster and there wasn't $1 million quarterback worth actually taking in the second wave of the transfer portal. And now he's talking about what it means to go through the recruiting process. And recently he was doing the same interview with Kublik and McElroy on WJOX, talking about what it was going to be the future of college football. And he mentions, why don't teams reach out more to other schools when they go and bring in transfers? I'm amazed, Greg. I'm going to get on the phone with every head coach that he's been with, or a coach that I know, somebody on the staff knows. I'm amazed I get no phone calls really from our guys that go into the portal. It amazes me that I couldn't say none. Still, I don't care if you or not. I want to know because I got 24 hours to be around this person. I'm supposed to, you and I are Alabama grads. I'm supposed to hate Auburn. I'm supposed to have nothing more but disdain for the Plains. Number one, it's a beautiful campus. I love, actually, the city of Auburn. It's a great city. But number two, Freeze continues to say smart things. Because if you look at the names that enter the portal every offseason, there's always one or two that has to be a bad egg. And usually those phone calls never come. And you're sitting there, you're saying, well, why were they excused from the team? Well, why were they kicked off the roster? Well, why are they in trouble? Why are they suspended internally? And then you say, well, did they make the phone call to the other school and see what problems were residing? Like Texas A&M is a perfect example of this because back in 2022, when they had the number one recruiting class, Jimbo Fisher suspended multiple players, including Denver Harris and Chris Marshall. And he suspended them indefinitely, and both end up going to other SEC schools. One goes to LSU, one goes to Ole Miss. Chris Marshall doesn't even make it out of spring football before he's dismissed from the team by Ole Miss. And you wonder, well, why didn't Lane get on the phone and call Jimbo or somebody in that locker? I get why he didn't call Jimbo. He hates Jimbo. Everyone knows he hates Jimbo, but not the point. Why didn't he call somebody else on that staff and go, hey, why was Chris Marshall not a good fit for you guys? And then the same thing for Brian Kelly. If you knew Denver Harris, who last year barely played again, why don't you get on the phone and just ask, hey, why is he being let go? Why are you letting him leave from his transfer? Why are you giving up his scholarship? What's the deal with that? Because if you actually do your homework and you start realizing that there is a reason that these players are made available, it's kind of like free agency in the NFL. If you really believe that a player is irreplaceable, you sign them to an extension and worry about the money later. But then you wonder, well, why are you letting this player go? Are they asking for too much? Was it NIL purposes? What's the reason that you're okay with letting them walk?
Yeah, I actually know one of my good buddies is the general manager at Auburn, Will Redmond. So I know when Hugh Freeze is saying they're getting on the lines and asking people, I know he's telling the truth because that's one of Redmond's specialties. He digs deep. He'll find the answers. He knows who to go talk to, people he's built up networking. So I know Auburn will do well from that standpoint of getting background information, which is key. I think some of it in college football from working in it, a lot of it's big egos. A lot of these coaches, let's be honest, these coaches change jobs 2 or 3 times every year. They're worried about keeping that check because you know what? Mom at home, kids at home, making $500,000. That sounds pretty nice. And if my room's for an inside, it always seemed like it was the inside linebacker room too. It's always that for me, for my example with inside linebackers coaches, they're always worried about their numbers, their bodies in there. And that's slowly faded away, I think, with people going more nickel dime and stuff like that. And that's a position too. Defensive back, people are always wanting extra bodies, some offensive linemen. But it was funny. You'd always go in these roster personnel meetings and people be fighting for that extra body offensive line coach in their meeting rooms and how it would go about. And sometimes it's just, I think some guys are willing to put up with maybe a bad egg, as you put it, in their room if they know it's going to potentially help. It's almost like, hey, like the risk is worth the reward. They don't want to know what they don't want to know. Like we dealt with a kid who'd been to 3 different schools when I was at UCF. We had to hold his hand to apply to school from him coming from another Big Ten school. It just screamed like, dude, we're having to hold this guy's hand to apply for school. He wants a second chance. He hasn't played since his freshman year. Like, this isn't going to end well. Well, what do you know? He transfers. But we took 3 or 4 extra linebackers because the inside linebacker coach would sell to the head coach, we're not going to be able to stop the run this year. So it all starts at the top. The head coach has to have a pulse on every position. And I think at the end of the day, you make such quick decisions through the transfer portal. It's not like the high school relationship where you have 2 to 3 years to build this relationship. A lot of these kids are coming on 24-hour official visits. You're talking about NIL stuff on the front end of this, on these visits for some of these kids, because some of these kids are like, hey, I want to know how much you're offering me before I even really consider you. So you have to make shorter decisions, but at the same time, I think it all goes back to, hey, not all information is going to be information you want to hear. It may be like, hey, dude, we love this kid's film. We went to PFF. We loved it. We watched all his cut-up eval tape. We love this kid's film.
Yeah.
But we heard he may be a very selfish guy, be a cancer within the locker room. We need to make a decision that may be best for that position group or the team in general. And you know what? It may not be. We may have to go find another inside linebacker because we're not going to take this kid because we don't think he fits our culture. Okay, I think that's fair. It may not be the information you want to have. And we used to get that information all the time, but 9 times out of 10, these coaches panic because it's a little, hey, this kid's a talented player. And it's like, I just don't want to find out that information. I think that's some of it. People just don't want to know what they don't want to know because then they're going to have to go out and face reality. I'm going to have to go find another body. I think that's really an experience.
Here's my argument against it, Dave, and I'm glad that we have differing points. If you do the research and you're able to find out this information, whether it be you're calling or someone's calling you, what you're doing is you're allowing yourself to make sure a year from now, if a player is entering the portal, it's either because they didn't pan out the way that they didn't develop properly, they wanted more NIL funds, or they were just looking for a new avenue. They didn't like the fit in the offense. They didn't like how they were utilized. So at least then, when you replace a camp body, you brought in somebody that at the moment you thought was going to be a major asset to your team. When you don't do that research and you're bringing in a kid that might end up being a bad egg, and yes, unfortunately, whether or not you like it, kids are idiots. I remember when I was 21 years old. You remember when you were 21 years old. There's things that I can't talk about on air because of the FAA may come after me because of how bad I was at 21 years old. We all make mistakes. But when you are a player that is adapted to college football and you are somebody that eventually loses your scholarship or you are somebody that has to be replaced because of bad behavior, well, what was the difference between you making that call when you had 2 guys that you were trying to determine against, and then the other guy goes on to another school, and it's buyer's remorse because if he is now a first-round pick. He is now telling everybody you get properly developed here. He is now making sure that other kids from the previous school want to be a part of this roster. And so it's a risk game, but it's a risk I'm willing to take because I would much rather have the opportunity to get somebody that is going to come in immediately and be here for the foreseeable future. I love Miss Shoemate. It's so awesome to see you. How are you? I am so excited. Is she doing well? She seems happy.
Yeah, no,
she seems so happy. I know.
That was his cleaning lady. Yeah,
his cleaning lady seemed like a very nice person. I cannot wait to hope that we should bring her on the show. I think that she'd have some great.
Top 5 SEC games. Give it to me.
Comment down below. Do you think that Dave's uncle's cleaning lady would have great college football takes, better college football takes than us? Comment in the section what you think. But no, would you rather have a guy knowing that if they leave, they're leaving for the right reasons than you having to hit the reset button because you just didn't want to find out that last bit of information?
Dude, no, I agree 100% with you. And I think that's a lot of personnel people's frustration is they would love, I think, hey, dude, I would love to go hear that because I'm not having to go get with our interns or our assistant DVP and be like, hey, dude, we got to go scour all these JUCO lists, FCS lists, which we're doing in the first place. But, hey, we need to go see if he's interested in coming here. It was always the frustrating. I'll be honest with you, Cole. That was always very frustrating in that side of things. Because, like, man, I'm the one who's been dealing with the onboarding process. I can't even talk to the kid. I'm having to talk to his mom about getting him into school. You think we're going to not have to hold his hand coming into the football building with the strength and conditioning coach, nutrition, trainer, all that stuff? Like, kids will tell you who they are. But I think some of it too, Cole, I'll say this. I think we're now going with the unlimited and you can sign up to 85. 20. Remember, you used to only could get 25, and that was almost like liquid gold. So even back then, it used to hurt you a little more because you didn't get that scholarship back. I think now these guys kind of see it as, well, he's 185. If he leaves, we can replace it the next year. And it's like, I mean, we could be more efficient.
Yeah, you could replace it, but you never had to replace it if you just did a little bit more research to begin with. Sorry.
And that's the biggest war, and that's the biggest war between, in my experience, personnel recruiting people versus coaches overall. I think that's a little bit because they're like, you're not the one who has to coach him, so it's easy for you to say we shouldn't take him. That's kind of like
SEC Unfiltered is brought to you by our good friends over at betonline.ag. Use the promo code SECU for 100% off your very first deposit. That's betonline.ag, promo code SECU. Tell them the good folks over at SEC Unfiltered sent you. Dave, the window is closed. It is like every favorite bar at 2 a.m. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. There are some players that still cannot stay in the transfer portal long. They are looking for their next homes. Naturally, we are an SEC show, so we got to also talk about Texas because they are a major winner of the transfer portal in the entire process. But just in the second wave of the portal, there were some really prominent teams that I thought impressed. And one that still has some question marks going into a year that you and I both have very differing opinions on. We'll save that for last, but let's talk about Auburn. Let's continue to talk about Auburn because they've been the subject of the conversation so far. They crushed it in the second wave of the portal. They did an exceptional job making sure that if you're going into this year with whoever is your quarterback for 13 games, whether it be Walker White, whether it be Peyton Thorne, whether it be Holden Griner, whoever it is, they're going to have weapons. And you also took a little bit of pressure off of Cam Coleman for being the first wide receiver since Y2K to hit 1,000 yards by getting Keandre Lambert-Smith out of Penn State. And in fact, you actually beat him to get him from Texas A&M, another opponent that is going to be in a similar boat as you, fighting for that 9-3 record. They also went and they got Isaiah Rakes from the portal, really good defensive lineman with SEC experience from his time at Texas A&M. They also were able to go ahead and add in 2 more edge rushers. This is the biggest coin flip team in the SEC for me, but I feel like now, instead of where I'm coin flipping almost every game, it's more so 4 or 5 games that could make them go from 7-5 to maybe make it to 10-2. They're a really interesting team going into 2024.
No, you're 100% right because their first 5 games are all at home. Yeah, I mean,
and they're winnable.
Yeah, and they're all winnable. You're 100% Oklahoma. Then your first real test is at Georgia, obviously. You're right. Missouri, I know you like them a lot. I'm solid on them. I know you like them a little more. But that will be a tough game for Auburn. I mean, at Missouri. Kentucky, how will that be in Lexington? You're right. Auburn is I could see 8 wins for sure. I mean, you may be a little higher on them than I am, but 8 wins for sure. That A&M game at home will be key. I'm with you. I think Auburn upgraded their roster for sure. I think they did everything they could in this offseason. And I'm with you. I agree with you. They should have stuck with Peyton Thorne because I don't think there was $1 million quarterback. And you would agree with this. Auburn isn't just a quarterback away from.
No, they're not. And that's the thing.
And I respect that decision of like, yeah, we could go overpay for a quarterback, but we still may win 8 games.
What? Okay, well, here's the thing. You pay for a quarterback. Are you getting Keandre Lambert-Smith? Or now is he playing against you when Texas A&M comes to town?
Yeah.
It's the money, because that's the thing, because the money doesn't just grow on trees. You got to be able to have the right resources at the right times to utilize it. So maybe you don't get an Isaiah Rakes and you don't get a Keandre Lambert-Smith if you go get a quarterback that is at the same level as Peyton Thorne and you're kind of paying for him. And also, what does that say to the rest of the quarterback room that's been throughout spring practice and waited until the transfer portal window closed and then you added a quarterback? Hey, best of luck to you, but we just don't think that any of you are that good. It hurts the camaraderie. And also, these wide receivers are going to have to learn a brand new system with a brand new passer that they haven't been working with. And they got all the way throughout. They got, 5 weeks to be able to work on it? So I think it's a very smart move, personally. Texas. I thought Texas added in some key players, especially in the first wave, but I brought his name up multiple times. I don't really care. Bill Norton is phenomenal. Bill Norton, to me, is just when
you're a big Norton guy. I'm with you, though.
When you think of big-bodied playmakers who are just going to terrorize quarterbacks, that's Bill Norton. And you watched it last year in a conference that featured potentially 7 quarterbacks that could end up going pro. Honestly, the Pac-12 was so loaded at quarterback last year. It was basically like Oprah, you get a quarterback, you get a quarterback. Everybody gets a quarterback. And that was kind of the way. And he was able to force his way into the backfield. And now he's coming on in. I think he is a really good fit. I'm blanking on the top of my head right now. The San Jose State cornerback that they just added on in. I can't believe I'm forgetting it off the top of my head. But
Texas.
Yeah, he comes over to Texas. When you're coming on in from San Jose State, you're not coming to Texas to be a backup. So with Terrence Brooks gone, I feel like this is going to be an opportunity for him.
You're talking about the Javian Cole kid.
Yeah, Javian Cole. Yeah, no. That's the Louisville kid, who also another defensive lineman, and maybe that's your Byron Murphy comparison that you add on in alongside, who is on from Louisville. So you rebuild your defensive line, and one of the guys already has a relationship with Johnny Nason, the new coordinator that comes on over from Arizona to replace Jeff Choate. It just feels like, again, more of the wash, rinse, repeat. We're not rebuilding or even retooling. We're just doing the exact same thing. And the only thing that's changing is the logo that says 12 to SEC. That's it for Texas. The same aura, the same mantra. They did a good job bringing in the right pieces around them.
Yeah, I would say a team. I stuck with one on each side. One team I liked, one team I didn't from the portal, just because we talked about this last time. But I'm going to go Oklahoma. I'm sorry, I know it's a Texas show, but I like their Don Williams. I like the Branson Hickman kid they brought in for the interior lineman. And sorry, I should have said people who followed it who don't know, but the Don Williams kid, the TCU defensive lineman at Oklahoma. I think they did as good of a job as they could have done. They brought in the kid from the kid from Washington that played offensive line, Hatchet kid. Yeah, Hatchet. Hatchet kid. I like some of those kids as well. I think Oklahoma did as good of a job as they could have in the portal. I still think they got some holes, but as I keep diving in. And I'm working on this preseason football magazine as well. I'm starting to like Oklahoma more and more. Another team is kind of that pool of teams you could see going 8-4, 9-3, that a couple games are toss-ups. But I think Brent Venables, his staff, have done a good job of raising the floor of that roster.
Dominic Williams, Branson Hickman, the offensive lineman from SMU, Garion Hatchett from Washington, Jake Roberts from Baylor, all coming on in. That's a revamped offense that already features a lot of vertical passes downfield. They're in a really good spot this year. Many people are considering me a homer with Oklahoma. No idea why. Just because I do really good content talking about them. Get over it, people. I enjoy watching the Sooners actually be competitive. It's good when good teams in college football actually live up to expectations. And that's a team that I want to see. And they have the personnel. And they won the race for Dominic Williams. He is a maniac on the field. And you know that he's a talented player because LSU want him, Miami want him. A lot of people want this kid in the SEC. And in the end, Oklahoma wins and they get him to work with Brett Venables. Let's talk about the loser. It is LSU. Listen, I respect Brian Kelly. I made this abundantly clear multiple times. Until somebody is actually able to show it on a consistent basis, Brian Kelly to me is not only the second best coach in the SEC, he is the second best coach in college football. I will go down swinging on that take. If you hate me, you want to unfollow me on Twitter, so be it. Don't really care. You don't want to subscribe to my YouTube channel, so be it. Don't really care. But as much as I do respect where you are with what you believe. And I actually agree with his comments about not buying players. Because number one, it's LSU. It's LSU. You can buy whoever the hell you want. And also, let's just get this out of the way. When LSU is humming, just like when Texas is humming, these are two programs that absolutely can run the entire SEC sports in terms of conference. They can have the best athletic department in all of college athletics. Both Texas and LSU. It's not even a second question. And I get spending money on the right players. But when you look at this defensive line and you look at where you were a season ago and you look at where this team could end up going with a new revamped offense, with similar weapons that could have the same upside as Malik Neighbors and Brian Thomas, with a quarterback that can have the same type of aura in terms of passing like Jaden Daniels, with two great offensive linemen, two great tackles, two exceptional first-round players. And again, your defense is going to be top 75 when it needs to be top 50 to get in the playoff. That's a concern. And I think that you did a great job bringing in Blake Baker. I love the fit of what you have with Harold Perkins moving inside. I'm excited to see what he brings this year. I do think the secondary still is actually pretty decent from what you lost and what you were able to bring in. But you look at the names. When you replace the number one defensive tackle in terms of snap count last year in Mekhi Wingo, and you replace the number 6 defensive tackle in snap count, Mason Smith, with guys who have barely played, it's a little bit of a drop-off. And so I don't think LSU is going to be a team that is 8-4, 7-5, kind of like you think so. But I do think that they are a team that's probably going to go 9-3, and 9-3 is not good enough to get to the postseason in a 12-team playoff. It's just not. And then you're going to have that question.
I don't. It's tough. LSU's tough. Knowing some of their recruiting guys, they just had no consistency at the defensive line position, coach. I mean, you start off Jamar Cain, who a lot of people want to blame for this. Then you get Jimmy Lindsey, who had to leave because he had a medical issue. That's unfortunate. Then last year you had a new defensive line coach. And then this year, I think you hired the right guys, Bo Davis, Corey Raymond, Blake Baker. I think you hired good coaches. That
might be the most underrated hire of all. Is Bo Davis?
Yeah, I think they're going to get the most of what they got. I just think Brian Kelly only signing 2 true interior defensive linemen since he's been there in a high school rank. Dude, at a school like LSU, as we know, the best defensive linemen do not go in the portal. They're getting recruited out of high school. They're getting developed there. They're getting retained. Like, teams aren't letting these teams. Walter Nolan is not a normal thing. Him leaving to go elsewhere. Most teams aren't. The defensive line is not putting a lot of kids in the portal. Elite guys are putting numbers, quantity, but not quality. So from a standpoint of LSU, you being in the state you're in Louisiana, they need to get a little bit more on board their NIL collective, Bayou Tradition, and I believe that's what it is, the Bayou Tradition, but their collective and their football and their program. They got to get on the same page. From what I'm hearing, they're not offering their state of Louisiana kids a whole lot. I think they're kind of thinking, hey, we're the only school in state. It really is a prime football.
Yeah, and you can't say that. You can't because of the problem.
You can't act like that, or you're going to have schools like Texas, Alabama, Oklahoma come in and get kids that you're not taking care of because you're only giving them $35,000 right out of high school. Because you're like, hey, you should have some pride playing for your state school. It's like, I get it, but at the same time, that's just, you can't operate. Not everything's the same. Everything is its own circumstances. But yeah, I mean, I just can't get. I'm not fired up about the defense. I've said it a million times on a couple of different shows and on our platform in the SEC Unfiltered. I don't know. I'm with you. It's just not a playoff. I'm not ready to say. I would say on defense, it has been roster malpractice. Overall, it hasn't because they have weapons on offense and stuff. But overall, I'm with you. I don't think they're 7-5. I think it's 8-4. But I'm with you. Not even 9-3 is probably not getting you in the playoffs. I'm with you. The defense will not be good enough to go make the playoffs, and the offense inevitably, me and you've talked about, Cole, is going to take a step back. That doesn't mean they'll be bad. They're just not going to go average 45 points a game.
But you could go to the playoff with a 38 points per game average. You just can't with a 93rd ranked defense. Like again, and we brought this up before, and we'll close with this. Number one, defensive tackles go like literally flies. They drop like crazy. If you don't have one, they're not going to be in the portal for long. So it's slim.
Cole, let's be honest too. If they're getting in the portal of big time defensive lineman, he knows where he's going.
Yeah, and if he doesn't know where he's going, he's got it down to a list of 3. Like it's like with our it's like with our Olympics for Olipop that we're gonna do later. I know who's gonna win the Olympics. I know already who's gonna. It's Cherry Cola. Cherry Cola's gonna win immediately. You know where you're going, but at the same time, when you look at a defensive lineman, they're worth it. If you don't have it, then you're not gonna be great with it. And number 2. You can have an offense that averages 35 points per game if you have a top 50 defense. But if you don't have a top 50 defense, then unfortunately, what the hell else can you say at this point? That's the problem. So It's much like USC a year ago. USC gets a lot of flack because they have the Heisman Trophy winner. I can do the exact same thing with LSU. That offense last year could have been a playoff team. Instead, they went 10-3, and it kind of felt like a little bit of a slap in the face. But Dave, what a wonderful show. You know it's a good show when an hour flies on by and you don't realize it.
We covered pretty good topics in depth. That was fun, man.
Make sure that you go ahead and follow us on social media at SEC Unfiltered. Make sure that you follow Dave Shoemate at Mach 10 Sports, me at Mr. Cole Thompson. If you really want, and I'm going to ask this out of curiosity, on my own YouTube channel at Mr. Cole Thompson, 666 is right now my subscriber count at the very end. I don't like dealing with
that out of here.
Can somebody please just subscribe so it says 667? I greatly would appreciate it. I'll even Venmo you if you message me. But make sure that you also subscribe to us at SEC Unfiltered on YouTube. Subscribe here at Texas Sport Unfiltered. Bucky and BK will be back tomorrow morning to get you caught up with everything. Happy belated Mother's Day to all out there. And until next time, folks, we are SEC Unfiltered. And in the great words of the one and only Tom Petty, take it easy.